push it away. In dance chase and whispers before they all just fade. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? I will find a this porcelain mirage may start to break. Each piece a reminder, every single little mistake. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? Tell me why it won't ever be the same. I'll burn it all, no matter who's to blame. I'll find a way. I'll find a way. And every time I close my eyes, a little less of you remains. I know you're slipping further from me now. Am I too far away? Tell me why I won't ever feel the same. I'll try everything until you're back again.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final day of the Ascension of the Ages, hosted by Aegis Esports. My name is Canapit, alongside Protroid. Of course, in this event, we started with 400. Now we're down to 64.
Yes, and what are these 64 players playing today? Only for the ultimate prizes and glory, fitting of the region that has won the last global championship, of course. We are here. Everything is on the line for spots and tacticians trials in cups, and plus a little bit of cash smoothing things over as well.
Yeah, of course, for those top four in particular to secure berths at the Tacticians Cup for the Americas #1 is absolutely huge. It's only a short leap from there into the Golden Spatula Pan Regional event. And then, of course, just beyond there, the Tacticians Crown World Championship event for Inkborn Fables.
Yes, and this is just easily the way to pave your path towards that first Tactician's Crown Global Championship. It's going to be pretty insane to see. We have a lot of players to talk about here to make sure that we can go through it all. JD Zielinski has been fantastic through the day. But before we talk too much about some of these players specifically, I just want to remind everyone about the format that's been coming up here, because we got a few little things to go over to make sure everyone knows what to expect as they're watching things today.
Yes, so as we do quickly remind everyone how it looked at the start of things. As we mentioned before, we started with the 400, and then after 3 rounds, we started cutting down dramatically to only barely under 180, making it through to day 2.
Yes, and when we go to day 2, we saw very similar and very aggressive cuts. Players got to have a 3-game grace period just to try to feel things out, and then cut after cut after cut, getting us to those 64 players that are going to be competing with us today.
So yes, as we look forward, worth noting, of course, that we will have 7 games today, with that 7th game being played between our 8 remaining after those cuts are done and through. Those 8 players will be taking their places at those future events with those guaranteed spots. But again, only the top 4 get to take the biggest leapfrog into this brave new world of competitive season. But Protroid, let's talk a little bit about some of those players we have been seeing, cutting their way into day 3. Of course, the biggest one, of course, has got to be JD Zielinski, a front runner, not just in day 1, but in day 2 as well. And bear in mind, of course, in day 1, that's a 400-person event that he was able to take first place in.
And to be clear, too, their record on day 1, I think, was just a mite better than their record on day 2. Still finishing first in each of those tournaments. I'm sorry, each of those stretches, let's say, excuse me. But beyond that, though, hasn't finished below a top 4 yet in this tournament as a result. So has just had this remarkable level of consistency at their backs that I want to see how that carries them into the final day today.
I mean, they couldn't have more momentum, finishing 6 points ahead of Bosso Skills in 2nd place, but it's worth bearing in mind, the points are super, while we've got JD Zielinski really up and ahead of the pack, the points are extremely close from that point forward. There's only 4 points separating a 2nd place finish from a 14th place finish. And it's also worth bearing in mind, of course, that we did have some of those bonus points, particularly in effect from day 1 to day 2, which helped propel top-performing players like JD into a strong day 2 finish as well.
And you could also look at that gap between JD Zielinski and our 2nd place player, Bosso Skills, and see all of those bonus points really putting in that level of work. But Bosso Skills hasn't been any kind of slouch either, has also had a very impressive performance in their regard. I believe had more individual first places than JD Zielinski, but hit a couple more lower performances here and there as well, which is why they're in 2nd and not 1st at the end of the day. But still, it is incredible to see how tight things are at that top 2, even approaching the top 10.
Yeah, and of course, if we're looking to the wider field in general, we can't ignore the lab members who've turned up in absolute force. Of course, taking the center stage thanks to their unique sense of dress, but absolutely everywhere and having a great presence here in day 3.
Yeah, I gotta say, any tournament where the lab members on the final day make up roughly an 1/8 of competitors is probably a good day for the lab. We have Senbon in currently 9th place overall. That's going to be an incredible performance for them. But you also have other familiar faces. Lab 004 Rainplosion is currently 21st overall. Humbug just behind them in 23rd. And Brosif rounding things out a little bit further down in 35th. So we really do have lab players running the full gambit of competitors on on this first day across this first 64. And I know for a fact that in the break between day 2 coming in here to day 3, everyone from the lab, whether they made it to this day or not, was collaborating and trying to figure out how they can cook up some success in this final day of the tournament.
And of course, we had a pretty big separation between, again, while we had a big clump up towards the top, we did have players who were, just trying to make it into day 3 at all. So I do believe joining us in just a moment's time will be one of those players who just scraped in over not just into day 3, but actually into day 2 as well. August. He'll be joining us in a second to run through, some of the thoughts heading into the competition, because of course, this is a big day, with the changes to the NA competitive scene, to hopefully provide the land of opportunity and get some of our players who haven't necessarily had a chance to seize the spotlight for themselves into that spotlight directly.
And this has just been an incredible format overall. This is, as you already mentioned, an open tournament. You don't need to grind a crap ton of ladder games. We didn't have to hide any of this behind a rank requirement to just get in here. It was just simply, hey, are you interested in competitive TFT? Do you want to forge your own path to pro? Here is how you do that, and here is how you develop and begin that story. So all in all, that is fantastic stuff to see. And I can't think of a better player for us to start talking to than August at this stage. Has been playing TFT since set 1, has joined the summer camp study group during set 8, has been really serious in their competitive journey, be it here, be it at Aegis more broadly in general. So August, it's great to have you here. How are you feeling?
Thanks so much for having me, man. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling excited. Normally I feel a lot more nervous in these sort of tournaments, but I'm feeling just like really happy I made it this far. This is super high for me. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, some of the things you told us before coming online really stuck with me. I think the thing that jumped out was when you were saying that you were kind of used to losing and being knocked out in day 1. Obviously that hasn't happened here. You're going into the fiercest competition likely you've ever faced, but you yourself have reached new heights. Was there something that changed for you, particularly, something that kind of clicked in your mind that you were able to kind of turn that around and start performing the best you've done?
I don't know exactly. Definitely this set has clicked a little bit easier for me than previous sets. I feel like in the sets where everything's really well balanced, players that like play more flexibly or more creatively reward a little bit more. I think that might have a little bit to do with it. You're not having to force the best thing or else you're going forth, and not having to high roll from every single spot, like being able to play, just in a well-rounded way really suits my play style.
Yeah, I bet. And you were even touching on this a little bit with having to high roll and all this sort of stuff, but competition has still been very steep here at the Ascension of the Ages. Like, you have finished just above the cutoff on each day so far, but coming into day 3 here, you are tied with a player like Spicy Appies, and you're a little bit ahead of Ramkev and T-Lides. You're accused to playing against the occasional big name at Aegis. You've seen maybe 1 or 2 folks of these on the ladder in the past, but how does it feel standing shoulder to shoulder with some of these NA greats?
It truly feels like a real David and Goliath moment. Like, usually, like you said, I'll have no chance to play with these kind of players, not on ladder, not in tournaments, because I wouldn't make it this far. So I'm feeling confident, but I'm not feeling cocky. But I'm looking forward to the chance to really take it to some of these guys. I mean,
it's okay if you're feeling a little bit cocky. We won't tell anyone. We just have a small public broadcast of anyone here that is willing to listen. So your secret is safe with us if you truly are.
No, I'm just really looking forward to it.
Well, before we let you get ready for what should be a very big day, I just kind of wanted to get sort of a general feel from you on the meta, from your perspective. In terms of your play style, what kind of compositions have been working well for you, and what kind of compositions have you struggled against more?
What's been working well? Definitely a few things that we've seen a ton of. The 3 cost rerolls, the Yone, the Bard, the Senna Ghostly board, the things that you can kind of lean into earlier and then sort of, win out with later if you've got like a really solid foundation. Something I was practicing for the past couple of days that I think I'm going to struggle with maybe are the people that, really do well with their health and with their econ, taking it to those, level 9, level 10 Giga Cap legendary boards. Definitely one of my weaker sides of the game, but was working on it. Hopefully, maybe I might hit one of those spots and continue pushing through where people wouldn't expect me to push through.
Hope it works out.
Yeah. Same as well. And once again, August, we're going to wish you the best of luck that we can here on the broadcast. Please, in chat, wish August luck. Give them the spirit bomb that they so deserve to try to keep on moving on. But August, it's been so nice to talk with you. Best of luck.
Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I think we can follow on from there as we start diving into the kind of meta part of it. That I do think, given the kind of format we've got today, again, we got 64 players coming into this one. We know that only the top 8 are going to be able to get the spaces they're really looking for. While we've got the pricing heading down a lot further, the spaces in the future competitions are absolutely everything. I think we're going to be seeing an awful lot of players trying to really dial into those kind of top 1, top 2 finishes as often as they can.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure I double down on that pricing note once more time, because being able to show the cost is going to be huge here. Like, hey, first place is $1,500. That is awesome. But you're looking at that top 8. Getting to that final lobby is going to be how you were able to qualify for the trials, how you're able to qualify for the cup. And that means that, as you said, you got to play some of these high cap boards. I'm really interested to see what August was saying, since they were practicing going for that full cap level 9, level 10 Zaya board, because they need to make sure they can perform at that level if they want to try to see if they can continue their rise coming in towards the trials, or even a cup if they are so able.
I mean, I think, this all stands in the shadow of what Malala was able to do at the Global Championship, pulling off absolutely astonishing stuff, playing very risky. I think that's going to be reflected here today with we're going to need to see our players take the roads less traveled. Fortune, in particular, I think it's going to be more played than it would be otherwise. But we even saw over in day 1, Fortune is very risky in multiple different avenues, as not least of which your opponents have a lot of power to put you down by just, weakening their board, selling off the board and saying, you know what, you look like you might be headed for a first place. Let me do something about that.
Yeah, and there's no checkmate format trying to save you there. It's not going to be, ooh, you just need that first. It's going to take, if you just get one random bad game later on in the day, that might be it. You might not be able to continue that journey, as we were talking about before. So it's going to be a pretty tricky thing to work through. But I did also want to highlight as well, because August was saying that there are many other compositions that they were comfortable with in that reroll category, those 3s and 2 costs. Obviously, if that's the case, people's minds immediately jump to the Heavenly Yone, because that has been the thing that's been absolutely dominating at least my ladder games here in NA. I'm not quite sure about you over in EMEA, but regardless of any of that, we really have seen a pretty wide variety of compositions just in this tournament alone, and being able to play so many of them effectively is a sign of a very healthy meta.
Yeah, I mean, there's something the argument to be made for, not outside of the very bleeding edge extreme players. It is going to be a tough task in every game to say, you know what, I'm always going to play towards the extreme late game, because there are only, so many options you can have in terms of legendary, super, and similar. So I think there will be games our players will just have to settle for top 4s and say, you know what, as long as I don't hit the bottom 4s in these games, as long as I have a solid game, I can, while my fate may not be entirely in my hands going forwards, I wonder if that's ever really the case in any tournament.
And to be clear, stats and tier lists can be a little bit deceptive at the end of the day, because I will say this 9 times out of 10, if you can play a B tier composition well and you are uncontested on that B tier composition, you might as well be playing an A or an S tier, because you have the wiggle room to really move through and fly. Yes, if you're going to be trying to go something like the Bard reroll, that really hasn't had its heyday anymore. Bard has been nerfed a lot in the aggregate going on towards Mythic. However, still can be incredibly strong if you can hit early and hit hard with it here at the end of the day.
Oh, for sure. And I think seeing the Bard nerf reverted in the B patch, and as well, it's such an interesting environment for us to be in on this B patch, given that so much changed. Especially seeing the Twin Terror composition just deleted from the game entirely. But we're still seeing it again and again. So many different things coming up. Of course, 7 games across the entirety of today. Again, we'll be looking much for our players who can hit the very, very tippy top of the table, because the cuts will start getting very brutal indeed. We shall take ourselves a short break while we get that game 1 in the barrel ready for you to see exactly what we've got in store. So stay tuned. The Ascension of the Ages begins momentarily.
time I touch Mac. Every time I touch Mac.
Explode the sunlight here, gentlemen. You explode the universe.
Every time I touch Mac. Every time I touch Mac.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Ascension of the Ages. Apologies for the slight delay in getting things started. There's still a lot of players, a lot of ducks to get into the row. But Protroid, we have got our first lobby of the 7 that we played here today, and it's quite the first lobby.
Yeah, I gotta say, there's a lot of insane folks happening in here. First and foremost, as a huge fan of that classical TFT, I see Appies, I see Ramkev, I see 2/3 of the Triforce Tactics podcast. That's gonna be pretty awesome to see so far. 2 players that I've known pretty extensively too through the Tri-State Tactics tournaments happening here in my neck of the woods on the East Coast of the United States. So really happy to see them competing here.
Yeah, and of course, I'll always have time for Rain. Remember her managing to break through to the top 8 in the Dragonlance Championship after having a really rough start to the competition, pulling this incredible comeback train all the way, from almost very one of the last places to making it into the top 8 is amazing. But I know RJ Blamo as well in this lobby, 27th coming out of the day number 2. A bit of a dark horse, kind of understand Protroid.
Yeah, it's actually pretty funny. I was looking over at Frodan's co-stream, I think of day 1, and they saw RJ Blarmo really popping off. They're like, oh, what's going on with this dude? They looked them up on tactics.tools or some other site like that, and they have grand total of 5 games in rank. They played their placements and stopped. Granted, this player's is a very strong player. Previous sets, they have made it up to that Master Grandmaster, I think even low Challenger in one instance level, so they definitely know what they're doing, definitely know what they're talking about, but just might not have had as many games as you would expect for a player performing this well in the tournament on this set right now.
Yeah, and again, for anyone who is coming in late, do remember what our players are playing for today. If you can get into the top 8 finishes, you'll find yourself a berth in events to come. But the top 4 is really the power finishes, which will allow you straight into a pretty high level of competition here that will skip a lot of what's to come. The only way to do that, though, is to have some pretty amazing finishes. And it all begins here in Game 1.
Yes, we're a little bit late, but we can see just in time that this is going to be a gold opener here for these players. And this starts getting me a little bit nervous because these are players that know how to play around high econ. They know how to play towards that late game. And since everyone gets that free little batch of 7 gold, we might see that Zaya composition coming up a bit more frequently than we would see in other games.
Oh, for sure. I mean, as I said, this is going to be one where we'll be keeping our eyes very closely on how our players look to approach the game. You said, we've definitely got always the threat of the massive late game kind of board set up here to look out for. But as well, there's a lot of different ways to get Elise to the mid game. Certainly, Fated, as we're seeing here from Ramkev, has got a decent move into this kind of line of play to start with. Is always going to be a solid choice.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the verticals that we're seeing this set are just really strong if you can play them effectively through this early to mid game. We know that Mythic with Kog'Maw was a pretty big choice here. You covered Faded, and I think I saw another player off to the side already picking up a Story Weaver or 2. So as long as you can hit early and hit hard, you should be in a pretty comfortable position. But again, I would imagine most of these players already hit that 10 gold, might not want to go a little bit too risky, might want to greed things up a little bit more.
I mean, it makes a ton of sense here just to keep your options open. As you can see, Ramkev and Silver Augments coming in. So Ramkev with a ton of items already there to go is going to be tempted, I think, by the Iron Assets to be able to slam down an additional completed item and come out of the gate swinging.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is terrifying. We can either see them go for an incredibly dominant opener here, slam all these items immediately, or you could sell those Garens, try to see if you can run something low econ, and just start with 20 gold here on stage 2-1. So lots of interesting options. It seems like it's going to be the Kabuko-Timo pair, though, to start things off.
I do not mind this at all. Certainly, this can be extremely powerful longer term. We've got generic strength on our board. We can see on our right-hand side that we have seen a few level ups as well. We'll see in a second how well Ramkev's going to have to bring it in, as it looks like we will be seeing a good amount of items being put in, but Ramkev's holding back to a single component to see if it's fully necessary to commit everything.
And oh my goodness, is that over encumbered I see over on Arrow's side of the board? This is one of these new silver augments that has been really driving me insane, honestly, for some of the ways it might force you to play transformatively in this game. You're losing so many bench slots with the promise of so many strong things to come. And hey, it looks like they're even able to take a win for their troubles here.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Ramkev, could have decided to put in the Morellos onto Tino, which was certainly a very respectable item onto him, but decided not to pull through with that in the end. I'm kind of curious to see where Ramkev's going to be going from here. I think with that loss coming in, there's got to be a pretty serious temptation to do exactly as you said before. Just say, you know what, I've got a lot of money here. If I get up to 20, I can guarantee I'm at least getting a good amount of interest to help make, to push for the late game and also to pick my Kubiko just a little bit tougher.
Yeah, and we even see the Zyra being slotted in here just so that way you can hold on to the Garen if you win or sell it for 20 if you lose. So that means they really are moving sort of in this Story Weaver hedge betting kind of situation, I suppose. So that is going to be working out pretty nicely for them. Over on the other side, though, it looks like Connor is me going for a bit more of this Kog'Maw start, and this one looks like it's going to be a little bit worse for wear than previously seen.
Well, yeah, I mean, Connor's definitely going for the long-term approach in there. A lot of our silver ones definitely giving the delayed gratification, but all right, we'll get to see what kind of lobby this is going to be a lot ahead of time. So we go from silver straight into gold, and we go from low power to potentially some very strong power instead.
I mean, I was going to say, you're talking about a bit of delayed gratification. This one is instant now, coming in with the immediate surprise of 2 augments here on stage 2. The true 2s is something that's fascinating me, and heck, Ramkev is even actually claiming their comp in the chat. Usually True 2s has historically been that Senna reroll composition with Ghostly, but nowadays a lot more folks have been sort of beating the EMEA's drum, going in for that Zyra Janna composition.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Salvi was the player from previous GSC champion, and incredibly successful player over at EMEA, be the one who managed to create a huge amount of impact on that in the early days of the step. And I think this is why we saw Ramkev trying to hold back a little bit on committing for those items, make sure there was a little bit more flexibility with the AP approach to bring out something like this.
I mean, I really do like these slams as a result, too, because Shojin is just going to work on so many different AP compositions. It works great on the Zoe that we've been seeing players use to dominate ladders, and is even okay if you're going to be going for something that's a little bit more lower mana cost, like the Syndra. So all of it does work together pretty nicely here at the end of the day, but works out especially well if you're going to go for that Janna.
Yeah, and I mean, Janna definitely, has a lot of potential longer term. Getting the 3 stars, get yourself a board that's worthy of being shielded, and you've got that infinite scaling through the round that can make an absolute mess out of everything. Taking a quick look at the overall HP totals in the lobby, you can definitely see that Connor and Rain starting to drip down a little bit towards the tail end, with Aero managing to maintain a clean sheet so far.
Yeah, really curious to see exactly how that's going to go. Also curious to see if the blue version of Kale is actually going to be enough over the attack speed if you're going Janna, and it looks like that is going to be the case this time around. I gotta say, it really has been interesting to see how Kale has been working through, but it has gone on well. Here, though, I think we might be noticing another attack speed composition coming on here, and maybe something that could contest another member of Triforce Tactics.
Great minds think alike. Is, oh my gosh, we have got ourselves all kinds of good stuff. It looks like the lab have been hard at work, because alongside the story we've been seeing, as you mentioned, in multiples, we have got ourselves a fine vintage composition. You said you wanted to see the heavenly boards with the Yone. This is the other heavenly board, which is all about the bugs. Not quite enough bugs as of yet, but long term, just you wait.
I mean, I will say, though, half the battle of running heavily vintage is actually just hitting a Kai'Sa here at level 5 on stage 2. Sure, Appy's do whatever the heck you want, but that might shift around some plans. We'll talk about that more in a second. But yes, we have seen fine vintage drop off a little bit over time, but as long as you're able to hit those bugs early, you can really build a nice board. I'm just going to go back to my surprise, amazement. I'm not quite sure about just being able to hit this Kai'Sa. I really want to know if Appies is going to look to try to shift their board around, especially when they've already started itemizing away from where Kai'Sa would be most effective.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit frustrating to have, the good fortune arrive slightly out of order as we check in with the Jana board again. We can see already that this board is coming together very, very quickly. I think for Appy's, getting a hold of the Kaiser early on is absolutely fantastic because it's an extremely contested unit. But I wonder if it might end up being a bit of a cursed chalice to pick up this early on and trying to make a board that fits around him.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how that could work out. I'm still just a little bit shaken by it. 2% is much better than it used to be after all, but for now, though, Appy's isn't getting too tempted by it, just trying to build a decently strong board here. I have to say that being able to throw in the 2 altruists by finding the Soraka has been a pretty favored approach by many of our players through this tournament, and is also a testament just how strong these individual units are. If you were to look at our random stats page on our main scheduling tab, you'll see that Riven is the most used unit of this tournament so far, and Soraka is just a little bit behind, yet still in the top 10. So really does show the true power of this pairing that these players have found at the opening of this tournament.
And to touch further on what we've been seeing with the Kaiser being dropped here very early on, we've had a received word Arrow also playing this lobby has also found a very early Kaiser. So if we're talking about contested, it is on the cards. Though it's worth noting that at this point, I think we're going to be seeing a backing off at least for Appy's side of things.
I mean, I gotta say too, Arrow is still streaking here at 100 HP. We're not going to see an augment stage of free 2 because remember, we already received that in stage 2. That's going to be pretty insane to see. So things will begin to finally slow down a little bit as we're moving on in. But overall, this has just been an incredible start for many of these folks here. And we can even see how Connor's Me has been playing. It looks like they're going all in on this Kog'Maw reroll. Already 1 off of the Cho'Gath free, and thanks to those lesser dupes on the bench, 1 off of the Cog as well.
I'm kind of curious to see how that one's going to work out longer term, because our players are putting their plans together very quickly as Arrow. So we noted before as the other player who was able to find the Kaiser has put it into play. You mentioned the over encumbered from before, so an augment brought Arrow down in terms of power during stage 2. Hasn't stopped Arrow from putting together a massive win streak, and with those extra components, be able to really push even more power here in stage 3.
Yeah, I really gotta say, Over Encumbered is one of my favorite new augments just because I love anything that forces you to play around your bench that little bit differently. And I think it really is a testament to Arrow's skill to be able to still produce a strong board when they can't hold on to nearly as many units and still be able to maintain a win streak and be able to play dominantly. Yes, Mr. Mortog seemed to have their hand on the scale a little tiny bit here because they were able to get that early Kaisa, but it all just works here at the end of the day and leads up to a board that I think other players in this lobby have to start getting concerned about here. The longer that you have any player win streaking, be it Arrow, being any of their folks like Ramkev and Tan, who have also just begun a streak anew, they're able to warp the economy of the lobby and force everyone to play at their own tempo.
Yeah, I mean, Connor and Rain down very, very low at this point. As you mentioned, the top of our lobby is absolutely going crazy, and now we've got something to push it even further. Timo steps in, chuckling, laughing, a little jerk. He's going to force things to get even more out of control because our top players now have an additional layer of motivation to push their board strength even more. I believe 10 gold or so on the line for our players towards the top if they successfully turn this round into a win.
I mean, and take a look at how they're responding to it too. I could see Ramkev 2-starring unit after unit. Arrow is also finding these little advantages here, there, and everywhere to try to buff up their own board. Obviously, everyone loves to boast, yes, I am going to win. Give me this additional gold. And it seems like we are going to see the grudge match between the two.
Yeah, I don't think that Janna is fully online as yet. The Toxin from the Kaiser as well means she's just being such a pain to deal with. Yeah, be able to cut through the front line with the 3 item, and of course the Spirit Shojin as well. You can see the spread damage is absolutely huge, and I think, yeah, there's going to be a lot of tears shed over this round, but not from Arrow. That's a huge win, and the extra chunk of gold coming in. Also, I have to assume that's going for Tan as well. Presumably made the guess of getting the win. So our top performing players will keep getting that money and keep pushing forwards.
And that's terrifying for Ramkev because you saw how much economy they invested in trying to maintain that win streak to then go into the person who is streaking at 100 HP, who continues to win, gets the further buff from the Teemo. We really are just seeing how economy can compound in on itself in TFT. And Arrow clearly has a game plan here. They showed their team builder. They know they want to go for this Kaisa Ghostly board that we've seen a lot of success with throughout the tournament so far. I'm curious to see if the sheer amount of econ they have might try to make them go a little bit more creative as we get deeper and deeper in. For now, though, we get to get a closer look at Rain as they're finding a few more bugs on their board.
Yes, let's hope that things start turning around. Because while Rain has definitely got everything they need for the time being, but it takes time to find vintage post nerf. You don't get the ticks through on the PvE rounds, so you need to get in the components, you need to get those items on the bench, and you need to hope that the one artifact you're getting through is the correct one. You need to get the Zerots in, you need to get the buffs for those Zerots as well, and hopefully reach the kind of threshold where your board becomes just overwhelmingly strong.
And this board isn't looking very heavenly at all. It seems like instead they're going for an interesting fortune variant, which unfortunately for them might be a tiny bit too strong here. I don't think Zyra's going to have enough gas in the tank, although I've been surprised before. Whoa. Oh my goodness.
Nah, Protroid, what you didn't understand is Rain had it in hand the entire time. She was toying with us. Going the road that's a lot less travel, which is not just opening up and letting people beat you up on Fortune, but knowing that she's on low HP and that she's going to need to ride that line really carefully for the rest of the game to not, even post Fortune cash out, be in a position that's too hard to come back from.
Yes, indeed. They took the road less traveled by, and the healing orbs made all the difference at the end of the day there. That is incredibly insane stuff to see, especially because that means that Rain gets to continue their loss streak. They're really teetering on a knife's edge here at 42 HP coming into the Wolf round. We're not quite sure where they are in their cash out just yet, but I'm certainly hoping for Rain's sake it's sooner rather than later.
Well, something that jumps out to me, Protroid, is we've got 4 Fortune in the mix now, so I do wonder if maybe Rain's going to try and fit in the 5 just to extend out a little bit more with that heal round by round. But this loss at least isn't so close because it is against the current dominator of the lobby, Arrow, who again is still undefeated along with Tan. Those two have avoided each other pretty much, if not the entire game so far. They're both streaking.
And win streaking into your first PvE round, that's crazy. It's not as strong as it used to be because you can't get to that plus 3 gold purely off of it, but you can do pretty well. Streaking into your second PvE round, though, means that you effectively have all the money in the world, and you can spend that money however you wish to truly turn tides in your favor. Meanwhile, though, taking a look at what our other win streaking player of Tan is up to, they've been going pretty deep into Yone, already have the items that they need to get going, just for missing that final Titan's Resolve to really put the icing on the cake there. But looking at that bench, they've also found Xayah and Rakan to spice things up a little bit more.
Oh yeah, no, I'm really liking what we're seeing here from Tan. I think the big question is, when will these two face off against each other? We are seeing a little bit of rolling here, a little bit of concern from Tan that maybe the board isn't quite strong enough. I do like the Keeper shield we've got in the mix here to keep things a little bit more interesting. But Yone is front and center. As you mentioned before, this is a all-in on the Yone board, but the two leaders will duck each other for this round.
Yeah, really, when you play Heavenly Yone, you're playing Yone plus 7 or so additional items that you're shoving onto him through the rest of those Heavenly units. So I really do like seeing the drop of the Umbral, just trying to fit out as many stats as you can. Right now, though, you really are just missing that final Titan's Resolve to help ensure the Yone can live forever.
And unfortunately, it's not quite strong enough. It may in fact be, no, Arrow loses as of that round, and it's also going to be Tan as well. So as much as we were hyping up the clash between our two win streakers, both of them lose on the same round 4-1.
And that is going to mean the rest of the lobby is going to breathe a sigh of relief here. Their economy is no longer crashed. There is room for them to try to catch up, and these gold augments might be the way forward to do so.
Oh boy, and of course we did get our second augment a little bit early, so this will be our last injection of power. Ramkev on the right hand side, you can make out faintly, has hit the Jana 3, so I think the fact we've had our 2 win streakers lose in that previous round, and we're starting to see the 3 stars come online, means we're seeing the rest of the lobby starting to stamp their foot on the pedal, get themselves up to speed, and bring the power level of the lobby back into coherence.
I mean, Tan, though, finds an excellent consolation prize in the form of the Banshee's Veil, another item that you want to put onto the Yone, and just giving you as much of these aura buffs as possible. Well and truly, this is the reason why things like Chalice of Power, like Zeke's Herald, were taken off the regular rotation of items and moved onto that support item slot.
I mean, this is terrifying. As you mentioned, we've got ourselves now Reaper 4 in place as well, so the Yone's got even more damage. We're 1 bow away from that best in slot double Titans you were mentioning before. But yeah, there's so few windows to deal with that Yone, even post-up. He's got a smaller shield, but you've got the Bloodthirster now as well. You've got the CC immunity. There's so few ways to get maximum burst onto him to remove him before he just deletes your backline.
And right now, I'm just curious to see what's next here. We see all of these things happening, but still only Yone 2. Meanwhile, you take a look over here at Ramkev. They've been rolling for 2 cost, and they've been really coming up rewarded for it. Just hit the Janna 2 coming in here. I think in the previous round is when they hit the Lux 2 as well. Also only 2 off of the Diana. So really everything is coming up great for some of these players. They're trying to see how far they can run away with things before Tan can really come online.
I mean, I really like the setup here for Ramkev, in terms of coming online at the moment, with Inspiring Epitaph coming in as the 3rd and final augment, just doubling down on what this board does really well. Get the shields onto the important units. You've got your chaff units there, can just die, give the Diana her shields, keep her up under a hideous hail of fire. You can see there, this board right now is ruling the roost, setting up a win streak for Ramkev, which is fantastic, heading it closer and closer to stage 5.
And obviously, I can't speak for the other lobbies that are happening right now, but this, I think, is now the 230th time that Inspiring Epitaph has been clicked in this tournament. It has been incredibly popular among all of our players, and that's even before you start looking at the stats they're showing. It has a very strong delta to help you keep on moving forward. So all of that is working pretty nicely here in Ramkev's favor. I want to switch over to Rain fairly soon, though, because they were able to cash out. Production did confirm that they were able to get a bunch of random champions, went for a roll, now ended up picking up a spatula here in order to try to double things down. So it seems like Story Weavers have been the star of the show.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get in the Story Weaver emblem, that's even better for you to push the power even further. So we've got the Kaiser in the mix as well. We're potentially throwing in Lysandra up to just an absolute swarm of units on the field here. We ended up with a double drop when all was said and done, but I'm liking what we're seeing here. Let's call back the spectre of tournaments past. Rain, it looks like she's on the path to do exactly what she did in the Dragonlance Championship. Take the hits in the early going, swing around the sun, and come back and punch the entire lobby in the face.
And there's a few things I would like to see here that Rain isn't doing right now. For example, the ZZ Rots aren't getting the effect of the Aegis defenses, but honestly, at the end of the day, I feel like that's all just extra credit. This board is more than strong enough to burst through anything that anyone else can muster. Appies just takes a huge punch in the face.
Wow, yeah. I remember Appy's another one of those players who was going for the Story Weaver beforehand. I think it's a testament to how strong it is as a trait that so many people in the lobby are going down the street. We can see on the bench there for Appy's, we've almost got a 3-star Revan, we've almost got a 3-star Soraka, but Appy's may just not have enough time to bring everything online.
Yeah, we'll stick around here to see how these next couple of rolls go. It seems like they've had a bit of a rough spat in the most recent rounds here on a bit of a cold streak. They want to make sure that they're not going to go into Ramkev. Perhaps the bitterness coming in from the close of the Triforce Tactics podcast beginning to come on in, and it seems like the blow might be delivered just now.
Oh boy, I mean, at least the Soraka did manage to hit the 3-star. The Riven, a vastly less high priority, but the Janna board, we don't have the 3 items quite yet onto the Janna, but we do have the Lux a new addition to that kind of approach to the game, where you've got yourself a secondary damage source that can really hurt the back lines while Janna holds down the front. And there's the hit onto Appies. We'll have to see if that's going to be, yes, it will be confirmed. 8th place in the lobby. As we said right back at the beginning of the day, this is a tournament day 3. You need to have alarmingly good performances, and for Appies, that's got to be a bitter disappointment.
The only silver lining here is that points were reset coming into day 3, so the only folks that have the advantage were the ones that top 8'd yesterday and got those bonus points. So that means that Appies is even with most of the lobby right now. However, that if they want to have any chance of moving back on through, we have to see first after first after first coming on through and securing the rest of the day today. Meanwhile, though, for Tan, it looks like they were able to find a lucky Wukong on level 7, so they've been making pretty good strides here to buff up this Yone, capped off with the Yone 3 right now.
Thank you, Tan, for illustrating. I love it when players do that. Just using their abilities with their mouse just to show the level of excitement there. What a thing it is to come into day 3 of Ascension of the Ages and have a game one like this. Say, you've got your hopes when you come into the day, as we talked to August before, but having those materialize to say everything is coming together, that's what it's all for.
We do have a bit of a bittersweet ending there because we weren't able to get the second Titan's Resolve onto the Yone. I do like picking up the Hodge for a little bit of extra healing. I think it is good because you already have the Quicksilver coming in, so you don't quite need the Edge of Night that was also on offer there, so that works out pretty nicely. But look at the shred that comes on through for the Yone right now. If he's able to get these kills on the backline, there's just nothing that Ramkev can do.
I mean, it's, we're getting into the kind of the rock, paper, scissors kind of situation here. The Janna board is not spec'd for massive single target damage. You just don't have a way of getting rid of the Yone once he gets ramped up and online, even if he doesn't have the Titans. But the Janna board for Ramco will at least have good matchups across a lot of other places. For now, though, Connor has gone out in 7th place, so we're starting to narrow in on those top finishes.
I'm sorry, every time we go to Arrow's perspective, there's just more stuff happening here right now. They're still running off pretty strong on that Kaisa, but still only 1 star, finding a 2-star Azir to really keep things going. Also 1 off of a 2-star Udyr as well. Really just trying to build this kind of legendary soup that has been very powerful so far on this set.
I mean, also check out Arrow's last augment, the ability to buy units for 0 gold. You see in the shop right now, everything it costs 0. At level 9, to be able to bring that into play means you can put together the kinds of boards that you would only be able to dream about under any other circumstance.
And thank you for pointing that out because I completely missed Everything Must Go over there. This is traditionally an augment that really lets you hyper-focus in on 4-cost carries, but it seems like instead Arrow is trying to find 5 costs where possible.
Oh boy. I mean, yeah, we can just see that the golds can be spent almost entirely on getting through, in this case, finding the 2-star Kaiser. Arrow has taken a lot of damage as we saw last, but that's a huge upgrade in the board. I mean, what we've got online here already is already very strong. We've got the potential of the Udyr 2. We've already got the Azir 2. And the Xayah 2 is waiting in the wings as well. Arrow can get very, very strong just with a few lucky shots.
But look at who's waiting in the wings right there. Rain, who's been win streaking. Lovita was another possible competitor as well. So all that means that Arrow just has an insane strength of schedule. And it seems like their board, despite all these advantages, doesn't seem to have enough just yet. Wait a second. I may have spoken a little too soon.
It's going to be pretty tight, but the Kaiser just now at 2-star is strong enough. Rain takes the L there. Lovita keeps hold of their streak, but we're really narrowing in on the HP. I think for Rain, losing that round is a huge blow in terms of momentum when it's needed the most.
By the way, that Zion Rakan is immediately whisked away by Rain. I think that's a 2-star for them, but we'll have to double check in the future. But no, I completely agree here. Rain was in a position from playing Fortune where she knew that she was going to be behind the pack. She knew that she was going to have to play on that knife's edge. And now she's here at 16 HP on the closing side of stage 5. That means you have very little room for error.
Again, with the way this song works, you need to have ideally the top 1 finishes coming out of this one So you will have to play risky. There will be games where those risks just do not pay off. For Rain, though, trying to bring everything to bear. The 10 units in place. We're up to level 9. There's not a lot of gold left in the banks. You need to make this work. Sorry, Weaver 7 coming online. We've at least got the Kaiser on the back line. We've got the 1-star Aurelia. We'll see in this next round if it can be good enough to bring Rain back online.
And remember, 2-star Rakan is also huge here. The sheer amount of damage that you can reduce by getting caught in Rakan's jump is absolutely huge here. You're going to have to watch that as the fight goes on.
Yeah, up against Ramkev and the shielding board from before. It looks like there is enough punch behind Rain's boards. The front line evaporates immediately. Janice is a little bit too slow, I think. She just stays up to the tail end there. But no, it's good enough. Rain, with 1 goal left in the bank, finds her feet as Levita does take the L, opening up at least our top 4 for the conversation.
And I gotta say, this really is insane for Rain right now, and also a little bit bittersweet for Ramkev. They built a very strong board that can last you strongly through stage 3 up to stage 5, but now that we're beginning to enter stage 6, we're starting to see its breaking point. We're starting to see how Ramkev is trying to leverage their HP to ensure they can stay within the top 4 rather than bleed out to a 5th.
I think that's representative of what we'll see in the tournament across today. Our players are playing for the bleeding edge of what's possible with these boards right now, and it may well be that the standard style boards will get left behind in the shuffle. See how Aero does again, as it looks like this big board up against Ramkev. Again, it's just on a whole different planet. The Kaiser, the Azir, there's just too many threats to shut down in a hurry, and Ramkev's losing streak and potential journey to even a 5th is continuing.
There are some silver linings here for Ramkev, though. Lovita just went down, so that means there is only 1 position left, and mathematically, you would think that RJ Blarmo and Rain would take each other out or get taken out beforehand, but I've, of course, seen crazy things. It's entirely possible they could win streak on through post-Dragon. Ramkev, meanwhile, has been on a strong loss streak themselves, still hasn't even found that Diana 3 that we were talking about, so really need something like that to be a difference maker to have that last shot of stabilizing.
Protroid, speaking of 3 stars, we have received some hot intel about Aero, who of course was taking a lot of the attention in the other game, apparently is looking to go for Ornn 3 in this game. As across the field, our players are powering up again. Rain with a huge hit there, gets Aurelia 2 online. That's another big chunk of damage coming in, and the choice of items as well to push that power further.
Yeah, I'm going to say right now, Morello's isn't exactly what you want on your Aurelia 2, but at the end of the day, it is going to be working really strong. I think Rain might even be considering selling the Kaisa, moving the items over, and yes, that's exactly what she's going to do. I'm very curious to see how this works out, because the sheer amount of spread the Kaisa was able to put forward, I'm not sure if the Aurelia can match the same thing.
It's going to be a very long-term strategy here. We'll see how it works up against the Kaiser on the other side. It's all about whether or not that front line can stay in place. Udyr, fortunately, stays away from the priority targets for long enough. And, in this set, it's so explosive, these rounds. Ghostly, very similar as well. You go from having a board to suddenly having nothing at all, just if you can tip over that threshold of time.
And RJ Blarmo is going to take the brunt of it for now. So that means that Ramkev has managed to stay in the top 4, but not through their own inaction. They were also able to just take down Tan right now. So that is pretty interesting to see on their own regard. We also get to check in on Aero, who, yes, is definitely looking to see if they can go for the Ornn 3. I like it as an option when you're trying to play for this augment. It just means that you're playing for a 4 cost that's a little bit more uncontested. You might have an easier time hitting. So that makes plenty of sense to me.
Yeah, with everything must go, you can just turn your entire budget into just re-rolls. I think Aero, trying to be a little bit conservative here, might actually come back to bite them, because that's a huge loss. And now, I don't know if Aero's going to have too much more of that. As Ramkev takes the L to Rain, we won't be seeing the elimination, but we're getting pretty damn close.
Oh, and wait, here's a level here, but I'm really nervous about this. You only have 2 rolls here. You can't sell your units for econ. that just means this is going to be it for Arrow unless they can get some street gold back, which, again, at a loss, I don't think you really want to. So that is going to be incredibly rough to see. I'm not sure if I agree with the level here at all.
Yeah, we're at the point now where you get the really sharp decisions from the players. You take the choice, do you level, do you re-roll? For Aero, the leveling was everything just to get one more unit in place. You can see, trying to squeeze every inch of power out of the board. The Janna board from before seems like one of the softer targets to go ahead at this point, so that could keep Aero in for another round.
Yeah, Orin just has the survivability. That means he can print an extra item or two, keep things alive.
Ooh,
but look at the damage. It's all gone here. Janna has a bit more bite than expected for the Spark.
Wow, yeah, the secondary target there. It's just like a Rudan's Hurricane. The backline evaporated and a massive hit. We've seen at least the one elimination. No, it's two. Tan is gone as well. We have our top two, and Rain is on the win streak.
This is absolutely insane. And I gotta say, this is pretty comfortable for Rain too. I see a player like her and I see these crazy moves happening. I feel nervous. I'm a much more conservative player than I think she is in terms of the risk that I am willing to take, but it really does pay dividends for her because she's on a powerful win streak, hasn't really lost too much since that cash out, just a few here and there.
I mean, Malala showed us the way. I'm watching back the championship game again. There were so many risks taken there, but Rain, I think, has most clearly understood the assignment here. I think she's ready to start making her moves back up the tables and into the limelight in a major way. 7-story Weaver, the Aurelia 2 committed in with everything. And we've even got the Rakan up front and center. I don't think there's any way to be able to punch her and bring down the Aurelia because this is such a front-to-back encounter.
Yeah, I've talked about how 2 costs fall off. Surely it doesn't fall off nearly as much as I expected, but I would say for now there isn't as much that can happen in these final stages. Rain is able to take the first win of the day and could be the beginning of a march if she can continue playing just like that.
Yeah, that was absolutely amazing. I mean, I'll give equal credit to Ramkev there to manage to make that board last all the way to the 10 end of the game. I was absolutely counting that out too early, as it turned out, because just the extra burst of power was bringing back in there. But ultimately, I think Rainplosion did what she needed to. She took the biggest risk in the lobby. It did pay off, and I suspect we'll see a lot more of that before the day is done.
And also, I want to point this out for Ramkev as well. They had true 2s. Remember, that was the early thing they got coming in from that Kazakh advanced augment. So that's part of the reason why that composition didn't fall off in the same way that you certainly heard me expect it to coming through the earlier parts. Don't you look at me when I say that. We both kind of shared that little bit of hesitation.
I mean, if you're willing to take that bullet, I'm going to let you go.
All the blame will get piled onto me. But regardless of any of that, though, that was still incredible and really did show us the gambit of the compositions that can run well here, because yes, going in and trying to play that late game with the Kai'Sa was something that was very strong. A lot of players latched onto, but Rain found their own path with a more generalized version of that legendary soup. Yone Heavenly reroll is incredibly strong, and yet the Janna 2 cost reroll in this instance was able to edge it out. So it does show you once again, it doesn't matter if you memorize those tier lists like the back of your hand. You need to make sure you can play the game that you've been given as opposed to the data from the aggregate.
I mean, I'm just imagining from that, we talked about this coming into it, either you're going for the legendary suit board or you're going for the Aurelia Story Weavers board. I'm just imagining, Rain, planning today and just be like, but what if I put the two together? That surely is the ultimate secret sauce that will destroy absolutely anything.
Yeah, and hey, it worked for them in game 1. I want to see exactly what's going to be happening here going into game 2. And I think with that, it's time for us to go into a short little break. When we come back, we'll have that game 2 front and center.
Hi, my name is Spencer, also known as Spetham in game. I'm usually high challenger, like I peak top 5, top 10 every set. I've been rank 1 before, so usually pretty high on the ladder. I have a full-time job outside of this. I work in commercial real estate. So I do stream. And for me, mental health and everything has always been something that I struggled with in my life. And so all of my stream proceeds and anytime I win anything in tournaments, half of the tournament proceeds I end up donating to whatever charity of the month I'm supporting. This month, it's actually going to be the Trevor Project. Last month, I was able to raise $400 for Project Heal, which is a charity that specializes in providing awareness to eating disorders, the mental health problems that stem from it, and just trying to advocate help. Because I think it's only about like 20% of people with eating disorders ever actually seek treatment and help with it. So it's one of those where, for me, big thing is just trying to give back to a community that's helped me so much. So again, this month, all of my proceeds are going to the Trevor Project. So I got into TFT around set 2, like the very end of set 2, early set 3, because that was like right when COVID was starting up. Had never played League before, pretty much any games on PC or laptop before. And friends got me into League. And then I was like, oh, what's this? When I was like, getting my butt kicked in League.
Right.
So I clicked on TFT, started playing that, did pretty well. And then it was like set 4.5 when I learned about Twitch and started watching there. And then I hit Challenger. And then from there, I just kept getting more and more skill and just getting better and learning more about the game. I don't really study, which is kind of a bad thing, The thing is, like, you just get used to like being like, oh yeah, this is strong, this isn't. Then looking at tactics tools, say what like the top overall performing comps are, so you're like, okay, so I know what to go for late game. Now it's just paying attention to my early game and seeing what's winning, what's not, and then just playing those units. Yeah. I just play the game and I'm just like paying attention, what does well and what doesn't in my games, and that's about it. For me, the way I've always gotten best at TFT is just by limit testing stuff. So I'll take a lot of eighths on ladder, but that'll turn into knowledge and allow me to play a lot of like niche stuff too sometimes. Also, when it comes to tournaments, there is that little bit of variance. And for me, like at the end of the day, it is just a game. So it's like, I understand like sometimes things won't go my way. I understand sometimes things will go. And with it being like on a fresh patch, it's going to be a lot more about how quickly you can adapt to the new changes and understand, sometimes find like some of the lesser known outs.
Welcome back to the Ascension of the Ages, the final day, the final form. And Protroid, what a final form we saw Rainplosion achieve in the previous game. An astonishing first place finish, but of course, she was not the only one to come out of round one looking very good indeed.
Yeah, Rainplosion is joined by incredibly good company right here. Wajan Iverson, Kane Drew, Basso Skills, and JD Zielinski, all familiar names, I'm sure, also have first places to their names. And because of the bonus points that came in from day 2, that means that JD Zielinski is still just barely beating out Basso Skills.
Yeah, I mean, JD Zielinski definitely, on the front, being the front runner, winner of day 1, winner of day 2, potentially winner of day 3 as well. There's very few players who can boast that level of, uniformity in their results. Because again, you go day by day, it gets harder and harder. The quality of opponents shoots up dramatically. So starting out with the first, as you said, with the bonus points as well, to push you further, I think gives you a great foundation moving forwards.
Yeah, it really is just insane to see, and I'm just excited to see how it's going to move on through. That said, though, I don't want to quite write the Liquipedia page for this tournament just yet. I still feel like there's a lot of TFT to play, and while TFT is a game about enormous sample sizes, and Zielinski has really made the most out of it, there's still plenty of time for Basso, Wajan, or Rain to sneak their way on in and try to steal it out from under them.
All right, let's go on to our next lobby. So remember, we are snake seeding. So in the second game of the day, this will be one of our players who came first, and that player looks very familiar in Rain, aka Rainplosion, with all the players who had somewhat less success in their first game.
Yeah, and I gotta say, you'll see some familiar faces in here. Rain specifically, who was our first place player, we get to follow along with them a little bit more. They're joined by a couple of their lab partners, Aaron Kuma as well as Humbug, also joined the fray, as well as Keynes, who's another study group player from over in summer camp, the study group that August is in as well. So lots of good notes coming in as we're getting ready for game 2.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how our players approach this one, because, I think the big defining factor from the game 1 was that Rain was the fortune player, and that despite a few slight stumbles, she was able to make it work. One of the concerns, I think, particularly for our players who are looking to try and stop these chain good finishes, particularly from Rain, is that they'll be very, very motivated to try and cut those fortune loss streaks in half.
And hey, these players are super excited. Barely before we could finish talking about the leaderboards, we're already here on stage 1-3. So that's going to be a pretty big difference maker. And I'm now curious to see how these players are going to start moving on in.
We'll definitely, of course, be looking out for the strong early game boards. Giving credit to our players for our previous game. Of course, Rainplosion putting together the 2 strongest varieties of board. But I think Ramkev in particular sticks out in my mind for managing to find the angle to play the Janna board and beat out particularly Tan's Yone Heavenly board, one which was front of the pack in our minds coming into today.
Yeah, for now, though, it is a new game. That means that what the game is whispering to you is something you have to listen for a little bit more closely. Peter, can you hear that right now? I hear some story weavers going on. I hear some notes of mythic. It's pretty interesting to see what's happening here, and Rain is just trying to build the best start that they can, trying to find these good units to get on started. So I think all that does work out in their favor.
You see Rain checking the Exalted multiple times there. It is one of the more unusual ones. We haven't seen Exalted being a major factor as of yet, but this is the 1-cost Exalted line, which is I don't know if we'll see any of our players willing to give it a try, but it does mean you can access it from the beginning of the game, pretty much. As we'll see what kind of options our players will choose. Gold augments out of the gate, gold subscription, or portal in play.
Yeah, that is going to be pretty interesting to see here. That means you're going to get a bit more of an economic boost coming on in here. That means that things like Too Much Candy might be a little bit more effective than you might see in other places, just to give you a few more of those free rerolls or the economy to really leverage them in the future. Rain, though, taking a really wise decision here, trying to see if anyone is contesting them on this front and just trying to figure out how that's going to work out in their favor.
Oh, I mean, you've got... Whoa! I was going to say, you've got a Ricochet board already brewing there, but apparently Rain has got something else in mind. Goes Snap, picks up the stationary support, manages to find an Aegis of the Legion, which is, It is a good amount of raw power and keeps her as open as possible heading into this game. We can see her first opponent has already got the fortune online, so she won't be going down that route herself.
But look at how greedy she's playing independent of that. Already has 20 gold, that's one thing. Also has Exalted activated with the pure 1-cost variant that we're observing right now. That is going to be absolutely insane, because it means that she's going to have even more leverage to push these levels, even more leverage to get herself to that late game just before everyone else.
Yeah, I really love it as well. Exalted being one of the ones you can just kind of throw in, even just temporarily. You're getting 1 XP per round on a damage boost as well, which is minimal at this point. But this early into the game, getting 1 XP per round is a significant accelerant to your later game. Because we know, of course, Rain will be looking to try and chain together as many first places as you can.
Yeah, sorry, I just looked at Redbubble's board there, saw Epoch, and went, that is an incredibly tanky front line. Not quite sure how anyone's going to be able to stand up to that in the early game, but yeah, I completely agree. Right now, Rain is just in a position to try to make sure she can get to those late game forces sooner rather than later.
You can see, certainly her board is not the strongest at the moment, but as you noted, keeping the 20 gold in the bank, having Exalted in play as well, you're hitting multiple success, vectors here. You've got the interest gold coming in, we've got the XP trickling in as well. I think she's kind of insulated herself from wins or losses in this game by saying, if I'm getting more gold in, if I'm getting more XP in, I know that I'm trending towards a stronger board all the time, even if I don't have any particular streak in place.
But I mean, also look at the way that she's playing right now. She's been leveling every single round that we've seen so far. Granted, I know this has to stop sooner rather than later. The gold curve is starting to get a little bit too far for her to be able to push these levels without fully griefing her economy. But she's already here at level 5, is running this proper Exalted board, and oh my goodness, is going to waffle a little bit because Downpour has decided to fully open fort.
All right, well, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger in every sense of the word. We are getting confirmation from our observers that Rain is not the only person to see the opportunity that lies in here with the Exalted 1-cost package. Apparently 3 out of our 5 POV players have got that in place for the time being, making sure they don't fall behind the curve.
Yeah, and do you hear the whistle blowing, Peter? That's the sound of the late game train a-calling, so all these players are taking on to Exalted to try to punch that ticket to level 9.
It just makes sense, doesn't it? As we were talking about before, it's guaranteed XP every single round, and no matter what happens, you can stay ahead of the curve. Still, though, let's take a look, in terms of our players who have managed to find early success, we've got ourselves, Bubs and Humbug up at the top of the table with the wins in hand so far coming into the back half of stage 2.
Yeah, let's take a look around at some of these other perspectives here, particularly Mario Kart Fire 5, a One Joe bookmark also coming in here from the tri-state scene. Looks like they decided to go for this more classical Senna reroll right now, at the very least, off the back of hitting an enormously early Senna 2 from Too Much Candy.
Yeah, I really like what we've got going on there. The split shot, be able to get in on the multi-targets is very, very good indeed. And yeah, the candy from before, you can see the reduced cost rerolls means you get the chance to really spike your board a little bit earlier and try and punish any of our players who are, trying to sneak in the Exalted, but otherwise more or less open fort the game.
Yeah, and I gotta say, this really is just showing the level of prowess that is readily apparent within this lobby. All these players are doing everything they can to try to push for that late game. They all know that that's going to be the primary goal for all of them, to punch that ticket over to either a Technician's Cup or Trial. So that's going to be interesting to see. Zyra is going to be interesting, though, because that's going to give everyone so many copies of a single component. Really curious to see how these players are going to pick something out.
Yeah, this is a big choice here. Certainly BF Sword and Recurve Bow both have a lot to recommend them. I think the bow, is just a little bit more flexible of an option to make sure that Senna cuts out as much damage as possible. But you've got to try and find a way to kill some of these bows. Quincy's certainly be decent. Red buff, always going to be a very solid choice as well.
Yeah, I was really curious to see if we were going to see a double down on there, go for red buff plus Ginsu's Rage Blade, but nope, just the red buff is going to be used for now here. Joe Bookmark does now need to try to slam a few more of these items here, just because they know the item power for some of these other players is going to be immense. It looks like on the other side, Rain picked up a bunch of gloves off of their Zyra pole, and that means they already have some full itemization down on a few of their carries.
I mean, I'm really liking what we're seeing from some of these earlier boards. Just checking to see if our streaks remain in place. And it looks for Humbug that will not be the case, leaving Bubbles as the only player to keep their streak going heading into Crux.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see here. And on the other side, you can see that Downpour, I believe at 62 HP, was also successful in maintaining a streak of their own, although maybe not in the healthiest way that you would like to see with what doesn't kill you.
I mean, it makes sense. You know, we're in very similar situations to the Fortune setup from before, that you're building yourself up towards, you're effectively just getting your cash out by dribs and drabs. So we saw what that did for Rain in the previous game. For Downpour coming into this one, you know, basically everyone but Rain in this lobby needs to get a really big win in here, and that's always going to come with an element of risk.
And that being said, Rain also still needs a big win too. Remember, she is one of these players that does not have any of these bonus points coming in from day one. So if she wants to climb up this mountain, she's going to need to play just as consistently as JD Zielinski, while also hoping that they take a misstep.
We can see here, you know, Downpour has at least managed to get the top 4 from our previous games, so hasn't had so many of the missteps themselves. We are seeing a lot of item slams coming in here. I think Downpour is trying to make sure that while the losses are coming in, this board is starting to come alive. We can see there's a lot of Heavenly in place already hopefully to transfer into an abrupt change once we get those as much value out of what doesn't kill you for what will be probably the majority of the game.
I also think they're trying to relive the glory days of Clapio from back in the day, seeing how they already slammed all these AD bruiser items onto this Calio. That's going to be a pure far and away item holder, but it really does highlight an important point in TFT, which is items on the bench aren't going to be useful. I would take them on a unit that can't quite carry them effectively over just not using them at all any day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, once you've had the 2 items, what doesn't kill you, you're much more inclined to turn things around. As Gargantuan and Resolve, I mean, that's just obscene. We've already got a Titans in place already. The Downpour, Mort has been listening, says, you know what? You've taken your licks in this game. I think it's about time for you to start clapping people back.
No sooner than they put into their planner that, yes, I would like to play Heavenly Yone, please. They find the Yones, they get the Yone too. Come on, with Gargantuan Resolve, I feel like this is just cheating at this point. But honestly, Downpour has invested so much of their health economy into getting to this position early. It's now just going to be a matter of what else they can do from here.
Oh boy. I mean, the only thing that's missing at this point for Downpour is getting the healing item, which will synergize incredibly well with everything that Yone does. Hitting the 2-star, though, this quickly is fantastic, and it means players like Red will have to be a little bit worried, because maintaining a win streak is going to become increasingly tough, because this Yone is likely to be the last one standing in most of these matchups.
But also, I'm not even too concerned about that. It's just a cloak that's going to not be very contested on the carousel. You're going to be first pick anyway, because despite the fact that you have the Yone 2, you still haven't quite built up the rest of the board in order to support him just yet. All of that together means that you have plenty of time to hit. It's just going to be a question of how much health do you have when you do.
Oh, maybe I overspoke a little bit there. Mario Kart coming in and reminding us exactly what's been going on with that Senna too much candy reroll. I think this, you know, we're seeing this from our players, and this is going to be, of course, again, true across the entirety of today. They're all looking for ways to kind of cheat where they should be at this point in the game. Mario Kart, with the center board, you know, is able to get those rerolls, get those startup units massively faster. And I think, you know, that's going to stop Downpour from really being able to hit the accelerator as quickly as they would have liked.
Not to mention the fact that, remember, all these players were going for that Exalted pull. It means that we see a lot of folks here at level 7 far earlier than you would even expect them to here. And it's going to be a pretty powerful thing nevertheless. Red Bubbles is still our win-streaking player, but it seems like the player who's streaking in the opposite direction might now have enough to overtake them.
We do have the Ghost built up, but yeah, we've got the double Titans up to 40. It's going to be very close. And there we go. Red will finally drop their win streak after an enormous amount of time. I think Downpour as much as it didn't quite work out the first time, is in position to start upturning the apple cart.
Downpour truly is the savior of this lobby. We saw just how insane it can get when one player is controlling that much of the economy early on. They get a Banshee's Veil for their troubles too. Nothing is going to be able to take down this Yone.
I mean, we could even, I don't know if we're going to be seeing that turn into a Gunblade potentially if Downpour wants to go for this right now, but I think you said it really well in the previous game. When you've got a composition that's all in on one unit, removing the ability to crowd control them means it only leaves a massive bursts as an option. And we can see this composition apparently is not being contested in this lobby, I think, at all, because it keeps getting better and better for Downpour.
Yeah, and again, I gotta remind everyone, Tan did finish third place with this comp, so it isn't infallible. There are still ways you can get around it if you're able to play your own lines effectively. But really, there is a reason why this composition is considered to be top of the line for many of our players in this tournament, and I feel like it's now time for Downpour to really bring the rain.
Checking back in on Marikoken, who has been punishing some of the other game with too much candy, will go up against somewhat of their mirror image on the other side there. I think it was a bit unfortunate ended up with the Chalice rather than something a little bit more relevant, but that is the consequence of having one of these powerful carousels when you are ahead of the pack and winning.
At the same time, though, Chalice is still going to be good for your front line. A lot of these frontline units that you have for this ghostly board appreciate some degree of ability power or starting mana just so they can get those early casts off to stall a little bit more effectively. So that does work pretty nicely here at the end of the day for them. We'll have to see just how they're able to continue on with the streak. And let me tell you, just having that little bit of an extra bonus, making it also so it's a second Caitlyn, I mean, that's going to be pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, I like what we're seeing here. There's a huge streak going through. We're going to have Nico dropping in a little 3-star one cost, which, as I said, for some players, this could be a big swing and could be an extra one in the mix. For others, it will just be an extra body on the board. Rain, though, has been sitting on this trickle of gold, this trickle of XP for a while, and we're starting to see it pay off. The Kaiser is in place. We have multiple other forecasts in the mix as well. And Rain, I mean, the XP has been ticking in, the gold is ticking in as well. I think she's on course for a very strong late game.
And look at how she's been adapting too. Koboko was her spirit, so she actually sold the actual Koboko that she had, and allowing her to keep in fortune while also building towards the stronger board that she wants to pivot towards once we leave the Wolf round and she can hit level 8. So all this is working pretty nicely in her favor and ensuring that she can make the most out of her decreasing health pool.
Yeah, I mean, she's got the Epitaph as well for the late game potential, and has got pretty much everything she could ask for. Finds the 2-star Kaiser at level 7 as well. I think she's going to be pretty pleased with how things are developing. She's kept a really good loss streak. As we saw in that previous round, that loss streak has also been married to actually having close rounds. She hasn't been bleeding out HP like mad, as you just expect otherwise from someone on a 6-round loss streak.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not quite sure if it's everything she could have asked for, but now that we have the Kaisa 2, yes, I completely agree. I think this is just going to be this amazing spot for Rain, let alone the fact that she's also able to build up her economy, that she could get the first free roll at level 8, and she's now just rolling with these level 8 shot pods. Look at her go.
What? She's finding some real good stuff here. Wow, being able to bring in the Wukong for a little bit more punch. Of course, we've got the Udyr friend as well. Can't imagine we're seeing too much 2-stars for us here. It looks like Rain's trying to keep her options as open as possible for the time being, despite having the Kaiser and a very strong indication. Finds the Zaya as well. That's 4 trick shot in place. This is a huge step up in raw power as we check back in with a duelist board here for Keens.
Yeah, I gotta say, Rain was just showcasing an APM that made my wrists hurt, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna hurt everyone else in this lobby a little bit more here. This 4 trick shot board is pretty much the epitome of what players are looking for within this set. Nowadays, it's just gonna come down to if she's able to fully itemize and properly start out this Kaisa.
I mean, we just get to see there. Yeah, the trick shot already at this point, even just a 2-item Kaiser, she's spreading her damage around an enormous amount. We have received word from one of our non-POV players, Gene, our Imagenius.
Oh no.
Wait.
Everything must go, Peter. Everything must go. This means that this could be a real push here for these 4-cost champions. The only cost you are incurring is the cost of re-rolling, so that means you can hold on to everything that you want here. Kaisa is still going to be incredibly contested, but since you can hold every 4 costs in your pool with no cost to yourself, I don't know. I think this could be a very terrifying turn of events.
Yeah, we've got 4 Bruiser in place, as well as, we've got the Talisman of Aiden to just soften up some of these targets a little bit more. But yeah, I think this is a very, very bold move from Rain. I think she's recognizing she just needs a decent finish in this lobby to maintain her position as one of our top players, battling for those ideally top 4 spots in the entire competition. We do have the reroll on the other side of things, though. We can see that we've already managed to get some pretty solid carries in place.
Yeah, and I gotta say, it's gonna be pretty terrifying, especially when you're looking at some of their competition right now. This is Kog'Maw reroll that's being played right now by the fellow lab member, and while granted, Cog is still effective, can still be used if you can find the right augments for it, and certainly the Jeweled Lotus is part of that equation, it can't quite stand up to this level 8 board that Rain has been able to produce for herself.
Let's keep scooting around and see what Humbug's got for us. So we noted we have got a couple of duelist players in the lobby, but I think it's going to be held down a little bit by the by being contested that we can't be seeing the 3 stars at least as quickly as maybe we would like. Humbug's doing a lot of changing up here. Gets the 6 duelists in place. Very careful positioning there on the Tristana, because she's absolutely key if the Volibear can't hold the line.
I'm just nervous about some of the dizziness that might be happening for the items here. They picked up the scrapyard, so that means that they have to rebuild everything from scratch. Granted, it's working out okay for them. They're able to slowly rebuild things, but it might mean it might be one more fight before Humbug can truly come online.
Well, we have one more fight, and I think for Humbug, looking at where they are in the lobby at the moment, they may not be able to find the bows that they're looking for. They've got the Gargantuan Resolve in place. A Titans, or be able to bring more Titans online would make that Volibear exponentially stronger, but the bow is on the set on this carousel, so I don't think that's going to be getting too far at all.
Yeah, Downpour is just looking at that like, shall I take the bow? Will it be mine? And no, it seems like it's going to be the same sort of song and dance we see on the carousel all the time, of everyone just barely taking it. Wait? It's really made it to the finals? No.
You gotta be kidding me. Holy crap. I mean, that's absolutely huge for Humbug. That's, as I said, another completed Titans. That's now a Volibear who can stand in the face of more or less anything. And even managed to find some more Volibears in the mix as well.
Yeah, I gotta say, that is pretty insane to see. Voli and the Trist as a reroll option are incredibly strong in general because of how easily you can reroll the 2 of them together. And from there, we're now also seeing a few more movements trying to further maximize on things, ensuring that they're each attacking the same targets early on. This is all gonna be pretty insane to see. And it seems like, though, they're gonna have to go against a very early Aurelia too.
That is absolutely crazy. This is genius. We were talking about it before. I do not know how they managed to get that Aurelia too, but she is going to be a nightmare to deal with. The Volibear does have the full stacks, but I think there's just too many units in the way.
Are you sure? It's a bear.
The bear is there and is going to delete the Aurelia. I would have never credited it, but this is the full and final form. The bear is scared.
I mean, I gotta say, this really just does highlight how powerful Volibear can be, and this is a unit that I feel like a lot of people were sort of sleeping on a little bit at the start of the set, but then people started crunching the numbers, realized that he could serve as a very good tank that you would see for Urgot in sets long since past, so that is working out pretty nicely in their favor right now, but we now need to turn to Downpour, who is now going to be in a bit of a rougher position here, has been going for this Heavenly board, was forced to go onto a Gunblade onto their Yone because they weren't able to find too much on their end. That means that they're looking to see a gray screen in their future.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty rough. We had some very high hopes for what Downpour could do for us here, particularly with the setup going through. But yeah, the Yone 2 contested, unable to break through, does get onto the back line, and this could be the saving grace. Rain, again, we saw from our previous game, the board which Rain is running is not absolutely amazing at deleting that Yone in time, but I don't know. We've got no money in the bank. We have got the Yone, well, 6 Yones, but we're so far away from the 9 Yones we need.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like Downpour is just writing a letter to Mortog to say, Mortog, I've been very good all tournament. Please give me free lesser champion duplicators on this Raptors round. Something that patently will not happen. But we could still see some economy to ensure that we can get one more econ breakpoint worth of gold coming on in here for the roll down at stage 5. I'm going to say, though, it's looking pretty dicey here, no matter which way you slice it. Oh, the loot subscription might be the saving grace.
I mean, yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's a decent amount of gold in. That's enough to go for another reroll here. You can see the Downpour's cursor just flicking around the screen. Very tense at the moment, knowing that this is going to be the make or break round where you can at least fight back. Downpour did top 4 last round, an 8th here would be a disaster. 3-star Aatrox coming in from Mario, 3-star Shen on the same round. Climbing the ladder of this lobby might well be impossible. The first rung here is the 2-star Aurelia board.
Yeah, this is going to be an incredibly difficult game to play against. First and foremost, Joe Bookmark is uncontested here. No one has a blue shell to try to take them down from that first place position. And Downpour, I don't think is going to be able to live to see anything else. Oh. This is just too much damage at the end of the day. Scared me for a second there. Almost was able to keep on in, but Downpour turns a top 8 into a top 4 into a bot 8 with Keen's following close behind.
Remember, Keynes was contesting the duelist line from before, so that should open things up a lot for Humbug. But for Bubbles, of course, Bubbles we saw riding high at the top of the lobby before is now in the mix with Rain and with Genius as well. It's amazing how good these boards are with so low HP.
Yeah, remember, this is the power of being able to get that economic infusion here. There's just more gold than people are used to having on stage 5. You're seeing how everyone is trying to leverage all of that, be it in Aurelia 2, be it already pretty deep here into the duelist line, and also being level 850 gold. So It really shows you the power that everyone is building.
This is one of the boards, in terms of the matchups, Bubbles has actually got one of the few tools that can take down units like the Volibear, units like the Yone. The Kaiser damage, if you get that pumped into a single unit, she can burst down these key units before they really get going.
Yeah, it is pretty terrifying to see, least of all because, that is a shame. You can't quite buy that this round, but Red Bubbles has the HP to get it in one more, so that's pretty nice. It also goes to show the itemization that you have on this Kaisa as well. The Giant Slayer is going to be an enormous pickup here, just because, again, you look at all of these front lines. I see units that could proc that Giant Slayer to give this Kaisa that extra opportunity to burst things down.
Yeah, and again, the positioning is hugely important. Let's see how Rain does here. Kaisers on both sides. The 4 trick shots being, of course, in play as well. We've got the Zeeks for a little bit more power, but keep your eyes closely on the tanks in the mid there, because whoever's frontline evaporates quickly, immediately the backline starts getting ricocheted all over, and it all goes to hell in a handbasket. One more cast going to do it. Bubbles going to take a big L here and pushing them down into the elimination zone.
Does kill one more unit just before the very end there, but honestly at this point when you're at 7 HP, it doesn't matter. You're on stage 5. Even the lowest loss you can do, a 1 unit loss here, is still going to be too much. And now we're going to see even more components coming in courtesy of the Riven. This is going to be a pretty terrifying last stand.
Okay, interesting. Bubbles grabbing hold of the gloves there. Remember, Bubbles is the only player really on distinctly 1 life. Wants to get a unit online immediately. We know that the Zaya 2 will be coming in this round, doing a very quick check to see where the most promising outlet for that Thieves Gloves will be. But I mean, at this point, you're really challenging to try and get into the top 5. I think the top 4 may be just too far away.
Yeah, and I will say, being able to support the Xayah 2 is going to be a pretty nice benefit here. You even have a little bit of extra stall coming in off of the utility from the TG. By the way, just want to call out what they did there, slamming the TG first on the unit on their bench to check the items before they were worried about putting on any of their units, make sure they can maximize the value this round, throwing it onto the Udyr. Very little things like this are how you're able to turn something like a 6 into a 5th or a 4th.
Yeah, it's really smart. It's very easy to miss that the Thieves' Gloves don't change like they did in previous seasons when moved from unit to unit. So a little bit of optimization is great to see this early on into the season. The Mythic board, though, despite the fact we're seeing this pretty much online, gets absolutely annihilated. Red Bubbles gets a well-needed win as Mario Kart and several others start to drop down. We've got ourselves an incredibly contested top, all the way from second down to current 6th place. We're under 10 or thereabouts HP.
Yeah, it's scary to think about how this could be the final lap for Joe Bookmark, but you can see other players are trying to do everything they can to make the most of it. Humbug going for this roll down. They've been so close to each of these 3-star units, and it seems like they might try to sacrifice the bear to find one more shot at the Tryst. It's not going to be enough, though, here at the end of the day. That's just going to be sitting on their bench. Red Bubbles has shown that they are fully online now, and it seems like they might try to come on in. Here's Rain, sporting a very similar composition, though, also trying to become the Grim Reaper.
Yeah, we're just keeping an eye on where that Kaiser is landing her damage, because you can see she is the annihilator of units like the Volley Bear. She does exactly that. Humbug, I think, was hoping to duck this matchup, but Keens and Humbug, the two duelist players, going out holding hands with each other to the tail end. It doesn't matter if your contester gets removed from the field. They've done enough damage to your tempo to make sure you can't keep up with the lobby.
I'm a Genius does manage to hold on with 1 HP, and that means we have 3 players in single digits with only Aaron Kuma sticking on with 11 HP. So really, we're seeing a really tight gap right now where any of those 4 players can end up in 5th place.
Oh boy, I'm really fascinated to see how this is going. We are on the path to Rain chaining back-to-back first places from our first 2 games. Remember, with snake seeding, if you do well in the early games, and in our first game coming from yesterday, you will get put into the easier lobbies. So having a strong start to the day is absolutely crucial. Rain, it's just be putting down pressure after pressure. I think as of this next round, we could easily be down to 3.
Yeah, and we did see Too Much Candy come in, see if there's anything else that Joe Bookmark could put on through, but instead they are not able to do much at all, can just find that final bit of itemization on their Ash to provide some more support over here. Let's take a look at how this is going to continue here. I Am a Genius has been sporing this early Aurelia 2 for most of it, now has the Azir 2 backup. Let's see how it's going to go this fight.
Yeah, Mario Kart's got such a fascinating board with the porcelain being added in as well. The secondary carry means there's a lot of damage there. The Ghost procs through, the Aurelia gets exploded, the Azir gets exploded as well. Mario Kart, I saw Invective in the chat calling this one a final lap. It is not true. Genius is out of their 5th place with an Aurelia 2.
An early Aurelia 2, and Red Bubbles actually joins them down at -8 HP, so that means this lobby is getting ever so closer. Rain also lost their fights. Their streak is gone, and they are now joining their other lab partner and Mario Kart Player 5 down here in this top 3 grudge match.
Oh boy. Mario Kart managed to find the Udyr as well, even better for turning things around. Still a single life. Rain down to 13 HP as they upgraded Annie being added to the absolute total mix of units. Position is going to be hugely important, as it will be the real deal. Mario Kart versus Rain. This could be huge for Mario.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what could happen here. We've seen so many Kaisas rip through so many boards so far this tournament. We do have that delay coming in from the porcelain. The teacup is not going to be enough. Mario Kart Player 5, the real Joe Bookmark, is going to spin out here in 3rd place. And yes, actually, it looks like that's going to be Rain taking the first.
Holy crap! Rayplosion just comes in and demolishes the competition. That was absolutely astonishing stuff. I mean, right back from the beginning, we did see that her path, her golden road through the competition was, or through this particular lobby, was laid from the beginning. A ton of gold, the Exalted being brought in from the very start. She had all the pieces she needed, and she did not fail in any capacity to put the puzzle together perfectly.
And I said it earlier on in the day, Rain is a strong player who doesn't have any bonus points to her name. So everything that she is doing right now is basically trying to make up for that deficit that they were trying to set up. So all of that works out pretty excellently in their favor. We're still waiting on some scores coming in from some other lobbies, so we don't quite know just yet. But this has been an enormously well start here for Rainplosion.
I mean, since we've got a little bit of time to play with, I think we should talk a little bit, with the Ascension of the Ages coming here, what this competition means to TFT overall, particularly in North America. In EMEA, we've kind of gotten used to the TRC system, the kind of like the more local competitions that allow more ways for players to get up and show up what they're capable of. It's worked very well for us in EMEA. I'm loving seeing it deployed here in NA as well.
Hey, it is incredible to see. We talked about this earlier on the day that we are the region of Malala. We are the region of replay. These are the laboratories. Sorry, Lab, I'm sure you won't mind me borrowing the term for just a minute, that are helping to build the next generations of NA champions here at Tactician Crowns to come. But I would say for now, though, we're looking at a lot of things in the future. We have to say our goodbyes as we're getting ready for a new round of commentators to take you through the rest of the Ascension of Ages. So please, Counterfeit, who are you? Where can people find you? On the internet, perhaps?
The internet? I've never heard of it. I don't think it's going to catch on. But no, thank you so much for having me here on the Ascension of Ages. It's going to be an incredible day of competition. You can, of course, find me at Counterfeit Cast. Pretty much everywhere. I've got my branding on point, let me tell you, as well as small, humble competitions of my own, which I hope that we might see one or two of these amazing players one day arrive to. Honestly, though, it's been an incredible way to start off the day so far. I'm really excited to see what the rest of the games are like.
Yes, and I gotta say on my end of two, I'm Bo Protrade. I've been here the whole time at the end of the day. Been on Aegis for a very long time. I've been trying to build up events like this ever since the start of it, talking with Lawrence and Ivar from way back in the day. I can say on a personal note, before I hop off here, this has been such an enormously rewarding tournament to be able to help organize. It's great to see all of these players have this run coming in towards the cups, coming in towards the trials, and I am definitely going to be watching the rest of the day closely to find out who's going to be coming on. So won't you join me in my watch party as we're going to be heading into a break? I'll be heading into the chat. Let's get going. Let's see what's going to be happening as we get ready for Game 3.
My name is Sanbon. I've been playing TFT since set 4, and I've been like Challenger 1K plus since around set 5. And competitive-wise, I've never really done too well. I think I've gone to day 3 of 2 different cups, and I played in the TFT Vegas Open as well. I got eliminated in the same pod that Setsuko got eliminated in. So outside of teamfight tactics and gaming in general, because like my job is gaming. Like I play Magic for a good source of my income, but I dance ballet professionally. Dance for a ballet company in Sarasota, Florida called Azara. Its main focus is like removing a lot of the toxicity elements in ballet, like negative body image, abuse from the front of the room, because like the arts are one of the most abusive and like kind of swept under the rug kind of environments. Everybody thinks that it's all great and sunshine, but it's like really, really, really bad. I've danced my whole life. I do acrobatics, I bowl, and I love cooking. I also cook a lot because when ballet doesn't make a ton of money, so if you like eating good food, you need to know how to make it, otherwise you can't afford it. So I've played Magic the Gathering professionally for like the last 10 years, and when COVID happened, all Magic shifted from paper to online, and the online vibe for that wasn't really that good. And it was around the same time that TFT came out, and a lot of my favorite streamers started playing it. Like I watched Reckful a lot, and so Reckful played a bunch of TFT. And then I had a friend who peaked like top 20 in set 2, was playing TFT. So I just watched him play in Discord a lot, and I kind of fell into it. So TFT is like a really interesting game in the sense that you don't get a lot of chances. So like with Magic, there's lots of like, local level tournaments, there's lots of like regional events, there's like open entry events, but with TFT, it's like you get 3 cups a season and that's it. And like I've played a lot of competitive games, but each game kind of has a different feel to it. Like the TFT games, because each game is like so important, I feel like they're more nerve-wracking than like in Magic, where it's just like I'm playing 15 rounds and I have 2 or 3 losses to give over the course of 2 days. And TFT, it's just like every single placement matters so much. Studying wise, like I have a really great group of people. Like I've been with the lab since October, so I just kind of piggyback on some of their notes and I look at stats and stuff like that. But I mean, honestly, I just play a bunch of ladder. I play a bunch of ladder. I talk to Broseph a lot. I think that in tournament, it's more important to stick to your guns and like play the lines that you like than to try to be flexible, because in tournament, people just are like less likely to grief you. So if you come into tournament with like 2 or 3 lines, like those people are going to stay out of your way if you're just going to play those 2 or 3 lines. I've been playing like high challenger games for a really, really long time. So there's not a lot of people that are like super, super scary at this point. But I don't think I've ever top 4'd a lobby that has TG upset max in it, ever. Even though he's like one of my teammates, I swear he snipes me so that he can beat me.
I'm actually interviewing Max right after I talk to you. So
Max is evil, man. Don't let him pull one over on you that he's a nice guy.
Okay. I will do my best to keep on my toes.
And the dogs that get us on, if the sunshine let me know, all my thoughts move in the darkness of pouring. Temple of stone, my soul is. Should I pretend like we're just dancing in the sunlight? I'm done waiting, and every day until I realize you're the rain on my every days. Dark cloud in the stormy night. paraphrasing. Let's do or die. It took time to see the bird's eye view. It took time to leave. It's hard to part when you're part of me. So I say, you are the best at being the worst. You are the best at being the worst. With a little bit of love, a little more hate, it always hurts to say. You are the best at being the worst. I'll be throbbing when you hurt me. Retreat, retreat, run from the anomaly. Toxic intentions. Ooh, the reality. It took time to see the bird's eye view. It took time to leave. It's hard to part when you're part of me. So I say, you are the best at being the worst. You are the best at being the worst. With a little bit of love, a little more hate, it always hurts to say. You are the best at being the worst.
Welcome back to the Ascension of the Ages. I'm Invective and I'm with Z-Boy Wonder. We're so happy to continue the story that we've been telling. There have been myths, there have been legends, and among them are some of those in our lobby, like JD, who is literally averaging a 1.76 throughout this tournament so far. Where are we going to go next, Z-Boy?
I have no actual clue. JD cannot be stopped playing almost any comp that comes their way, but most importantly, mastering this Fast 9 comp, using Fortune multiple times throughout this weekend so far. Starting on Friday was the first time I really saw this Fortune be put into effect, and I was like, man, maybe this will be some misfortune, but no. JD has shown me the way, has shown anybody that has been watching their perspective very closely, as some of us have, doing watch parties, things like that along the way, and JD is just playing out of their mind. This is honestly their tournament to lose at this point, if I had to say so myself, Invective.
Yeah, absolutely. When we take a look at the standings, JD has come out to a 3-point lead over the rest of the field after 2 games with the help of some bonus points. Rain, who we were just able to watch, has also gone first on the day so far. So it is really shaping up to be an intense competition for this top 4, for these winnings, and I'm really excited to see what they bring to the table now.
Yeah, they've just been really just putting together special comps as well. I mean, I caught Rain's last match yesterday at the end of the day, and they had gotten that mulch start, that dryad combination of putting in Kindred, running away with the reroll on, what is their name? Gnar. Man, I was like, I just wanted to say Warden for some reason, but that is the trait. Had a little memory slip there. Happens to the best of us. But yeah, the Gnar reroll with the Kindred has came back since PBE with those buffs to Kindred that we saw come into this latest patch. And Kindred's kind of being slept on, I think, a little bit there.
There are so many different lines to be able to play in this meta and in this set. The Exalted is one of those lines that really opens up a very unique picture. In almost one of 60 different possibilities, you have to be able to consider what you can make out of it. And that's really exciting about this set for me. You know, there are a lot of game warping things in the game right now. There are encounters, there are very powerful augments, and there are some compositions that really skyrocket when you hit exactly the right tempo. So I'm excited to see how this shapes up and how we can actually take advantage of some of these encounters.
Yeah, we did also see another augment finally make it back on the scene, and Everything Must Go, one that was deactivated until this recent patch yet again. Just new things coming into the game that weren't there just a couple weeks ago, but really are shaking up the meta, right? Allowing us to kind of sacrifice, get maximum economy, and then finding your way to level 9 and rolling for so many 5-cost units or even 3-star 4-cost units to cap out your board to maximum power.
Yeah, and in terms of the lobby we will be getting into, we've got August, JD, Empire Lima, Kanto, Spicy Appies, Shoma, RJ Blarmo, and Rudier. This is going to be a David versus Goliath story, right? We heard from August earlier in the day when they were talking about how this is their best shot so far at TFT competitive, but they are going to need to take down an absolute giant in JD.
Yeah, this is just that exact story, as you said. Legends to be made here, or legends to be dropped down from their pedestal. August is on that dream run, has always wanted since they started playing competitive TFT to make it to a cup, and right now their sights are at that exact spot, wanting to get into the top 4 here to qualify, get into that TC, and just see what they can do with some of the best in the game. Appy's here as well. RJ Blarmo has been playing great this weekend, and a couple of these other players I'm not as familiar with as I would like to be, but as you see with the scores next to their name, none of them are anything that you should be shaking a stick at.
I completely agree with you, not JD, Z-Boy. I think in terms of players like August, Appies, and Lima here, you are really looking at your last chance for this tournament. After this game, we will be cutting our bottom 16 players, and that means you are going to have to put your best foot forward in this lobby against some really, really powerful opponents.
And with that being said, I think that you're going to see some really interesting lines coming out of these players whose tournament lives are on the line. They're going to be playing probably a little bit more risky, a little less tight, or maybe tighter for that instance, just to try to make sure they get those extra points. But I feel, though, that these players will need at least a top 2, if not a first place, to stay alive at this point. And we are going to be starting off here with JD. As we get into the portals, we see Larger Legends, Golden Gala, and Scuttle Puddle. What is your go-to choice here for yourself as we go on to Scuttle Puddle? But were there any of the other portals that you maybe wanted to see, Invictive?
Now, Golden Gala could have brought us a tale of Everything Must Go. We know how powerful that augment is, but it's going to be Scuttle Puddle, and I'm not a fan of Scuttle Puddle personally, but I know it is near and dear to the hearts of TFT players, because what can you do when you have all the resources in the world? JD is one of these players who is known to be able to push aggressively when you have the extra gold to spare, and really, really makes a big deal out of maximizing the value of his economy. So I'm excited to see what he's going to bring to the table here.
Yeah, me too. Like I was saying when we were coming into the game, has kind of been that master class specimen for seeing fast 9 boards put together, has been running them most of the tournament unless they are giving that perfect start for maybe a Yone Heavenly board or even another reroll potential. But mostly I've been seeing them play so far this weekend, locking in on that fast 9, getting to those 5-cost units and really pushing the cap of their boards.
Yeah, and these crabs seem to be evading the blade of Garen so far, but it looks like JD is going to do just fine, as we do pick up some completed 2-star upgrades for this stage 2. I think that JD might be looking to push the tempo just a little bit.
And as he starts to push that tempo, he is going to be able to gain that win streak, get the life of his opponents lower quicker than normal, thanks to having multiple 2-star units. That's just what you're looking to do. And even you are so commonly used to seeing these fast 9 comps are either going to be your win streaker, being able to capitalize on just that natural gold economy coming in from the win streak, or you do have to kind of sit back, right? Take a back seat, get that loss streak going, allow yourself here to get into the driver's seat, or maybe be in the passenger seat as you're a loss streaker. And here's our first augment choices. There was a clear mind there. I know that we've seen JD play this augment very, very well this weekend, but this might not be the exact spot for it. Chooses to reroll 2 augments, comes up with Lucky Paws and Grim Harvest.
Yeah, I think that this is a tough position to be in because Clear Mind does offer you a lot of resources in the early game, but are you going to be stable enough with everybody getting a similar amount of resources to handle that? With so many item components being dropped, you could see some very powerful early games if players are able to make synergistic items like the Spark and the Redemption on this Rek'Sai. I think she is going to be a beast of a frontliner.
And does offer some extra survivability to the rest of that front line with that redemption, a little bit of shred coming out of that spark as well. The best thing here too is we do see that Appies had selected a Story Weaver emblem here, which could mean that Appies does want to go into that vertical Story Weaver line, allowing them to get to the treacherously feared blue Kale that has emerged in the latest patch in this new meta.
Yeah, and by slamming Spark early on, I think Appies opens up the possibility to be taking the first, to be taking Blue Kale as the first option, right? This synergizes really well with backliners like Zyra, Janna, and Soraka, who all really play a part in this sort of Story Weaver epic.
And the Story Weaver Epic line has been pretty strong this entire set so far. We've been seeing it be a little less common now on the newer patch versus where it was at, I would say, last patch. But most importantly, these are some great spots to be for Appies. Has multiple 2-star units already on board and should be able to have a pretty solid run here, as what we're seeing against other boards still stuck on only maybe 1 2-star or no 2-stars yet at all.
Yeah, and this is a really great way to be starting off a game of Scuttle Puddle, where players have a bunch of resources to put to use in the early game. You will often see them take advantage of that and level up to 5 earlier on than they would otherwise do, which really means that the rest of the lobby, even though they get a bunch of resources, they're also hurting just a little bit more.
Right, and the last thing you want to be doing when you are going in on this style of a portal is to be trying to play catch up when the lobby is running past you. It's just not an easy thing to do. That's why we won't see too many of these comps trying to maybe play that Kog'Maw reroll line or some of the even other two cost reroll lines. Ghostly might have to be passed up on due to that fact as well.
Yeah, and as we mentioned earlier, Appies is going to level to 5 this turn. It's a little bit risky. You might not even make 10 gold if you lose, but you are going to be able to push the rest of the lobby a lot because you've got 4 upgrades and they do work well together.
And we also do just slot in Trick Shot on with having that Bard jump in here as well, offering a lot of HP to this front line with the 2-star bruisers being the main synergy here that you're seeing as well. It is missing out on that Story Weaver to start getting that Kale damage in, which is kind of like a free unit for those that have not seen Kale. She just gets to be built the way that you want. Build your own Kale is kind of the name of the game when it comes to this trait, and it's one of my favorites to see put together.
Yeah, totally. I think this Kale has been one of the biggest treats of set 11 so far. I think it is a real joy to be able to express yourself basically through picking the Kale that you want and playing around the style of composition that you want. And Appies, who actually was able to take the AP bonus from Ari, that could work really well with having the Kale on the board, right? Giving her just a little bit extra damage.
Exactly. You want to see With what we've obviously seen with the items that have been slammed here so far, we have seen that extra shred coming out of the Covenant Spark, as we were talking about earlier. And we also are now seeing Appies able to pick up, I believe, that was another sword. So a little interesting here with the open item right now, but later on down the road, swords are pretty strong with Aurelia. So you could be looking for something along the lines of a Gunblade here early to offer a little bit more sustainability, but it's just going to elect to slam this Deathblade here and keep this tempo going in the direction that they would like.
Appies is in a very interesting spot in terms of the standings, a bit far from taking that top 8 or top 4, which would guarantee them qualification to one of the upcoming tournaments on the Americas circuit, but they do need to make sure that they avoid the next cut. So I think playing for tempo in this way is a really good way of managing their place in the standings.
And Appies is one of our cooks, one of our most innovative players, I would say, in North America. From watching their streams quite often on Twitch, they are constantly trying to find new ways to innovate the game and put themselves in different kinds of places than most people would, not always going with the most comfortable item choices or the most comfortable unit choices for that matter either. And as we see here, does elect to maybe even move into not necessarily a Bard reroll start, but going to use these Bards to get to more 2-star units. We do see that they slotted in some Dryad action here too to keep scaling towards that late game and keep this win streak alive.
Mm-hmm. And we just saw Appies take down JD, so he is going to be the only win streaker heading into the 2-6 round as he levels up to level 6 to guarantee this win streak. Is it going to pan out against his opponent here? RJ Blarmo has this Kha'Zix with the Titans, has the makings of a Yone board, but Kha'Zix is going to leap to the backline and start taking out these vulnerable backliners. It's going to be too much for Appies, though, as he is able to take the victory with ample damage.
And literally only losing one unit here. That level 6 might have seemed a little gutsy, but keeps this win streak alive, as we're pointing out here, getting that really good gold. And as you said, ample damage coming in, taking down the opponent quite a bit of a ways there. I think there was a 10 damage, 7 damage difference, and that's just what happens when you start to scale up on this Storyweaver as well, finding this Riven now. And this is Appies' game. Appies loves being in this position, loves feeling like they're in control of the lobby, and they're sitting pretty here going into the first neutrals.
Yeah, what I would mention, though, is that by leveling up to 6 so early, you really hurt your future gold intervals. Just the fact that it is Scuttle Puddle does not negate the fact that you also have given up like 5 or 10 gold just from leveling in this way. So Appies really has to maximize the value of this win streak. You're going to look to push that 6 win where you get 3 gold per turn, and you need to continue that for as long as possible because you have taken a big risk here.
And it is rather interesting to see that Appies did elect to go for that attack speed Kale, not something that I'm so used to seeing since the nerf to it, but with having the Bard itemed up, that's probably the main reason they went that route. And here we are, hopping on with Kanote, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think this is Kanto. It is a little bit hard to pronounce a name that doesn't have an integral vowel, but nonetheless, Kanto will be going up against RJ Blarmo, who leveled up to 6 with Heavenly Rolls to try to find some of those Yones, but didn't find any of them. And Kanto is over here with this Faded board, holding on to one of these Yones, holding items for that Aphelios. And despite being leveled to 5 to level 6, it is going to be very close. Yone might have selected the wrong target there, and Kindred on the other side is going to be able to finish the job.
We've been seeing this Kindred holding on to Morello's lately, as it did get that buff I was talking about a little earlier, and the Heavenly Rerolls is a really, really cool augment that we saw on the other side of the board there, allowing you to play non-unique Heavenly units. They do not have to be unique to get extra rerolls for your composition and your units in general.
Yeah, it is a very powerful augment when it comes to Yone. You get to hit a reroll tempo on level 6 and on level 7 that allows you most of the time to hit Yone very quickly. But we'll have to see what RJ Blarmo is going to be able to do with that, as Kanto looks to be making best use of Best Friends and rolling down for 5 Faded and the Aphelios.
And they are starting to find some 2-stars here. The Aphelios is still missing, but did get to a 2-star Kindred and is almost up to the 2-star Thresh as well. And the biggest thing about this Faded comp is that you do get that extra shield, those extra stats for your Faded units when you are using the Yasuo tied to this Thresh. But when you don't have that 5th Faded, it just doesn't feel quite good enough, right? When you're fighting against these boards, and we do see that Kanto is up against Appies here, who has multiple 2-stars, but that roll down was pretty successful in terms of bringing some extra oomph to the board here for Kanto.
Yeah, this Yasuo is not falling. Bard and Sivir have not put the damage together. Kale is still trying to fire away, still trying to get through this Yasuo, but the Shred is dead, and Faded will win out this time, with Kanto spending much needed gold in order to get online in this mid game, and now is the Aphelios on the board. Now we are really cooking with gas here.
I was getting a little worried there for that fight for Kanto when we saw that they elected to not get Best Friends activated onto the Ahri and the Kindred there, but was able to still edge it out thanks to having just that really, really tanky front line of Yasuo paired with the Thresh. And here we are seeing all those units getting Best Friends, which means when you take your units and you put two of them next to each other, you see those circles rolling around the bottom of them, and that's where they're getting extra armor and extra attack speed.
With this positioning, Z-Boy, this positioning could have been so risky this turn. With Yasuo stuck on the other side of the map, it doesn't look like it's going to be a favorable tank for Kanto in this round, and we're going to be falling up against Rudier, who is a very early level 7 and has put together a little story weaver board of their own. Aphelios, though, is still firing, and I think I spoke too soon.
That happens to the best of us, but that's the best part here about watching these high-level games. You don't actually know exactly how a fight's going to play out until it gets to the last second. And we do see here that we got an encounter on this carousel, providing an extra support item. And if I was Kanto, I would love to potentially get that Aegis, allowing me to get some extra attack speed. But no, it gets snagged by Appies, who is also on that Story Weaver line. Really, really solid pickup for Appies there. And a Virtue is also not a bad pickup, though, for Kanto here.
Yeah, the Radiant Virtue really allows, or the Virtue of the Martyr really allows for Kanto to not have like a big positioning tax in terms of the difference between Best Friends and the support items, right? Because, well, on one hand, it takes a best friend to really get you uplifted, but on the other hand, when you have the support of a community, sometimes you can make things even better. Unfortunately, in TFT, those things are not compatible, and if this were a Locket, for example, you wouldn't be able to get maximum value out of it.
Yeah, any of those items that require you to stack units close to each other would have definitely lost some of their extra oomph, that extra power that they bring. But that's why I was looking at the Aegis or this Virtue of the Martyr, allowing you to still keep that Best Friends activated. And here we see Kanto up against what should be a trick shot board down the road. We've been seeing a lot more of this here on this current meta, with it being a 4 bruiser front line, 4 trick shot back line, itemizing your Kaisa, itemizing your Xayah, and just absolutely nuking the enemy board as fast as possible.
Yeah, it's a very powerful setup, but one thing I also want to point out is that over on the other side, Mr. Lima here seems to have taken many losses this game. Stacking up that fortune, yes, on one hand, but on the other hand, they've taken Tiny Titans and they've already lost 70 HP this game.
We're back on with JD. That is a lot of HP, I will say, that Lima has lost. So hopefully they're able to take that loss streak, use that extra gold that they've been given, and hopefully we'll be able to catch what that cash out brings the next time they fight either JD or someone that we have the ability to get to peek in on. But JD here, look at this win streak, Invictive. Still in a really healthy spot for even being on clear. This is absolutely masterclass yet again from JD, showing us just how good they are at this game.
Yeah, a bit of a positioning error in this fight, and JD knows it himself, but I think that with an early set and 8 units on the board, we are going to be able to do some damage to the Dryads that we are fighting, because there is no Gnar, and Kindred's itemization is not all that strong. I think that this is going to be a win, but Kindred is very close to targeting that Kaisa. Will she able to live long enough? Will she dish out the damage? It looks like it's an easy fight at the end for JD.
JD just barely missing out on getting that Bard to the back line, but it was still just an easy enough fight for these units to get through. I mean, Kaisa has really started to show up since getting that buff recently, that extra attack speed, and now we will be slotting in that Teemo, dropping this Bard, making sure that we keep our econ fresh, keeping ourselves in a good spot here. And there it is, the Zyra up front. I would like to see the plants, actually have some HP. Obviously, they don't. They don't provide you any frontline, but they do provide you a little bit of extra burn and wound for taking out those those healing units that we are so commonly seeing right now.
Yeah, and I think that on the topic of plants and on the topic of summoners, JD might be looking to get into something like the Azir later this game. That would be very, very powerful. It makes up both damage and frontline and really allows you to take down difficult targets in the late game.
It could be either Azir or could be Hui. We'll have to see which 5 costs they hit first. They've definitely been leaning towards that Aurelia Hui setup most of the tournament so far from the games that I've been able to catch. But here we are back on with Appies now. We're going to be going into our last augment. Appies here was on that Storyweaver line this entire game so far and has continued to stay with it. Now at 7 Storyweaver, this Kayle is fully maxed out and has that attack speed plus double blues, making it so that she just absolutely nukes boards as she starts ramping up in the fight.
That being said, Appies doesn't have a lot of power left as soon as the shred has fallen off, and unfortunately it already has. Now, this Kayle is so powerful for this stage of the game, and he is fighting an opponent who's relatively weak, still playing Fortune, but I do not know if Appies is going to have all the power that they need in order to get to level 9, in order to find that most important Aurelia.
That's going to be exactly what Appies needs. Getting 2 crests here. Gonna need to re-roll those. Does have access to a pretty strong combat augment in Know Your Enemy. And there are a lot of traits that get stacked up on the board for the Storyweaver. As we see on the left side of our screen here, 7 Storyweaver, some Arcanist action, some Bruiser action happening. So Appies is going to scout here, see which kind of units that they're actually going to be able to do that extra damage to, not just the normal stats from this Know Your Enemy selection.
Yeah, and I think that rolling it is ambitious, but little buddies could be very, very valuable as we get those upgraded units later on. But Keepers seems to be Appies' pick of choice. And I think that this is an interesting way of looking at the game here, because Appies knows not only do I need to win out later on, but I also need to get to the point where I can win out. So Keepers really offers your board a lot of tankiness and lets Kayle hit. Let's Kayle cast a few more times, and that could be all the difference.
It really could be, as we do see that Kayle cast is just so massive when you do also get those units in front of her to stack up just how Keepers will allow you to get them. You're not having so many of those units get stuck to the outsides of the board, but they all do come together into a group, as well as getting caught by the Galio ultimate, so that they're kind of just stuck there in those groups for the Kayle ultimates to just keep smashing down on that board.
Yeah, it's an incredibly powerful position to be in, and we're going to make a few adjustments on our way to level 9. Are we going to play the Hui? Are we going to be playing around the Morgana? We could get Ghostly and Sage, but we could also get extra economy, extra duplicating power with this Hui.
Yeah, the extra duplicating power can be so good down the road here, as it will allow Appies potentially just to get to a free 2-star Galio, not needing to worry about getting those extra units down the road. But as you were saying, though, that Sage, that extra Ghostly, those traits can be very, very viable, especially at this point in the game.
Yeah, and I think that going with this Hui might be greedy, it might be a little bit less powerful, but it seems to be just enough to be beating out August on this most important round, where August has hit Kindred 3 and Gnar 3 with Mulched and a Dryad spat. But I don't know if it is going to be enough without really powerful Gnar items here.
Yeah, just missing all the Gnar items right now. No Titans resolves, no Bloodthirsters. So the survivability of this Gnar is pretty lackluster outside of having that extra HP that's been given to them through the mulch. And as we saw Appies take a quick peek over at JD, they have started to find those 5 costs. As we've been talking about, their favorite comp this tournament has been that Bill Gates or that Fast 9 style of play.
Yeah, but Appy's picking up a Hui pair could be very, very big, as Hui can paint himself, and this is a Spear of Shojin as well, allowing Hui to cast that much quicker. So I think that this is looking really good for Appy's, who has been able to put together a bit of a win streak on his way to level 9.
And Appy's is trying to find the perfect positioning here to be able to maybe get the extra attack speed bonuses or get some more keeper bonuses going on their board. They'll probably find to sell the Sivir down the road to move that Deathblade onto the Aurelia. Giving Aurelia those maximum stats is exactly what you want to see. And just a few units off, has quite a bit of gold built off up here and a lot of HP. I think Appy's is still sitting in a good spot. Maybe not their favorite spot, but they're feeling pretty comfortable with where they're at right now.
Yeah, and this Kale is just a powerhouse. I really like Appy's being willing to take this the red Kale upgrade for the first upgrade. I think that is going to be a big difference maker at the end of these fights, where the bonus attack speed she gives to some of her allies is going to be the difference maker when you have Shred for the most important start of the fight. Kale, however, casts the wrong way, and Aphelios is going to be taking the victory in this one. Or not.
But no, the KO cast was exactly what Appy's needs. Had that harm assist. And I was just going to point out, going with this red setup does also add to that keeper bonus. It makes you want to keep units closer to this Kale. And that is back-to-back times that you have given the caster blessing, something that is unheard of in this game.
Yeah, I think that the calls have been a little bit interesting coming out of me, but hey, I don't know if Appy's minds. I think he's very happy with continuing a little win streak on his way to level 9.
I mean, Invictive Blessing might be something that's trending on Twitter later. I'm not sure, but I'm going to be starting it up.
Yeah, now this fight with Rudier is very interesting. Rudier was able to get to level 9 very quickly, but I don't think they've put together a powerful legendary board just yet. Kale seems to be the most powerful unit on the board, and the front line is still standing. Kale is casting through the entire thing, but Udyr is untouched, and he is a menace at the end of the fight. Kale has a huge cast, but it's not enough this time.
And does get silenced and brought down by the Soraka that was remaining with just that lonely level 1 Kale. This Kale can really be a menace. We were talking about it earlier, how this has become kind of a meta staple, but will the Hui 2 be enough? Will the remaining units that Appy's needs and is now starting to be contested by the likes of JD and by, I believe that is Rudier as well, that is also going to be starting to come into Appy's mind here as they're thinking about how they want to finish out this composition that they're putting together here. And this is going to be our last neutral round of components before we start getting into the dragons.
Yeah, Scuttle Puddle has so far offered our players huge opportunities to play for greed, to play for level 9, and it looks like this roll down is going to be very important. Picking up a lot of legendary units already, but we're still shy of the Aurelia, we're still shy of the Hui, and now we'll find her. Aurelia 1 makes a huge difference on these boards, as Deathblade and Red Buff apply a ton of damage across the board.
And this Deathblade plus the red buff, and we're going to also be seeing the final item coming in as a QSS, the Quicksilver Sash, allowing to keep this Aurelia a little bit safer and provide some extra attack speed as well.
Absolutely. Now we're going to see an interesting matchup. This Kale versus the Yone. Really important that Kale has Shred online as she completely bursts the Yone in the opening sequence of the fight. That's all the damage. That is all the power of RJ Blarmo on the other side, and it's going to make a huge difference for Appy's, against whom the Yone could otherwise have thrived.
And it does look like Lima has found some success now since the last time we saw them staying alive here on 16 HP in that last fight. Things were definitely looking dicey, so we'll hope to see if they're able to continue building on some of those wins as they are down to nearly just 1 HP left.
Yeah, now it's crunch time, right? We see our players rolling down to 0 gold. Rudier is in a similar situation to Appy's, but doesn't have the vertical power of those Story Weavers, so relying a lot more on what he hits. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like much right now.
and was able to slot in the 4 Dragon Lord, providing some extra attack speed and some CC, a little bit of damage to the board here. But will it be enough for this Aurelia, electing to leave some items on the bench right now? But I don't know if that's the best choice. They're very low on HP. 28 is not a whole lot to deal with, but they did get a pretty solid fight here going against August here. The underdog story we've been all following so closely, and August is getting desperately low on HP, down to 17.
Yeah, that is a really tough loss for August, who wants to continue stacking up those mulched stacks. But, you know, it is going to be very, very difficult now because everybody is getting strong and August was already struggling. Rudier, too, needs to be looking at how far can we push this win streak? How far can we move this along? Because this is a very difficult late game. There's a fortune cash out coming out from Eugene Lima, or Empire Lima, and there are also so many powerful level 9 players here.
And as we're starting to see this positioning come in for Rudier, they're trying to find out the best way to avoid getting dashed to by this Yone, but Yone is in a perfect spot until a last second switch to be able to go and burst down the back line of Rudier. And we're still seeing that Rudier is electing not to slam this final item into a Rage Blade for Aurelia, but might not need to. Might be able to hold on against this fight. And then the Yone does get that final dash, though, making Rudier down to just 1 HP.
Yeah, one of the hardest things about playing this Aurelia into Yone is that before she has level 2, before she is blessed with a huge frontline, you really struggle to do the single target damage to Yone because Aurelia's spell targets those lowest health enemies, not the highest health enemies, and that can be so very difficult, where Yone simply out heals the damage that Aurelia puts across the board.
And August goes down in 7th place here. And we also see Kanto going down in 8th. I think that's going to be it for the underdog story of August at this event. And that is truly unfortunate, but that's not anything that they should be looking down on. They played a fantastic tournament, especially this being one of their best runs that they've ever had. So great stuff for August. Keep that head up, my boy. And we see Rudier here still down to 14, but Lima has found that win streak. We were looking at their fortune gameplay early on, seeing what they could do, and then we jump on with JD, who yet again has found their way to this fast 9 comp, 2-starring Aurelia, 2-starring Hui, 2-starring almost every 5 cost on their board, including Udyr.
Yeah, this is a hugely powerful spot for JD, who's clear mind going to level 9, but I think there's something even more powerful on the other side, because Empire Lima has been able to find 3 Tactician's Crowns from their cash out, and that is a huge amount of power to be bringing to bear. Aurelia versus Aurelia, Blade Weaver versus Blade Weaver. JD's Aurelia is going to fall, but Udyr is still standing. It's gonna be close, and JD's gonna take a narrow victory over an incredibly powerful opponent.
That was an insane item to be gifted by the Orin. Back-to-back items at that, with a Giant Slayer and a Hand of Justice being built out and dropped onto that Udyr, giving him the extra sustain, the extra damage that he needed to make sure that he took down the opposition of JD.
Yeah, this is going to be so close, because Empire Lima does have another chance, does have the ability to win out from this position. It just matters whether they are able to fill the rest of their board with those all-important team-wide buffs like Dragon Lord and Heavenly, whether they're going to be able to round all of that out and upgrade the carries that they need to.
And we also see that Shoma was able to finish off some of those 3-star ghostly units, if I'm not mistaken. But here we see this crazy fight now between the maxed out Kale and this fast 9 comp between Abby's and JD. But the Kale is doing tons of damage, taking down the board. But wait, this Udyr is still alive, getting gifted items, but it will not be enough. Abby's will be able to take down JD to another little bit less HP and lock on to that 4-win streak.
Yeah, this is so difficult, right? Because JD is going to level 9, but you can't take too many losses on your way there. Will he level up next turn, or will he hold out for the maximum potential of the late game board? We have got to see. But I think Appies and Empire Lima are incredibly powerful in this late game.
Both. I almost want to say all four boards are looking really strong. Obviously, Shoma going down there in 5th, but we do see that RJ Blarmo is still alive on 1 HP. There is no last stand, though, so this is that final fight potentially for them. And now we do see JD electing to go to that full level 10, get in the 4 Dragon Lord, which provides more attack speed. That CC finally from the Dragon Lord that comes down from the sky. This is going to be an incredible fight between Blarmo. If that Yone can find this Aurelia fast enough, it might be exactly what Blarmo needs to do to stay alive in this match.
Yeah, and this itemization is starting to become difficult because JD wants to put these Thieves' Gloves on, but the temporary items from the encounter are just not letting him do that. And in this fight, it looks like Yone is going to be far away enough from Aurelia that Aurelia is going to be able to attack in the early stages of the fight. Yone is still firing, but the Yone board is falling around him, and JD at level 10 is capped out.
Capped out. Got gifted a Bramble. I mean, this Orin has been literally spectacular fight after fight, and we do see that Blarmo and Lima both go down. It's going to be a fight of the capped out boards, of Appies, of JD. Will JD be able to bring home yet again another first place? That has been their story this entire tournament. If it's not first, it's second. If it's not second, it's third. But really, it's just been a whole lot of 1-1-1-1s, as you can see at the top of their screen.
Yeah, you know what's crazy is if JD goes second in this game, it will lower his average placement over the course of the tournament and on the course of the day. JD making a last-minute positioning change to avoid his front line getting hit all by Kale, and I think that could make the difference as Udyr charges in through the side and starts knocking on Hui's door. On JD's side of the fight, Aurelia and Hui are still free firing, and the upgrades have come through. The DPS is coming through, and Kale is not enough.
No, the Kale is not enough, and as you pointed out, electing to move around this front line so it's not all getting burst just by that Kale, and also by the Hui ultimates getting spread as well. That was exactly what JD needed to keep this board alive, keep this fight alive, and start finding their way back towards a first place. JD has been playing so strong, so smart, and so mistake-free this weekend that this has been incredible to watch.
Yeah, and these Dragon Claws are going to be a nightmare for Kale to deal with. Wukong finding this on the Thieves' Gloves roll is a huge deal, because as soon as this Galio falls, Kale is not green Kale. Kale does not provide that baseline level of shred, so that is going to be a big challenge. The fight plays out in a very similar way so far, but I think there's just a little bit less damage coming out from JD, and Kale is still standing. It looks like something has changed, but it is going to be JD's demise.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure exactly what Appies did differently there. And coming off of this fight, even with Appies getting this Aurelia coming towards them here, they will actually elect to not go for it because they already have Aurelia 2 being gifted to them from Hui. And now they do get an extra Story Weaver, so they will be able to drop off this Garen and add in probably another 5-cost unit, potentially that set that they picked up off the carousel.
Yeah, what makes that so difficult is that JD really wants to deny the Story Weaver spat, but imagines that he doesn't get a lot of value out of it relative to upgrading that Hui. And I gotta point this out. Appies has hit Aurelia 2 and Rakan 2 in the last few fights. I think that is what has really made the difference. The damage reduction coming out of these units, as well as the damage coming out of Aurelia, really swings this in Appies' favor if last fight is anything to go by.
Yeah, that's probably exactly what it was that I did not see pop up on the right side of the screen was the Rakan 2, and it was staying alive, adding that extra tankiness that Appies needed to have this Kale ramp up, start doing these big blasts across the board of JD, and JD still electing to keep this tank or keep this front line of theirs spread out, but it's not enough. It looks as though Appies has found the perfect recipe to bake up the cake that they need to drop JD's APV.
Yeah, and this is really, really getting crazy here because Happies is actually just printing gold from this Hui now. And I really got to point this out. The slightest positioning differences make a huge, huge impact against a unit like Udyr, who CCs a unit for so long. Happies has moved his Hui to the interior of this formation, and that has stopped the Hui from being bullied by the big bear man.
Exactly. Could not have said that better myself. And also has found a little more CC, right? By being able to drop off the Garen and getting in an Arcanus as well. So adding some more damage to their way, adding in some CC with getting that Lissandra onto the board.
Yeah, and I think this might start to be insurmountable for JD, whose frontline simply does not last long enough against the Kale, and Appies is going to take their first victory of the day. That is an incredible position to be in because they were not looking good in the points so far.
No, we were just talking about that coming in, right? We pinpointed, we circled around Appies, August, what they needed to do to survive to this next cut of players. We're dropping off 16 here, and we will be saying farewell to some players, but Appies stays alive. Appies' tournament berth is still within grasp. If they continue on this win streak, they could even find their way into the final lobby of today.
Yeah, this is super exciting to watch, and I cannot wait for our game 4, where the field is going to be cut just a little bit thinner, and the opposition is going to be that much stronger.
And I think we're going to be taking a short break here, but we'll be back with game 4, so don't be going anywhere. Maybe grab yourself some snackies, a little beverage, and we'll see you back here in just a few.
Appies, formerly... I see a lot of magic. I like movies. I just saw Dune for the first time, and I'm like super into it now. Listen to a lot of audiobooks. He's got a dog, which is pretty exciting. So we've been working with him a bit, and yeah, that's about it. Enjoying life. I played TFT for a pretty long time now, since set 3. I've been competing at a pretty high level, I'd say, since like set 5, set 6. I've won some regional tournaments in North America. I've not regionals, but you know, some of the like Riot Sanction circuit events, and yeah, I've been a streamer / competitor for quite a while now. Big TFT fan.
Yeah. So how did you get into the game? You said you started in set 3. Were you like a COVID sort of like baby that came into the game that way, like a lot of people did?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, I was so I was really big into Smash and like Smash Bros and Pokemon, and at the time, one of my friends who played Smash started getting into TFT during COVID, as well as Wolf Glick, who's like a big Pokemon creator, was getting into TFT. And so because of that, I got really into TFT. I was like, I didn't know what I was doing. I was hard stuck iron for literally like a week because I just didn't want to read the rules of the game. I just went for it. I think the first patch has been pretty good as far as first patches go. You know, there's some jank for sure, but TFT is, I'd say, better for the jank, more than worse for the jank, more often than not. Definitely a big change from set 10. Headliner was like a very different mechanic. But yeah, it's been fun, and I think it'll only get better. So fingers crossed.
How do you study for or prepare for tournaments before you head into the actual competitive sort of environment?
Yeah, a lot of it is just making sure that I have a pretty firm understanding of the meta. A lot of that comes from playing, but I'd say mostly watching. I'm like maybe 30-70 watching or playing to watching. There's this new thing on Meta TFT with like VOD review that I've been using a ton to just like get in a lot of viewing experience for certain comps and stuff. Talk to people every now and then, but not a ton, I would say. This is actually my first set where I'm like in a study group, like an official study group, I guess. So see how that goes. But in general, just a lot of watching, I would say.
I've personally benefited from your like deep dive streams. I really enjoyed your like the punk like let's spend 5 hours taking apart punk just to have extended play nerf like the next day.
I was so
like
mad.
One of my favorite things ever in TFT. But like regardless of that, I still learned a ton just from like that's tertiary to extended play and stuff like that. Like and the disco dive I thought was really impressive as well. So I really appreciated that. I was sitting there,
yeah, of course,
basically.
I
so
enjoyed it.
There are a lot of names in this tournament. Spent a lot of time playing against them on ladder and in other tournaments. Is there anyone that you're like looking out for on day one of this tournament that you're like, I really hope I don't get this person or this group in my lobby?
Is Joe Bookmark playing?
He is.
I actually didn't. Okay, you probably Joe Bookmark. He's just like notorious griefer, like worst player on the. Not really. No, I'm excited to play with everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, should be fun.
I'll make sure that makes the cut.
Hell yeah.
If you could do anything that you wanted, change anything that you wanted in this set, what would it be?
I would add another Yasuo at every single cost. So we could always just have Yasuo on every board. That's
Sure.
probably what I'd do.
You could play just 5 Yasuos.
Yeah, honestly 6. Make it 6 costs.
Sure, yeah. Like the what, set 2? The steel Lux.
Yeah, the 7
like,
cost Lux.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like have a 7 cost Yone. That would be the most interesting like twin terror board, right? Like, okay, so you want to go Yone
actually.
and also Yone and also Yone and also
And probably
Yone.
Yone as well.
Yeah, you probably want to slot a Yone in there, or Yasuo or whatever.
So I say you are the best at being the worst. You are the best at being the worst. With a little bit of love, a little more hate, it always hurts to say you are the best at being the worst.
Welcome back once again to the Ascension of the Ages. We are Invective and Z-Boy Wonder, and what an action-packed Game 3 we had leading into our first cut. We saw Appies secure their place in the top 48, and we are going to be gearing up for yet another round of cuts as we head into the final lobbies of the day.
Yeah, that game was spectacular. You know, we've been following this story of JD, how they've just been monster crushing this tournament from first to first to first, and now we finally saw a second. So maybe there is a little kink in the armor. I'm not quite sure if that's enough to slow them down. They've got a lot of points ahead of multiple people, including those bonus points that they got carrying over from yesterday. But Appy's put together quite a special board there. Played very, very strong and understood exactly what kind of tempo they needed to set to be able to take down the lobby.
Yeah, an incredible showing from both of our top two in that game, but we have got yet another treat for you. We are going to lobby 6, and I think that this lobby could shape up to be a real sleeper hit.
Oh yeah. We got some big names coming in on this one as well. And I got to say, I'm very excited to see Jason Lin popping off. I've been watching a lot of Red Bulbs, and I'm riveting. Might be one of my favorite perspectives I've seen all weekend, because no matter what, if they're winning, if they're losing, they're always smiling down in the corner.
Yeah, riveting is just an awesome presence to have, and these are some competitors who are very much rising up. I've seen Rudier, I've seen Sponsy, and I've seen Riveting, and Jason Lin, all on the ladder, all working really hard. And I'm excited to see what comes out of players like Turtle Duckling, Horim, Pun as well.
And we also have to say, look at the points here for Turtle Duckling. Looking like they're having a fantastic day 3 of the tournament at 21 points here. And Riveting not too far behind, 9 points. Obviously, a first place doesn't quite get you there, but all these players are looking strong so far today, and they're all wanting to make it into those final lobbies. And we're going to be having another cut after this game. So these players have a lot riding on every single game moving forward, because it's a cut into a cut, and then we start to see who's going to be that top 8.
Yeah, if you needed a few games to warm up at the start of the day, I totally get that. But now is the time that you really need to turn on the jets, because every game from here on out is going to matter so very much for your final placement in this tournament.
It really is. It really is. I mean, you really need to be on your A game at this point. Hopefully you got some practice games in before the tournament started as well, just to get your mind working, get the gears turning. But, you know, not everybody's got that kind of time. Sometimes you just got to jump in, be a little, you know, loosey-goosey. But yeah, like you said, Invictive, they got to lock it in, baby. They got to lock it in. It's time. It's time. And I'm super stoked for the rest of what we got coming up.
Yeah, and this is where the nerves kick in as well, right? There is so much riding on the line. If you are someone who wants to break in to the highest level of TFT competitive, if you're not one of those top tier ladder players, this tournament is so important because it could set up an incredible stage for you in set 11 competitive.
And yet again, here we are hopping into game, and this is our 4th game of the day. It did seem like we had a nice spread of the portals there, and we did end up selecting champion conference. Every stage you're going to get a champion that fits your team, so you're going to want to be smart here as you go into 2-1, having the exact units you want in so that you get gifted the 2-cost unit that you want. And we do see these players playing a little bit of mind games with each other here, running after each other's orbs.
Yeah, I love when I see this coming out of our players, because it just means that there's a little bit of camaraderie. There's a little bit of edge that you have when you are playing this game. And, you know, this could shape up to be a very polarizing early game. If you get to the setup that you mentioned and you are able to hatch the right 2-cost, that could mean an upgrade that much earlier in the game.
And we see Jason Lin already saying in the all chat, "I'm going Senna, you can't stop me."
Yeah, what a powerful statement at the start of the game to make. I don't know if I love it, because committing yourself on 1-3 can be risky, but who knows? Maybe Jason Lin is not a man of his word.
And also, we do see here that Rudier was not a fan of wanting to 2-star that Kobuko, because that unit's kind of just not been as good as some might have hoped. Reading it in its PvE state, getting that extra health based off of your economy, but it's kind of underperformed in terms of where you expect it to be at. It's more of like a trait bot in the Fortune setup.
Yeah, stage 1 is a stage of snap decisions, and you could see that Rudier was waiting to see the drop that he got from this orb in order to make the determination of whether to complete the Kabuko. And I totally agree that getting this Ink Shadow set up for your early game is much more powerful than having a 2-star Kabugler.
And now electing to take Young, Wild, and Free as their first augment, that can either be absolutely perfect if you're on a win streak, but if you do start to fall behind and you already are getting those first picks, I don't know if that always pays off in this first augment of the game, when some others are either typically picking a augment that gives you combat stats or something along those lines, maybe an economy as well.
Yeah, now I do like the setup that Rudier is rocking with here. I do like the idea of playing into this ghostly line when you are able to set up each interval so well by picking up Ilawi on stage 3 and Kaisa on stage 4, if you are able to manipulate champion conference in that way. But at the same time, we still have a lot of pairs left to hit. We have a faded direction that we might be going in as well, and Young, Wild, and Free doesn't seem to hold as much value as best friends in this matchup, because over on the other side, I believe that's Red Bubble is going to be rocking with 3 or 4 upgraded units.
Yeah, multiple upgraded units, as well as having that combat augment, so being a little less strong. Also still stuck on all of these 1-star units, has multiple pairs though, and is holding on to potential faded transition if they choose to do so.
Yeah, no, this is also a bit tough, right? Because you just got gifted a 3-star Kog'Maw, but you don't necessarily have the frontline or the items to make him shine. I hope that it doesn't punish Rudier too hard, but there are some other players who could get something like a 3-star Darius. That is a huge threat to be facing this early in the game.
Right, but it does offer a little bit of some effort here in the fact that it does give them a sniper now. So that does add some extra damage to the Kog'Maw, some extra damage to the Senna. But as you pointed out, no items on that Kog'Maw. It's not as crazy, especially after the nerf, making it so that you don't get to cast the ultimate of Kog'Maw as far as often because you're kind of locked into those 3 casts. Then it gets to move forward, and that's what we're seeing here. That Kog'Maw only got to its 3rd cast, so just not enough for Rudir. But Rudir does have 10 gold, is in a solid spot economy-wise, but taking that Young, Wild, and Free, not two-starring up any of these units, really might not pan out here early on when they're already going to be able to have that first selection on Carousel.
I agree, and this line is looking contested, right? Because Ghostly is such a powerful tempo trait. I think that there are going to be other players looking at these units, and in the side-to-side comparison, I don't love Rudir's position, because when you take Young, Wild, and Free, you don't want to spend too much time on the free part.
Right. Being free is really, really good when you're stuck because you're winning, but it's not so good when you're already free because you're losing.
Yeah, no, this matchup is a matchup between the Lost Streakers. You don't have very powerful augments on either side. In fact, neither of them is going to make any difference in this fight. Is Senna going to be enough? These Story Weavers have so much power in the back line, but I think that by breaking through the front line, the Senna and Kog'Maw might just have a chance here.
Yeah, that Kog'Maw finally getting to use its cast onto the backline and showcasing how strong this unit can be when it does get up and going, and why it has been a premium reroll unit most of the set so far.
Yeah, now we can see whether we are going to be getting a lot of value from this Young, Wild, and Free, because you are still first out of the gates. You could still steal a unit that your opponent's not looking for, and Rudir seems to be ready. Rudir seems to be scanning the field for this bow that otherwise could have gone to riveting.
Yep, and that's exactly what they need to start actually getting their Senna powered up, allowing Senna to either get that trusty Last Whisper that we've seen so keen slammed onto her when you're playing this ghostly setup, so that you can just burst those frontline units faster than you could have ever thought of before.
Yeah, now this setup is going to look a little bit better as we hit a few upgrades and as we move on through this early game, because we've got more frontline now. We've got 2 Tahm Kenches, and this Jax upgrade does seem to stabilize us just a bit more.
And now here we are hopping on with Horim, who has put together potentially a Kog'Maw reroll setup, but is already level 4 pretty early. No, this is right on track. This is right on track. That is my bad. I was thinking, oh wait, they leveled. I don't know if they're going for that reroll, but they have elected to slam a blue buff here, and that is the best item on Kog'Maw when you are playing this comp. Does not elect to have sniper in, so trying to keep this lost streak rolling. Wants to kill a couple of units though, as they are also getting the mythic stacks going as well.
Yeah, and the Kha'Zix that was summoned for the 3-cost spirit, or the 3-star spirit, is putting in a ton of work in this fight to save Horim some much needed HP, because that unit targets the lowest HP enemies. This is just a 2-unit loss. That is an incredible boon for Horim here.
Yep, and also finding this Caitlyn too now, so they'll probably elect to maybe toss it in. If they are doing so, though, it could make their board maybe too strong depending on these matchups, especially with 2 of their matchups being the other Lost Streakers.
Yeah, we really need to see Horim scout here, see whether they need to start sacking their board, and there is a Fortune player. So this grief could really be very important, but it doesn't look like Horim is going to be making that choice, and it could come back to bite them, because that's the Fortune matchup.
Yeah, I was hoping to maybe just see this Kog'Maw get stuck up in the front line here, use this Caitlyn to actually just kill maybe a unit or 2, and maybe even just put the rest of the board in the back line with the Caitlyn. But Horim chooses to get off this loss streak, unfortunately, due to the fact that Riveting is playing that Fortune cash out to its perfect level right now.
Yeah, when you look at this position from Horim, I think that you gotta be intimidated, right? not only did your loss streak get canceled, but you are so far behind what you would normally be in terms of wanting to play around Kog'Maw, right? You've got one Kog'Maw, or two Kog'Maws and one Cho'Gath. And that is not enough to do a very deep roll down right now. That is not enough to continue a win streak after snapping your loss streak. And hopefully, Horim is going to get lucky on some of these level 4 shops because they really need it.
Yep, the luck really needs to be on their side. We do see that they are able to actually hit 40 gold here, but these items are not exactly what you want to be seeing for the likes of Horm's board. But boom, right there, finding the extra Kog'Maws that they needed. They're getting closer than we could have expected, but still pretty far off from getting to this Cho'Gath 3, which is another very important piece to this puzzle.
Yeah, and what's really curious is they don't seem to be making any use of these level 4 shops. They seem to be very committed to rolling above 50 gold. Slow rolling is not a strategy that we've seen as much of recently, but when you do want to hit Cho'Gath, Malphite, Caitlyn, and Kog'Maw, this could be the right move to play for the maximum level of strength on this board.
Yeah, and they have obviously hit that Mystic level up as well, so getting that extra 50% now. So we'll be probably able to kill maybe an extra unit, maybe 2 here, and it does look like only 1 unit, 2 units did fall actually, almost got 3 there. So that's not a bad loss for Horim, but this could not be going the way that they want, and does actually find a really solid augment here in rolling for days if they do elect to want to keep using this economy to their favor.
Yeah, now this can be a tough position to navigate as well, because even if you do want rolling for days, even if you do want those extra rerolls, it could be very difficult to turn the ship around if you only invest in economic traits. But Morellonomicon is very good to see. It is going to provide you a much needed, it is going to fill a much needed niche in your team.
It brings that level of burn that you might not have had. I mean, it is built in to Cho'Gath, but this is only a Cho'Gath 1, and that's not going to be providing as much of that burn as it does later on when you have a Cho'Gath 3, and it really only targets the units in front of him. So being able to get that Morello onto a Lilia here and almost starting to hit 5 Mythic is not a bad spot for Horim on this reroll composition.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be a difficult mid-game to play, though. We're stuck behind tempo, and now we're committed to playing around this Lilia on our board, who doesn't provide the spike that Malphite otherwise would, because we wanted to get a Morello holder engaged as soon as possible. I have to expect Horim to be losing a lot more HP in the upcoming rounds, because it is still far, far away from that 3-star upgraded board.
Right. We also are choosing to break this economy, even though we didn't want to do it on the level 4 shop, and now we're electing to roll down here. Horim is taking a different path than I'm used to seeing on this composition. Might elect to actually drop off this Lilia for now, but could probably just slot it out, throw in the Malphite. You're gaining extra resistances, that extra health from the Heavenly, and then the built-in resistances from the Behemoth, and now finds that so muchly needed Cho'Gath 2.
Yeah, now this is going to be a tough fight to bear, because Sponsy is level 7 carrying the Kiana in place of something like the Volibear or the Yone, and this fight is going to be so painful because 5 units are bearing down on your head and dealing damage to that HP pool.
And has multiple 2-stars as well on the side of Sponsy there. So very, very hard to actually get those units low enough HP for the Kog'Maw to be able to target the right one. As you saw there, multiple units, all similar HP. Kog'Maw having a hard time targeting, and that was just a tough fight here for Horim.
Yeah, now what are we going to go for? The bow has been taken away. Something like the Nashor's Tooth is no longer an option, but now it's going to be the Gunblade or the Jeweled Gauntlet. Items that will round out your Kog'Maw are exactly what you need in this position, but you've got to be able to turn it around soon.
This is definitely starting to get out of reach for Horim. As we were talking about, those roll downs coming a little later than expected. Might have been able to push it down to 30 gold, maybe trying to 2-star, maybe getting closer to the 3-star on the more important units. And it does seem that they did get to that Malphite just within reach of 1 Malphite away. That was 8 Malphites as we switch here on to Sponsy now, who is one of our streakers on an 8 streak at that.
Yeah, but with these extra rerolls, I don't know if they are seeing exactly what they need. The Yone seems to be the path of choice, but you've got so many different options that this position can be very confusing to play. A Nautilus 2 could have found its way onto the board, but that's not what we're going for.
I'm not sure if Nautilus is in for the Exalted, if that was the main reason they were holding them potentially. That could have obviously provided a little bit more damage, maybe some XP gaining while they're re-rolling for this Yone to be found. But it does seem like this Kiana is being able to hold on and do quite a bit of damage to these enemy boards, and it's just outpacing the rest of the lobby by using these re-rolls to gain the tempo advantage that they need.
Yeah, really finding a lot of value in this fight against soft targets over on Riveting's side. Riveting has committed to an incredibly greedy line, playing around Fortune and going for late game specialist as well. I expect that if Riveting reaches level 9, this game is going to turn on its head.
Also pointing out that that is the second augment they have taken that really doesn't have any value until you get to a certain point. The first one being that stationary support that doesn't come for multiple rounds, and now we're seeing that they chose late game specialists. So they are all in. Their chips are in the middle of the table trying to see if they can get to that masterful level 9 that we've seen JD do so many times this tournament.
Yeah, and when you look at what Riveting is standing at in the points, that could be very useful because they are down at only 12. Now, this fight up against Red Bubbles is one that I'm worried about for Sponsy. They've been pushing this win streak really well up until this point, but Kiana might get stuck on these faded frontliners, and Aphelios is so close to changing focus onto her.
Aphelios does find that focus that was necessary, and now this board for Sponsy is starting to be turned on its head. It's getting extremely low, but this cast from Alawi might be exactly what Sponsy needed. Oh, but the route to the back line, the Soraka is going to be wide open for Aphelios, and this is going to be Sponsy's loss, getting extinguished on that win streak, and so does Pun. So we only have one last streaker going in to the final round of Stage 3.
Yeah, now this is what's going to be really important, right? Because Riveting has got to start making use of this Fortune cash out. What is it going to be? It's going to be a tome of traits. That 30 cash out can be so impactful if you are able to get a vertical online. Now, what could that be? That could be something like Story Weaver, or that could be something like Ink Shadow. This is going to be what determines Riveting's direction for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and does already have a good item holder potentially for Aurelia in Kaisa, but could elect to just go for, and Riveting does get gifted that extra Kaisa as well. So we could see Riveting start to push into this bruiser trick shot comp that we've been talking about that has been kind of catching on in the meta. Boom, hits Kaisa 2 on this roll down, and now is off to the races for trick shot in, has solid items to be slammed onto these units. You can also be looking for that trusty 5 cost in a Zaya, and back in goes a Kale. So now we have 4 Bruiser, 3 Story Weaver, and the 4 Trick Shot. This is looking like a masterful board for Riveting.
Yeah, the only thing I would comment on is that it seems like Riveting had a different plan earlier on in the game, went for Blue Kale, which would buff an AP carry, but now we've pivoted back over to AD at the end of our cash out. That's totally fine. It's not a big deal, but we are going to have to look to see whether that is going to be enough in terms of getting all the value you need out of this board going to level 9.
Yeah, level 9 is definitely going to be critical, but the Aphelios does go down. That was very close. Red Bubbles almost pulling off a wonderful fight, and now we are on our final augment of the game. Gonna re-roll past the heavy hitters. Not so good in this composition. Goodbye to healing orbs. Stationary support could provide some extra oomph that they need in terms of maybe another dummy to the front line, but we'll probably go past that. And now we see that they could pick up a sword or even pick up a Story Weaver if they did want to try to see if they could try their luck on going fully vertical.
Yeah, I really like going with You Have My Sword. It's not the best late game combat augment because just the AD across your units is not all that impactful, but you get to complete a 3rd item on this Kaisa, and that could make all the difference. The Altruist emblem as well is going to add durability to this frontline that matches up really well with the Locket dummy.
Right. providing also a little bit extra bonus to your resistances as well. This is a good spot. Could pick up or could slam on a Sunfire Cape to provide some anti-heal against these healing compositions and these healing items that we see on the other side of the board, that being a Gunblade, and has not quite done it yet. Was a little slow to the party, but it does look like that slam was not necessary and is holding on to these Annies, which also has built-in burn as well.
Yeah, I like the way that Riveting is playing this position. I like the fact that he's being a little bit greedy with these item slams, because Sunfire really does not have that much value starting in stage 4. You would much rather get onto something like Morellonomicon or Red Buff, because in the late game, you do have these carries that are able to spread anti-heal across the entire board. Now, Janna's going to come in with the Treasure Armory and really look for Riveting to get a frontline item for this Galio or for the Tahm Kench and make this board that much more stable.
Definitely needs some more stabilization up there. We aren't finding what we're needing here, though, and even almost getting trolled on one of these last rolls there with a Sunfire Cape, and that's exactly what Riveting was looking for. Gets the Protector's Vow, as well as finds a tier to potentially want to slam it onto that belt to get on. Oh, wait. Does select to go with the Sunfire, though. I've been seeing Redemption be played so much more this set than it has in previous.
Yeah, I would have really liked to see Riveting hold on for just another moment to see whether that anti-heal was going to make the difference, but I think it can be very nerve-wracking to go to level 9 on 20 HP, and that is what Riveting is banking on. That is why Riveting is making the decision to make a late-game Sunfire.
And the late game Sunfire, as you pointed out, not always the best, but can provide just what you need in terms of having anti-heal towards that front line, which trick shots do a pretty good job at bursting through front lines. So we'll see if this pays off as we move into the final carousel, potentially for a few of these players. Jason Lin is very low at 11 HP. We're seeing that Riveting here playing in that fortune line, getting very low as well. And there's some interesting items to be picked up here, though the spat will hang around quite a bit as it is on a 1 cost.
Yeah, now I have to point out a few things for Riveting's position here, because you have to find the Aatrox for Ink Shadow at some point, and Ink Shadow is going to determine whether you are going to be able to play around an extra frontliner item or another backline item. But on the other hand, Jason Lin is in a really tough position, because rolling down on level 8 for 6 Ghostly is very powerful, but we're still stuck on the Senna 2.
Stuck on Senna 2, stuck on Aatrox 1, stuck on a 1-star Alawi as well. Gonna elect to pull these items off of the Senna, and now probably start to move them over to the Kayn, as this is now our carry.
Yeah, that could be what Jason Lin needs, but it could also be Doom later on in the game, because unfortunately, Kayn is not the most durable frontline carry, and if you've got all your damage on this unit, I really worry about whether it gets focused down by something like a Kai'Sa.
Yeah, and missing out on a Edge of Night to provide that reset, to provide that extra protection that Kayn usually needs, but does have Asterix, does have a Hand of Justice, which does provide quite a bit of sustainability and safety when Kayn gets to that low HP. And as we saw here, Kayn was able to do quite a bit of work.
Yeah, Jason Lin is on the bubble as well. If he gets something like a 4th this game, that could be what he needs in order to advance to the next stage of the competition. If he places something like a 6th, that could spell complete doom for him later on. So I think that this is really the pivotal moment of the game where you move the items over to the frontline carry. Hopefully this Kayn is able to do enough.
Yeah, and people might be wondering, why is Jason positioning this way with the Kayn? Well, those dummies are crash test dummies, so they're going to be flung at the enemy board, opening up a path for Kayn to be able to walk up into and actually fight the rest of these frontline units with its frontline.
Yeah, now this fight is one of those fights that I would be worried about, because this Kayn is next on the chopping block after the Shen falls, and with double gargoyles, he's going to be lasting just a bit longer, but Kayn is almost dead, and now the Senna doesn't have the items that she needs in order to fire. Could Jason Lin go down this turn? It could be a very bad loss against Riveting, and I think that's going to be it.
And down goes Jason Lin in a very pivotal match here as well. And pops out. I mean, that is just a tough spot to be. Jason Lin's been playing great this tournament to be here on day 3. There are so many strong players. So great job to Jason for even being in this spot. And here we are hopping back to Rudir, who was on that ghostly line as well, did get a ghostly crown going, and has found a way to make this young, wild, and free selection still work out, even though they have kind of had that freedom being in a lower tier of HP this entire game.
Yeah, these first 2 augments are not ones that you normally see lined up next to each other with this HP, but it is what it is at this point. Rudir has to make the most of this position. Are we going to be able to find an upgraded backline carry in something like the Kai'Sa, or is this Senna going to last us to the end of our days?
The Kai'Sa would be pretty juicy, right? We are so common to see Kai'Sa ghostly when you get the spat being something that you're honestly looking for. And boom, does finally find that Kai'Sa and can pair it up with the likes of this Xayah, and selling units here to try to finagle exactly what kind of composition they want to have going into these final stages.
Yeah, it's really difficult at this point because we're trying to make the most of a bad situation, and it looks like our board is going to be made up largely of scraps. This is sort of a transitional moment for Rudir, and it could be very difficult because this duelist line punishes relatively weaker boards so much.
And one of the things that I want to point out actually is I think that Ghostly is hard countered by the duelist comp as well. They do a really good job at bursting front lines, not allowing those ghostly stacks to actually matter throughout the fight, which are so important to make that composition work.
Yeah, now this is going to be the last chance for Rudir as well, and it looks like Riveting has taken another narrow loss. So this lobby is really coming down to its final moments, right? Here is crunch time. Here's where you need to make the tough decisions. How can you make your board as strong as possible at the end of the day? Rudir's grappling with this question as he's looking for the Kai'Sa, but it just seems to be a little bit short.
Yeah, just out of reach. Could not find the units that Rudir needed on this roll down, and it's starting to look a little grim. Will this fight be won against a weaker opponent? And it is not. It is not a weaker opponent. This is a very strong board that we're seeing from Sponsy, who has been doing very well this entire game, did not elect to go into that Yone reroll slot, and is now elected to have multiple Titans onto a set and using this cane to just obliterate the board for Rudir here, and they go down in 7th.
Yeah, a hard moment to face for Rudir, who was just on the cusp of things, but Riveting is actually going to fall down to 2 HP, and with 8 Kai'Sas on the bench, this is going to be a nerve-wracking moment.
This is actually so heartbreaking if you're Riveting right now to be in this position, because you're 1 unit away from potentially just flat out winning the lobby, and elects to sell the 2-star 5 cost to try to find this last Kai'Sa that they need. And it's there. They found the Kai'Sa. The roll down worked out the sell of a unit, but will them being down a unit actually cost them more than it looks like?
Yeah, this was an incredible way to play around the level 9, the late game specialist. By using those increased 4-cost odds at level 9, we just barely find the Kai'Sa. And up against the duelists, I feel like Kai'Sa with a Giant Slayer is going to have an incredible time. She is shredding the entire enemy forces. Volibear is still standing, but there's a frontliner in the way.
I can only imagine how big Riveting's smile is in the back behind their points on the screen right now. It's got to be ear to ear. I'm ear to ear for Riveting right now. That was a crazy play, and it pays off.
Yeah, so bold to do that at the end of the day when Lissandra could make a difference in another fight, but judging that you need the extra oomph from this Kai'Sa, and it looks like up against the Volibear 3, that might have been the right decision.
It was exactly what they needed for that fight, and maybe the remaining fights ahead of them. They did go down to 2 HP against an Aphelios 3, and as we saw, with 4 trick shot, you get so much amplification on your abilities. They're bouncing everywhere, they're hitting every unit, and that Kai'Sa does so much damage, now getting in another 5-cost unit after having to sell one to find Kai'Sa. Will this Udyr bring enough CC to continue this fabled story for Riveting alive?
Yeah, I think we're just looking for something like the Aatrox who would really round out this board with Ink Shadow online now that we've found the Udyr. But I think that this Kaisa 3 really does a great job handling most boards at this stage of the game.
True. It really does. The Kaisa 3, as we just got to see around on that scout, is really, really strong. And one thing I want to point out here, Invective, is Horim, as we were watching earlier, we were doubting. We were not so sure of what this would look like. But they have found a win streak, finally being burst by a Kaisa 3, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't have all that much faith, but Horim actually found an incredible path through the rest of the game, taking only a few more losses in the mid game and really establishing themselves in the mid game and late game.
And that's what it takes sometimes, is you might need to have some doubters to power you through, make you feel that extra pressure that you might not have been feeling before, to actually be like, you know what? No, I got this. I know what I'm doing here. This was my game plan the whole time. Don't doubt me. Don't doubt me.
Oh, for sure. And I think that, looking at this position from Horim, this is a really great spot to be in the late game, because even if you are down a little bit relative to a Kaisa 3, you have still been putting on the hurt on the rest of the lobby.
And as we see this fight popping up here, behind that team planner is 6 Canes for Red Bubble, but there are still some other players in this lobby right now playing on Kane. So will they go out before? Oh wait, it was not Red Bubble. That was Saucy. My bad.
Yeah, now
hanging out on the bench. I got a little lost there.
Yeah, you can see Sponsy going for that alternative win condition. Hopefully that Kane would be enough to match up against the Kaisa. And with 30 gold left, there is a chance that they hit, but it looks like Riveting is on the case and looking for those Canes as well.
And trying to hold on to some of those 4-cost units, denying them from being able to actually cap out the board that they so desperately need to stay alive. I mean, Riveting hitting this Kaisa 3 on that last roll down could be lobby defying, could keep their tournament berth alive. And as we go into Dragon and the damage starts to be amplified moving into stage 6, Riveting's board's going to be nuking people's life.
Yeah, and you look at this champion conference, it seems like we're going to be picking up the Udyr from the champion conference, but we're not punished because the Xayah comes in the shop as well.
And that is looking perfect here for Riveting. Almost everything coming together. Gets the Xayah from the shop, finds the Udyr that they needed, not even worried about needing to make their board meet the standards that they need to actually get the conference to bring them the units that actually cap out their board.
Yeah, this is a crazy, crazy spot to be in. Now you go up against someone like Red Bubble, and the Aphelios just doesn't have anything to say to the Kaisa. Aphelios is sort of a slow carry, but Kaisa punches through your front line in an instant. The Thresh is gone, the set is gone, and Udyr is already bullying the Aphelios. I think that this fight is a done deal.
Riveting. Didn't even have to find. Actually, it was Riveting pivoting that made this game all come to fruition. And now we're starting to see all these players, except for Pun, get into striking distance of Riveting's 3-star Kaisa. And now we see a Hui 2 coming through for Udyr, but it might be too late.
Yeah, a lot of. Oh, we are so shy of this Kane 3. Riveting was rolling for it, but it looks like that is going to be on the horizon if Sponsy can put it together. Doesn't look like they'll take a loss or a death this turn, so there is yet one more chance.
I'm sorry for getting so excited. I actually thought because we saw the units getting sold that we were about to see another 3-star 4-cost in this game, which would have been the ultimate duel to finish things off here. But Riveting still holding on, scouting to see what they need to do to keep this first place within reach.
Yeah, this Kaisa is definitely dominating the lobby the way it is, but you can see by the way that Riveting is rolling that he's very, very conscious of securing this victory, of making sure there are no threats left alive. And Sponsy is on the bubble. Sponsy has taken a huge amount of HP and he's out.
There goes Sponsy down in 4th, and Horim also dropping out in 5th. These losses that Riveting has been delivering to player after player after player has been literally making this lobby feel so much weaker than it actually was. But that does not matter to Riveting. They're going to keep on this tear. They're going to keep coming for gold. This is not only keeping Riveting from elimination, but also trying to book their ticket to the top 8 of this tournament.
Yeah, and Riveting's not too far away, right? Riveting down at 12 points, gets up to 20 with a victory here, and that could be a huge difference maker.
What we do see in this duelist comp now has all of the 3 cost 3-starred, but will it be enough? I don't think so, as Kaisa is just blasting through Tristana, blasting through this Volibear, and down will go Diana as well, as Riveting continues to stay claimed to this lobby.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a Tristana get plucked out of the air like that, but it looks like this lobby is going to be a done deal. The duelists don't have another act left in their play, but Riveting is really dominating the final part of the show.
And is going to find another solid item for their Udyr here. So now they didn't even need a dual carry with how strong this Kaisa is, but does have a other feature on the board, another act in their playbook, as you might say yourself there, Invictive, and this is all but done. This is going to be massive damage, might be one more fight following, but that's all she wrote. Riveting looking like they punched their ticket to a first place.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a victory lap. You can't get too hasty, but this Kaisa seems like she will do a ton of damage to the duelists, and you have the ability to outposition by moving and switching sides in a way that the duelists might struggle with.
The duelist, did you have a Nico Riveting? Nope. Just found a way to find it. Did not need a champion duplicator, as that is the actual name of the item that they are discussing here. And yeah, that's just all they wrote for this lobby. So much damage coming in. It might be one more per pun, but they can't do anything about this. Riveting blasting their way through the competition here.
Yeah, Redbubble doesn't have a lot more left to do on the board, and resolves to do the only thing they can, which is to start chatting up Riveting. But I think Riveting isn't going to be distracted enough to give them a round.
Nope, Charisma's not going to save you here. You're not going to be able to chat up the competition to have them maybe mismanage their positioning. The only way things might go wrong is if Kaisa found its way into the front line, but Riveting's been playing too well for us to know that that's going to happen.
Yeah, no, this board is just taking the victory lap at this point. Pun is going to do just about anything that they can in order to change up the fight, but it doesn't look like this positioning is any better than what they did before. And the duelists, oh, it's over.
Yep, that is all she wrote here. Riveting, riding and dying on that fortune situation, but does find out the perfect recipe for success here, and boom, it's done. We saw Kaisa 3, almost saw Kane 3, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, what an exciting close to the game 4 here, because I think that, when you are in a lobby with a fortune player, you really do have to make your stake on the game earlier on. You have to manage to not lose HP. We saw the ups and downs of a player like Horim, who was really down in the dumps in stage 3, made a huge comeback stage 4 and 5, but once that Kaisa 3 came online, she came knocking.
Yeah, I believe that Horim also got Riveting into Ghost of Riveting, which was so brutal for their win streak, for that life that they had rebuilt back up from being in such a disparaged state. But all I gotta say, Riveting, great stuff. Great stuff. Really can't wait to see how big of a smile Riveting had from that awesome roll down.
Yeah, an incredible game 4, and just you wait, because on our next round of competition, we are going to have a cut from 48 to 32. The competition is getting slimmer, and it's going to be ever more difficult to pick up those victories.
Don't go anywhere. The plays are gonna keep coming. If you were not entertained by that last one, well, I can promise you the next one is gonna be even better. We'll see you after the break, but I think that's it for me and Invictive.
So hi, I'm Upset Max. I'm an esports player and esports coach for Fit Gamer Training Grounds, and I'm a challenger player who peaked rank 8 last sets. Gamers sitting at the desk sometimes on hours on end or even the whole day could be quite tough on the body and the mind. So we really promote physical fitness. So we have a couple programs to even online or in person to promote physical fitness. We have a lot of coaching, not only just for the games, but just like mental conditioning and mental coaching, providing any programs that will boost one's health. So like diet programs, getting good sleep, even exercises or stretches specifically for gamers, like specific wrist stretches or like finger stretches, even neck stretches and back. So we cover the whole thing. We're just trying to keep people as balanced as possible while being able to be as great of a gamer as they can be. So we're partnered with Cloud9. Our fitness team right now is directly working with their LCS league professional team and keeping them, so like helping them with their diet, like helping them work out. We got a whole schedule for them going, so then they're not just grinding their scrims all day. They get to like, they're taking breaks, they're keeping healthy, and once you're healthy out of game, it's a lot easier to perform during the actual games. I'm the head coach for the TFT program in Training Grounds, where basically I teach masterclasses twice a week for free to players of all elos, like 5 best comps to play, etc., helping everybody out. And then I even upload them onto the TFT Fit Gamer YouTube channel. It's all free. We're just helping out people as much as we can and just try to create a better community. I started picking up TFT around like set 4.5 really, and then that was the first time I hit Challenger, and I was like, wow, never hit Challenger in League, Challenger in TFT, maybe this is the new path. And yeah, I kept on it, and then we started playing well in tournaments, like in the KDA Cup in set 10, I placed 9th and was waitlisted for NA regionals. So hopefully this set is mine, and we'll see how it goes. Doing a lot of self prep, doing a lot of VOD review. Also, I have the best study group, the Lab. Shout out the Lab for being the best study group out there, and everyone's super friendly, everyone's helping each other out. If you're an aspiring player in TFT, League, Valorant, Rocket League, any of the big games, then definitely check out Fit Gamer Training Grounds for free coaching, and good luck in your games.
Hey everybody, we are back for the final 3 games of Ascension of the Ages. I am Rain, joined today by Purple Pouring. It has been a ridiculous tournament so far. We've seen some incredible tempo plays from each and every lobby. I've been watching a lot of the alternative lobbies, that aren't on the broadcast here and there as I can, and they've just been insane games. Pouring, what's your favorite game that you've seen this weekend, or the favorite moment that you've caught?
I think the Kai'Sa 3 that we just saw was probably one of the favorite moments. I mean, getting down to 2 HP, hitting that Kai'Sa 3, bringing it all the way back up to the first, that's the kind of stuff that you want to see in TFT. That's the kind of stuff that kind of makes tournaments, and especially with Rivian being at 12 points during that time, that first was a huge deal to get him through to this round.
Yeah, living up to his name for sure with that riveting moment, and the tension of is the Kane 3 going to get hit? They had 8 out of the 9 they needed. Just so much drama going on, so much tension going on between these players. We do have our lobbies set up for round 5, and we are going to start making some pretty deep cuts from this point on. We have 32 players out of 400 left, and coming up we're going to be cutting that down to 16, and following that down to our final 8. So people have to be playing out of their minds. However, some of our players looking pretty safe, particularly one we're going to be watching in this next lobby, Lab 004, Rain, aka Rain, because I'm the other Rain, because they play at this level and I don't, who is sitting at 31 points, really only in second place because of bonus points from day 1 going to JD Zielinski. I'm not trying to say that, there's any kind of caster bias or anything like that, but, I love JD. JD has been sort of waiting to pop off for a long time. Rain has been kind of on her way up. It's going to be an awesome matchup between these two as they sort of duel for who's going to take first. But rounding out the lobby, no slouches. Red Bubbles we saw just earlier. Basso Skills, Philip, Senbon, who I got a chance to interview pretty recently. I'm a Genius, Horum, and Emoticon Father. Who do you think in this lobby is kind of the dark horse coming in? Who do you think really has the opportunity to pull off the upset?
Yeah, so I think, everyone on the left side, I think people have seen around in competitive TFT, and everyone on the right side of the screen, I think, are lesser known names. So I think anyone on the right side, especially Red Bubbles, who has been playing really out of their minds, Horum, also been playing out of their minds, I think they can take it, and I think it'll be really awesome if they do, just because of the whole purpose behind the open bracket tournament that we have here is so that people outside of the top of the ladder can participate in these tournaments, and a lot of these people are outside of the top 160 of the ladder or something like that. They're challenger, they're GM, and they're doing really great. They've got to this point, and I'd like to see them keep going.
Yeah, this top 32, we are now officially in the money as well. So, you were saying during the break, the sort of mission, right, of Aegis is to open the door, right, for players to elevate their game to that next level. I know it's happened for me joining a study group that's an offshoot of Aegis. I've learned infinite from. A lot of people have felt this way, and having this open sort of tournament, right, where it's first come first served. If you sign up, I mean, we had literally 2, I believe, peak silver players playing in this tournament, all the way up to at initial sign up we had 2 NA world champions in the same pool. And so I think really Aegis has done an incredible job of living up to that goal, living up to that mission. And we're starting to see that sort of happen here, where some of the names that maybe you aren't as familiar with or are lesser known are really having a chance to shine. Our boy August being one of them, making it to day 3. Super proud of you, bud. But now we're coming up on actual game 5. The players who are still in, looking at the potential portals that we have here, and it is going to be Prismatic Party. This lobby is gonna be nuts.
Yeah, Prismatic Party, Pouring Party, that is one of the things that is high variance, super fun to cast. I don't know why everyone sat in it, because it is such high RNG that you can get something really good, or you can get a little augment diff, but it is, we are in it, so let's see what everyone gets.
I think maybe when you have one of the players in your lobby who is far and away above points, right? And from everyone else, like, this might be the time where you say, okay, we're going all in on all the variants, all the randomness, all the crazy. Like, the only way, because if I play straight up TFT against Rainsplosion, I am going to go bot 4. So let's throw it all out the window and go nuts and have the craziest lobby that we can and hopefully pull off an upset.
Yeah, have a little faith in yourself. You'd go second. You'd be the second Rain.
No, I'm talking about them. I'm talking about them. I would not go bot 4. I would be top 8. Definitely, though. I'd definitely be a top 8 competitor.
Exactly. Okay, so we're starting to see just, people holding pairs. There's the faded RA 2-star, but you don't really need to buy it right now. I think this is just a very solid way to start the game. I mean, it's just hold all the pairs, hold all the units that have synergies, and start to build a good board so that you can start actually playing TFT.
Yeah, and being able to hold this Darius pair here, I think, is really, really good. Darius is such a stage 2 beast, right? Falls off a cliff immediately after Krugs, but if you can get that online, especially with that Yone paired up to tank a little bit, it can be very, very strong. We're looking here maybe at this Dryad crown, which is not a line that I typically play, not a line I'm used to seeing played. Maybe taking it because hey, I've got some Dryads on bench already, and it's not going to be contested. Who is re-rolling Gnar on purpose, right? Without this very specific setup. So an interesting choice here from Horum to commit to this line so early on.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a very interesting choice just because, like you said, it's not something that we typically see that often. It's not, an S-tier comp that's on every single tier list as being one of the best. It's not going to be super contested like Kaisa or Yone or something like that. But it is a very solid comp if you get it online, and if you hit what you need to, it's a solid top 4, top 3 comp. And maybe that's all the points that he needs to, kind of move on to the next round right now.
Yeah, and Horum doing the same thing I do, assuming that Cho'Gath is a Dryad, and then immediately remembering and removing them from the planner. This sort of Gnar Kindred combo, with Kindred recently getting buffed a little bit and being a lot more viable than he has been all set. She has been all set. A pretty strong combo, but I think very situational, very item dependent.
Yeah, absolutely. Very item dependent. We've seen rerolls be successful. I mean, if you follow Clement, he's posted about the Kindred build that can take firsts, can take a lot of challenger lobbies. So it is definitely something that can be played. And if you get the Dryad, set up early, like Horum has here, I think that starts building up, and you can just kind of win out from there.
Yeah, and I think I've seen that mouse wiggle on my own screen enough times to know there's a little bit of frustration maybe in the shops that they're getting, or the situation that they're in, maybe not a line that they're super comfortable with. I know that getting any kind of like prismatic, right? You get the item online as well, right? You're going to get this Titans for one of your 2 carries. You get the emblem, which allows, this Ari to start stacking up. When you get Kindred in, she'll start to stack up that HP. But I get the feeling Horum is maybe playing the stats and doesn't necessarily know the line as well as, as other players in the tournament might.
Yeah, certainly. Although I don't know how good anyone really knows this Dryad line unless you have been playing it the whole set. But we go into an encounter with the choice of support items, picks up the Banshee pretty quickly. This is what do you think about this encounter this early on, especially?
I think it's great for Horum here, as is that tattoo of protection, to be able to get that Banshees, right? Like, you're giving that CC immunity to your frontline carry that can be really, really impactful to help them really stack up. This is sort of the perfect tattoo for them. I think when you're in this spot where you're going to have hopefully a lot of early game power with these Dryads online, with that free item, now you're getting CC immunity. You're finding yourself in a position where you're like, okay, I can continue to win streak. I think for some of our lost streakers, it's probably pretty frustrating because you're not necessarily going to want that power on your board, and you definitely don't want more power on your opponent's boards.
Yeah, certainly. I think you're totally right about that because it's one of those things that this early on can increase either variance RNG or just like increase the power of the board in a way that some people really want and some people really don't want. As we finish up this fight, unfortunately, Horan takes a loss here to. Well, I can't see the other part.
It was Emoticon Father, yeah. Yeah, Emoticon Father at level 4, holding on to their win streak. So unfortunately for Horam to be dropping out, maybe like just let me out, let me out. The spat was taken. Maybe looking to grab this chain. Maybe going zooping around for the Kindred. No, does elect to take the chain here. Maybe hoping to continue building items onto this Gnar.
Yep, absolutely. Just double Titans or whatever. This Gnar will eventually get online. I think the shops have not been super kind to Horam right now. Obviously, he's got a board set up, but he is not hitting the Dryads that he wants to be hitting, especially this early on in the game. You should be hitting Rek'Sais, you can be hitting Gnars, you can be hitting Kindreds, and he's just not really hitting much of those.
Yeah, as we move over to Senbon here, who does look to have this cog re-roll online and was able to pick that spat up off the carousel, allowing them to unlock potentially 5 mythic significantly earlier and without needing to level and get to those 4 cost tiers. So a pretty good look for Senbon here. Has the cog 2, but no blue buff, no tiers to speak of. And only the 3 cogs, holding the Sione on bench. It's an interesting spot to be in.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and I don't know exactly what he plans to do. Obviously, he has the Pandora's items, so he could just do cog reroll and just use the Pandora's items to get all the Abyss items that he needs. But with the units that he's holding now, there's definitely a chance that he could be angling to something else.
And yet another impactful encounter that is going to last through the entire game. Health, AP, or AD for your units. Checking the Kog'Maw, like what does Kog'Maw do again? It's AP. So does elect to take the health that is going to pump up these behemoth characters just a little bit more, and I think that is the most popular option, especially early on in the game when your units are kind of weak. Hitting those upgrades and getting that little bit of extra health can go a long way.
Yeah, absolutely. Your board is a little weak. HP just benefits everyone, and it keeps you a little more flexible. If you choose AD, you're kind of locked into AD. If you choose AP, you're kind of locked into AP. But if you choose health, you can still play whatever you want.
Yeah, it turns out all the champions in the game have health bars, and they're kind of important. They're kind of useful to keep high. It turns out, big number good, small number bad.
We're seeing some of these health bars start going down, especially on the the red side of the board here, and that's pretty bad for those units.
Yeah, and kind of unfortunate there actually with the Caitlyn ult. You kind of think that because as she's targeting the furthest away, that she was going to chunk onto this Aatrox, but her first ult sort of threaded the needle in between and barely touched the Kindred in the back line, allowing that Aatrox to live so much longer and not necessarily turning the tide of the fight, but certainly making it more difficult for this Cog and this Caitlyn to kill a unit.
Yeah, absolutely. That Aatrox lived pretty much forever. So kind of the blocking, basically acting as it should be, right? It's supposed to tank, so it's doing exactly what it's supposed to, positioning itself in the right spot to take the damage from the Caitlyn.
Yeah, and we can see a little bit as we saw a peek of actual Senbon there in the bottom right. Right now, he's doing his best Soju impression and getting that little whiff, just a little hint of hair up there. But a little bit of frustration at the way perhaps that this turned out, but is able to forge that mythic spat, is able to make Nashers, which is a very important item for this Kog'Maw, and is starting to roll it down, looking for these upgrades, looking for potentially these 3 stars. Hitting the Nico 2 here is pretty solid. That will be the next in. 6 of these Kog'Maws, but not much closer to anything else. Going to roll a little bit deeper, and there it is. Cog 3 levels immediately, gets the Nico in, and we are looking at 4 out of the 5 mythics that we need to really pump this board up to the next level.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say that was probably a A to S tier roll down right there. You hit one of the you hit your main carry, which is really what you want. But you are missing, Cho 3 and then Malphite 3. So not everything is completely on board, but it is strong enough to win this fight. It's going to be strong enough to win probably all of stage 3.
Yeah, getting this, your main carry upgraded to this level this early. Yeah, you're very far away from Malphite. You're very far away from Cho, but it's not Malphite 1. It's not Cho 1, right? You were able to actually hit those upgrades. Almost certainly going to take Impenetrable here. It is very, very strong. Tiny but deadly. I think a little overrated. What do you think, Pouring?
I like seeing tiny units, so I like tiny but deadly. It is also generally just a good augment, right? It's, you're never going to be annoyed at your units attacking faster, but it is not that useful for Kog'Maw. So I think you're totally right. Impenetrable bulwark there. Now the Cho'Gath is going to live pretty much forever, allowing that Kog'Maw to just kill everything on the board. So that's totally the right choice.
Yeah, and playing the Aegis of the Legion positioning game, right? Trying to figure out how do I get everybody in this buff. Okay, I can't really do it in the corner on the right side, move them over to the left, but then you're getting Zephyred, which is pretty unfortunate. I know that they saw that there was at least one Zephyr. I don't know if they saw that there was the other. So this Kog'Maw is going to take quite a bit of time to ramp up, and that might be what it takes to take this Kog'Maw down. However, the Cho'Gath, not able to really get into the back line in time to rescue his tiny friend. And even with these 3 items on, is going to have a really difficult time taking down a Yone 2 with 2 items.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing his best. He's killing some units. Definitely not the positioning that Senbon would have wanted, and not the, especially with the 2 Zephyrs on the board. That's going to be annoying for literally everyone that plays against Philip, just because Zephyrs being moved to a support item, you don't see them as often anymore. You don't have to really scout and position against Zephyrs anymore. So I think a lot of people have gotten kind of complacent in that regard.
Yeah, just kind of worst in slot matchmaking there for Senbon. And again, we saw sort of the frustration as he leaned back in his chair. That's the last thing you wanted to see, is your main tank and your main carry get Zephyred at the start of a fight in a set where there's not supposed to be any.
Yeah, there really isn't supposed to be that many Zephyrs anymore. Occasionally one, but now you have 2 on your main tank and your main carry. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, that's I started playing in set 2 where getting Zephyred was a pretty commonplace occurrence, but we're a long way since then. Maybe if you played some 3.5 revival, you might have seen some Blitz Zephyr cheeses like we used to have back in the day. But yeah, just unfortunate matchmaking there. However, fortunate matchmaking here. I don't think that this Yone has quite what it takes. Rain is going to take another hit here on that loss streak, but Duelist Yone, pretty popular holder for that spat item, and we can see Sen doing what you should do in your ladder games, which is just hold some Yones. If it's not going to grief your econ, just hold the Yones, guys. Like, it's not that hard. When you see a Yone in your shop, if it doesn't take you below like 30 or 40 or whatever, just hold it so that the other guy doesn't get it.
Yeah,
I don't understand why it's so hard.
If a couple of people hold a Yone, then there's no 3-star to get. I think it's if everyone holds 2, I think is the math. But he's definitely doing his job holding these 2 Yones.
Even gave up 1 gold to get it here as the Yone combines into a Yone. He was thinking about getting the 2 cost off the carousel, knowing that he had 2 Yones on bench, and now is like, well, crap, now I have to sell it to make econ.
Yeah, we see him just like mousing over it.
Right. And I think maybe even thinking about leveling to fit it in, which is a choice.
They definitely could, 2 heavenly, just have a random Yone on the board. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's just an interesting choice to make here, especially when you're taking it mostly try to grief the Yone player.
Sure, and I think they might actually be considering selling like this singular Caitlyn if they win here to be able to hold on to this Yone too. We know that this Yone unit has been a menace even after they got nerfed, right, with this hotfix. It has been very, very, very strong even in this very, very high level. So yeah, does decide, seeing that they're going to win, to sell the Caitlyn 1 and hold on to this Yone for that competitive advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And that competitive advantage could be really, really huge because Rain is already at 36 HP and she picked up the duelist bat and had that Yone, but it was a 1-star Yone, and Simbot already has the 2-star Yone. How many more Yones are in the pool? How much can Rain hit? She was already at, I think, 30 gold when we last saw her, so also not exactly, rich heading into the end of the stage.
Yeah, and this is sort of what I was talking about right at the start of our block is, you have Rain, who is sitting pretty at 31 points. They are far and away the second place contender in this tournament, has not, I think, gone lower than top 2 maybe this entire time. So being able to grief one of the strongest players in the tournament in the lobby and potentially send them bot 4 would be very, very big for making your position and everybody else in this lobby's position that much better.
Yep, absolutely. And, I think Rain's mental is probably pretty good right now, but if she does get a bot 4 and especially like an 8th or a 7th, it could just totally change her mental as well from when she's going 1-1-1-2 so far.
Mm-hmm. We can see here, continuing the roll down, does finally sell off the Yone to try and see if they can pick up a few more Cho'Gaths, a few more Malphites. Does hit the Nautilus here on 5. Almost certainly going to level for this to get that 5th Mythic in. Rolling on 6, not the best odds for finishing off this Cho'Gath, but I think that 5 Mythic buff might just be a little too much to pass up.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him do exactly what he's doing now, which is to roll down the rest of the way to try and get that Cho'Gath. Hit a couple of other upgrades. He only needs 1 turn to level up to 6 and put in that Nautilus anyway, so not that big of a deal. Doesn't seem to be hitting though.
No, 1 off last we saw. As we're gonna take a look at Red Bubbles here, who does have this Toxin Kaisa online here on 7 with that spending spree, if I'm not mistaken, where you get rolls equal to your level plus some amount? Question mark.
You get 1 gold every round, and you get rolls equal to your level.
So electing to hold on to those.
Shopping spree, but yeah.
Yeah, electing to hold on to those here as they take a pretty nasty loss. They're also starting to run a little deep into their HP pool here with 2, 4, 6 item components chilling on their bench. Kind of curious what you doing with all those items, bud?
Yeah, I think he's probably going to try and level to 8 and just roll down from here. Pick something real quick, level to 8, roll down, and then get whatever you want and itemize your units. It's always like very strange to see people at this, in this level of play have so many components on the bench. But if you know that you're just stacking 1 more round and rolling down, I think it's fine.
Yeah, and hitting some pretty important units here, getting that Kaisa 2 online, getting that Story Weaver in with the Galio, being able to hit this Zaya as well to get that 4 trick shot online. We've seen how impactful that buff can be, and now as we can see, slamming the D-Claw, a big part of it is all of this AP. You've got tiers and rods and every other thing except for the AD that you want, so slam a TG and get great items. Why not?
Yeah, absolutely. And you can slam items, and a choice there to make whether you wanted to slam like a subpar item on Kaisa or you itemize Teemo and save the Kaisa item slot for something else. Obviously, this went perfectly fine for him. So, and also the funny thing about the Tiny But Deadly, it's hard to tell when something's a 2-star.
Yes, I have been this entire set. I've been dreading this augment, dreading casting this augment because it's like, well, I think that's a Riven up there. What's going on? like leaning in further to my computer just to see like, oh, okay, yeah, that's a tiny little baby Riven. Look at her. I really did not want to see this, but Bubbles got to do what they got to do, not taking into consideration my feelings for some reason or another.
Yeah, absolutely. The only thing better would be Tiny but Deadly with Tiniest Titan. Then you have a little legend and a little board, and everything is just super tiny and super cute.
Super tiny and super cute. That would be ideal from a casting perspective, maybe not from their competitive perspective, but their board's starting to look a little more stable. The biggest thing that I see is the lack of upgrades to the front line. However, at this stage in the game on 4-3, that Kai'Sa 2 does not seem to need it. We have the Kai'Sa online. We have Xayah putting out tons of damage with, rolling twice in a row. Very good items for her. So Red Bubbles looks to be quite a bit more stable than they were when he first jumped in.
Absolutely. Red Bubbles is super stable right now and obviously still has 40 gold. So I think just saving that up, getting to level 9, starting to cap out their board. I think they're in a really good spot to do that. I think some of the other players are probably still struggling to find a board or, starting to fall really low and still trying to, build something. So this is definitely not a bad spot to be in.
Yeah, and I think they were checking out Baso's skills board. Baso also appears to have been re-rolling Gnar and has the Gnar 3 online, has 7 or 8 out of 9 Aatroxes, if I'm not mistaken. And we know that Bubbles here is going to be looking for those bruiser upgrades. So potentially a 3-way sort of contest for units that are typically not the most contested in the world. Very sort of like interesting spot for the lobby. You do not expect Gnar to be am I riveting? He says,
More Kaisas.
4 Kaisas in a dream, a whole bunch of free re-rolls probably still saved up. It's entirely possible, especially if they are able to live long enough to go to 9, where that shop odd for 4 costs is going to jump up dramatically.
Yeah, why not? Just get another Kaisa 3.
Yeah, why not?
Nothing wrong with that. Just do it every time he's on stream, on broadcast. Oh no, the star just went straight to the back line.
Yep, because of the Zephyr strategically pulling that corner unit off, the Gnar was able to wrap directly into the back line and just one by one systematically delete each and every one of Red Bubble's units. And that is a nasty loss from this spot. It's entirely possible they were thinking, oh, okay, I'm stable, I can go to 9. Now sitting on 2 lives, going to have a much more difficult time of it.
Yeah, certainly a much more difficult time. I think he's still stable. He just needs to watch out and make sure that doesn't happen again. Being on 2 lives is, still better than being on 1, but we do see him start to roll down on now, starting to get another Kaisa and use up all of this.
And another Kaisa. Okay, that's a thing. Skipping past the Riven. I wonder if they're doing the thing that I do sometimes, where they have a unit on their board and they don't realize that it's unupgraded. I had a game like that the other day where I spent the entire game not realizing I did not have Kindred 2. So I was just rolling past Kindreds the whole time. And then on stage 5 or something, I was like, wait, hold on. What am I doing?
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes he's just rolling too fast and looking for these Kaisas and don't really notice the Riven as well. But taking this one pretty easily, has 7 Kaisas on. 7 Kaisas now, and so, going around checking to see if anyone's holding Kaisas. I don't think anyone is. So, it's possible.
They have looked pretty uncontested for this unit, which is kind of unusual. She's been very popular on this patch and even in this tournament, right? So if we saw back-to-back Kaisa 3 games, that would be one of the most spectacular things that's probably happened on broadcast in TFT, just the luck of it. But we're starting to see Rain. She's still holding on and has managed to hit some decent upgrades to her board, but is kind of in a rough spot. And Horum, who we saw earlier, dropping down to 7 HP, also in a really rough position.
Yeah, of course, Baso Skills ended up contesting Horum and hitting that Gnar 3. So Horum, I think, was sitting on a Gnar 2, just never hit what he's supposed to. Okay, now we have 8 Kaisas for Red Bubbles, and he is going to choose an item component instead of rolling down further for now.
Sure. Speaking of rolling down further for now, here is Rain rolling it down as well, trying to hit this Yone from very far away. Only appears to have 4. Has 1 cane, is on level 7 still. This is a really bad spot for Rain to be in. I've had these games as well where you are uncontested and everything's going your way, and you roll infinite gold on your appropriate level, and you just whiff completely. 4 Yones, even with 80 gold, feels very, very, very far from that spike she needs.
Yeah, if I don't know for sure, but I think Philip hit a 3-star Yone. Yeah, I think we just saw that when Rain was scouting it. So very just kind of bad, being contested on the Yones, and also not being able to hit that volley bear. Obviously not going to be her main carry, even if she hit it, because of the I want to call it Equinox, but that's the Radiant version. Even Shroud. On the volley bear. So not the Bloodthirster that you would have wanted on it anyway, but it looks like she just hasn't hit anything.
Yeah, and Horum going out here in 8th place. Rain looking like they might be following behind. And here the opportunity to spend some gold and get an artifact or a component or do nothing. Rain has plenty of gold to spare, so does decide to pick up this component anvil that is going to round out this chain. And now maybe looking for the Trist, the volley, anything to sort of like round this out. Now is 1 away from Trist 3, which would be a bit of a spike to their board, but just completely missing yet again. Sells the Yone and cannot find it. Does decide, okay, we're going to use the champion dupe on this volley. We're going to slap in this Lee Sin, get up to 7 duelist, hope we live one more round, and see what happens next.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at least you hit the volley bear. It's much better than just not hitting anything at all. But going up against Basso Skills, who does have that 3-star Nard, does have the Wandering Trainer augment, which just surprised anyone picks. But it looks like
I personally love it.
Looks like I think pretty well here.
I only pick it when it's Wandering Sentinels, and barely pulling the win off there by the skin of his teeth, or her teeth, is the Trist. And Basso Skill's going to take a loss here. Rain holding on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with the way that this game has gone, every single round that Rain wins, I'm sure she's just happy to be winning those. It's just has not been a great game for her so far.
Yeah, and selling off this Darius here to slot something in. 6 duelist, 7 duelist, no diff. Does get the little bit of Heavenly online. Nico, not, I think, the best item holder for duelist crown, but beggars and choosers, you know what they say. So moving these items over on to the Kiana, really just doing everything she can to get her board as thick as it can be. Does have that Edge of Night moved over to the Kiana as well. That's going to allow her to pump out so much more damage. This Trist is able to pop around in this volley, now upgraded with the Even Shroud and the 2 Titans. Does not seem killable. However, can the Kog'Maw get to the back? Not in time. Kog'Maw being a 1 cost, their ult often will whiff, and it does there, keeping the Trist alive and keeping Rainsplosion alive as well.
Yeah, absolutely. This is pretty much the time when Kog'Maw reroll starts to fall off against things like a 3-star volley bear, which just heals themselves up. So Kog'Maw never ends up killing him, even though we saw Kog'Maw kill everything else on the board, but if you can't kill the one main carry, then you're still going to lose the fight.
Her and Rain here taking the Jewel Gauntlet and denying the Xayah Rakan. Potentially going to reforge this. I can't think of anybody on this board who is really going to hold it well, but keeping that unit off other people's boards and Duelist Xayah, probably pretty decent. Maybe swapping out this Nico for that Xayah or Rakan might be a better choice. Does decide to go and take out the Darius, at least for now, scouting around, thinking about positioning. Yeah, lots of big decisions for Rain to make here, going into the next of what might be her final fights.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's entirely possible that Reigns or the Aegis or some kind of snafu has occurred. Something crashed. I'm definitely looking over at the stream. Oh, okay, we're back, and good for us and good for them. We're looking now at Senbon here, who does have this Kog'Maw online, is sitting at 14 HP. And like you said, this is when it kind of really starts to fall off. You've got that Hui in the back starting to try and ramp up and pump out that extra damage. Can this Cho'Gath 2 hang on for long enough to get Senbon to print off this Cho 3? It does look like it. So I'm a genius dropping down. Senbon going to need a couple more rounds, though, to get this printer fully finished.
Yeah, absolutely. Basically just trying to get that last Cho'Gath at this point. We saw Rain go out. Unfortunately, the crash happened around the same time that she lost that round, I suppose. But yeah, this is... I mean, with the Hui, you will get the Cho'Gath next turn, but you still have to live long enough to get there, and there's not really anything else you can do other than scout around and see how you can position.
And Red Bubbles is in their pool. They completely whiff their Aegis of the Legion, trying to move things too quickly, too slowly. Thankfully, they do dodge Red Bubbles, who did, in fact, hit the Kaisa 3 we saw as they were scouting around. So that is, we saw in the chat, they were like, yeah, Riveting did it to me last game. So one good turn deserves another. Is this Kog'Maw going to live? It is. This is looking pretty good for Senbon if they're going to be able to punch through this front line. And getting those Caitlyn ults into the back line and having them actually kill is going to be so huge. That is really devastating for Sen, who goes out here one off that Cho'Gath 3 that probably was going to be a huge difference maker in that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Cho 3 would have made a ton of difference there. Unfortunately, did not hit it and went out in 5th instead, with the unfortunate cutscene as well. Now we're on board with this Kaisa, which still 2 items, but
it's Kaisa 3. You know, I think it's going to be all right. I think. I have a feeling it's probably going to be all right. And hoping certainly to get a 3rd item here from this dragon and put it on the smallest big unit you'll ever see.
Yeah, the smallest 3-star forecast that you'll ever see. I mean, pretty much anything will do at this point anyway. I mean, you can, especially with the anvil, you can pick pretty much any item.
Sure. Electing to roll here first to try and make sure that they can hit the upgrades that they want. The tome, obviously, if you're playing on ladder, pop the tome last because you have time to put items onto units after the fight starts. You do not have time to hit upgrades or put units on your board after the fight starts. So just efficiency there to be able to get, hopefully hit some rolls, get that level in there and to strengthen their board. Here comes the Kaisa ult and it's massive. The Edge of Night saves that unit for like 2 seconds and then Philip takes the fat L.
Yeah, and I just totally missed the tattoo that was on the bench because I was looking at the 2-item Kaisa and I was like, oh, okay. Well, I mean, the tattoo of Toxin, just one of her best items anyway, so just cleans up that board within 10 seconds.
Yep. And now we're looking at this fight between Basso and Emoticon Father that is coming down to the wire, and Basso taking the hit there, dropping down to 1 HP. We do have our top 4. Really, I think we have, it's going to come down to matchmaking diff for a lot of these players in the lobby who are very close on HP. I don't think anytime Basso rotates into Red Bubbles, they're almost certainly going to go 4th. So really, it's about who's going to rotate into them, who's going to rotate into them the most. Are they going to be bugged on ghost boards, or can they get a double kill? Red Bubbles, it is certainly their game to lose at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. You are just basically hoping you don't run into Red Bubble, but you do here. So Basso's kills most likely. Well, I mean, Nar's on Kaisa. I don't think he'll win.
Nar was on Kaisa, and then Kaisa cast her ult, and the whole board disappeared. As we've seen now 2 games in a row. There it goes. Basso going out in 4th place with some unlucky matchmaking there. Emoticon Father taking a pretty nasty hit there as well and dropping down to 9 HP. Red Bubbles, Rich Get Richer, hitting this Udyr 2 as well because they really needed that much more board strength. And this one seems to be pretty sealed up. It is a battle for 2nd now between Emoticon Father and player name unknown because my brain don't work. Philip.
Yeah. I mean, I think shouting out Bosso skills really quick. I think he played as well as he could against Redbubble. I mean, with the Zephyr and the Dark heading straight to the Kaisa, I think, if there was any way to win that fight, that would have been it. It just didn't work out because Kaisa was too strong.
Definitely. And fighting here the Ghost, and definitely going to make short work of this. Emoticon Father hoping to pull off the win at the end so that they can stay in for one more fight. We'll have to look and see. And thankfully, they do switch over. So we do see that Emoticon Father is going to pull off this win here, knocking Philip down a little bit into striking range. But again, it's going to come down to that matchmaking. Who's going to rotate into this giga-capped board first?
Yeah, absolutely. And Red Bubbles can definitely do 20 HP. So it is literally whoever Red Bubble ends up playing against. And perhaps if the other person goes up against Red Bubble's Ghost. Sure. Still a lot of interesting things that could happen. It's just, the matchmaking RNG that's going to determine who gets what placement.
Sure, Reforges, the last whisper that they don't need, grabbed that Xayah 2. Again, rich get richer. Do you really need the Xayah 2 to seal the deal on this one? Probably not, but you take it, right? Throw a red buff on to this Udyr, and it does look like Emoticon Father is going to be rotating into Red Bubbles here, and it will now come down to which Ghost is Philip going to be fighting.
Yeah, although I don't think Philip would lose hard enough in the same way that Emoticon Father would lose. So either way, I think we have our top three for this game.
Yeah, and it does look like they are able to hold on with 3 HP because there is no little legend damage against Ghost boards, because there's no little legend there to deal the damage. So Philip, taking 17 instead of 28, is able to hold on for that second place. Just rolling for funsies here now on this Azir encounter. That's like, hey, have some rerolls. Maybe you'll hit that 3-star that you really need here on 6-6. But there is still that Zephyr Banshees support item, support dummy out there. So I think, you're even if you Zephyr this unit, I don't really think it's going to matter. But, for science, maybe Red Bubbles will position into the Zephyr and we'll get to see.
Yeah, there are some niche scenarios where something could happen that matters. But I don't think this is it.
Yeah. And the Yone, trying to get into that back line, goes across the front line instead. GG in the chat, and that is going to be Red Bubbles pulling down a victory, and in convincing fashion, back-to-back broadcast games, broadcast lobbies of Kaisa 3 winouts from a position that looked kind of hopeless for a good long while. We said at the beginning, this has been a crazy weekend of games of TFT, and it only gets crazier from here somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. Day 3, last couple of games, get 2 3-star 4 cost. I mean, what are we going to see next?
Maybe we get a 3-star 5 cost in there. I've never seen Xayah 3 because she was unclickable for so much of this set so far. But now she's in a really good spot. So it's entirely possible we'll see that Rakan 3 or Xayah 3 coming up. Who knows? But that's what I'd like to see.
Yeah, certainly. I personally like to see the Hui copying the golden egg and that cash out and into Giga Cap board. Sure. But we'll see what happens next.
Yeah, and our lobbies are coming in. Our score sheet is getting updated. If you are here in the chat, you can use !scores to look at that score sheet. It looks like Lawrence just linked it himself. But worth noting here, JD has taken yet another first. That score has come in. So now at a very commanding 42 points. We love JD. How can he be stopped? I don't know. Maybe we'll get him in our lobby for the next game. But until then, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back for the cuts and for our next lobby right after this break.
Donc moi, c'est David. Donc Davidas sur TFT.
Tu peux-tu nous présenter ton parcours sur TFT? Quand est-ce que tu as commencé? Comment tu as découvert le jeu? Puis c'est quoi tes moments marquants jusqu'à maintenant?
Donc, j'ai commencé à jouer au 7-1, donc à la sortie officielle en 2019. C'est ma soeur et son chum qui m'avaient introduit au jeu. Donc, premier 7-1, je finis Diamond, 7-2, genre Master. C'est au 7-3 que j'ai commencé à être particulièrement bon. Donc, j'ai fini Char, ce 7-là. J'ai commencé les tournois au 7-7. Donc, depuis ce temps-là, je fais tous les tournois du 7-7 puis là jusqu'au 7-10. Puis moi, marquant, je dirais que ça a commencé au 7.9.5, donc quand je finis premier au Last Chance Qualifier, qui m'a permis de jouer sur les régionaux du 7.9.5 deux semaines plus tard où j'ai fini 10e. Donc ça, c'est mes deux gros résultats sur TFT jusqu'à maintenant. Moi, je suis étudiant à temps plein à l'université en génie logiciel, donc tout ce qui est programmation, nouvelles technologies, j'aime beaucoup. Puis aussi, en dehors de ça, je suis un fan de Formule 1.
Comment que tu te prépares justement pour ces tournois-là? Comment que tu étudies avant chaque tournoi?
Donc, premièrement, je fais beaucoup de games, bien évidemment. Là, pour ce tournoi-là, donc c'est sur un nouveau patch, donc on va jouer le plus possible. Analyser les stats, donc les différentes comptes qui réussissent bien, les augmentent, performent bien dans la méta actuelle. Puis, ouais, si on a un petit groupe, là, donc TFTQC, donc on est quelques Charles qui étudient ensemble, donc on fait des points méta régulièrement, donc on va sûrement faire un avant le tournoi en fin de semaine.
Parlant de ce tournoi-ci, est-ce que tu es inquiet pour le jour 1? Est-ce que, par exemple, il y aurait quelqu'un que tu voudrais vraiment pas voir dans tes lobbies? Comment tu te sens pour le tournoi?
Je suis pas trop inquiet pour le jour 1. Si je joue à ma capacité que je suis capable, ça devrait bien aller. Pour les joueurs qui me font peur, c'est sûr qu'il y a des gros noms. Il y a Milala, Wazian. On sait que c'est des très bons joueurs. Mais en vrai, c'est un nouveau set. Fait que on a tout à peu près. Tout le monde a spam à peu près le même nombre de games et tout. Fait que ça me fait pas trop peur.
Welcome back to Game 5 of Ascension of the Ages. We have cut from 32 down to 16. It is really vicious from this point on, and only our top 8 are going to move on in the prizing and move on into automatic qualifiers for the Riot Cups coming up later in the set.
Yeah, absolutely. And the pricing is, if you landed in top 32, as in the last round, you're at least getting $20. And you see it goes up from there. Our players now have earned at least 55 and are basically playing for both the prize money, but more importantly, as you mentioned, for the Tacticians Trials and the Tacticians Cup qualification.
Yeah, and since this is an open tournament, all of our players had the opportunity to come in and qualify for this. My boy August made a deep run into day 3, and he is not a person who typically is going to, through snapshots, have the opportunity to do that. But the whole purpose was to give people an opportunity to get their foot in the door, show what they can do. And if you're not familiar with it, Tacticians Trials is the qualifier for Tacticians Cup, and Tacticians Cups feed directly into the regionals. So there's a multi-tier way for people to make their way in, including the ladder snapshots as well. So some of our players sweating to get into Tacticians Cup by default so that they don't have to worry about those snapshots. They don't have to worry about playing a bunch of games on ladder, making sure they're, in the top 10 or what have you, week in, week out, gives them a little bit of breathing room. Some of our players looking to jump into a tournament that they would have a lot harder time getting into otherwise. So it's going to get even more cutthroat from here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see who makes it to the top 8, just because I know everyone, except maybe JD, just because he's been getting firsts and seconds, mostly firsts all day, so maybe he doesn't even need to sweat, but everyone else will probably be sweating for the top 8 to get those qualifications for those trials and cups, especially, as you mentioned, a lot of these players are, high GM, low challenger. They're not necessarily at the very top of the ladder. They're not on DTI YDK and being ranked in the top 15 every single set to set. They're not playing in the Riot Cups that you've seen over the last several sets. So this is a really, really important way for them to get into those tournaments and start playing in the official Riot events.
Yeah, and there is still a lot to play for, even if you're looking at the score sheet. Except for JD. JD's looking pretty safe, has a 9-point lead on Rain for first and second place. JD has gone 1-1-2-1-1 today against these players in this tournament. The best of the best that we have to offer, has absolutely been putting on a masterclass. Comes in with 3 bonus points from being in first place yesterday as well, looking unstoppable. However, for the rest of the players, it is a much tighter field, tons to play for. Every positioning and placement is going to matter.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Rain just took her first bot 4 of the entire tournament, I believe. Maybe the second one, but JD again, at the top hasn't gotten anything less than a third, mostly just like first and seconds, mostly first. Second, I'm pretty sure that's Pokigam. Mogu Yami changes his name every couple of months, but has worked his way up from a bit lower on the standings and now at 32 points. Really, really cool to see him playing in this lobby. And then we have Philip, which we saw last game. Wong, Shoma, Connor Izmi, Turtle, Duckley, and Camberley. I believe Connor and Camberley have attended Calculated Lost Lands, so we actually have met them and know a little bit about them. The other ones I don't know as much about. What about you?
Obviously with the players that we've been able to meet and see play on that stage, very cool to see them continuing to compete and play at a very high level. Shoma, I know, is a bit of an unknown, but they are a pretty high level player in that kind of low challenger range, pretty typically, making a name for themselves here in this tournament as well. So, and Turtle Duckling, another one of those, like, I don't particularly know anything about them. Like, this person is kind of coming for me, at least out of nowhere, to put on a really good showing in this tournament. And it has been exciting over the years, really, to watch what we consider sort of the elite level change, right? There was one set of players that you saw sort of in every tournament that were taking, the first place, going to regionals, going to worlds. And now it's become so much more diverse. And the players' names that you're seeing on screen right now are even the next generation that are going to be stepping in and really competing for those spots, really competing for the title of elite TFT players.
Yeah, and I just went back over my notes really quick. Turtle Duckling is one of those players that sits mostly in Master and Grandmaster, which is around the same level that I play. So I'm really excited to see what Turtle Duckling can do here, just because, having someone at that level play against all of these super high tier Challenger 30 level players is really cool for me to see.
Yeah, and playing very consistently as well. I think one of the things that we see most often with players at that level is inconsistency, right? You pull a lobby and you do really well, and then the next lobby you go 8th, and then you get a 3rd, and then you go 6th, right? Whereas higher level players tend to be a lot more consistent. We're looking at Rain and JD, obviously, but our challenger players tend to take fewer of those 8th place slots. So to see somebody playing at that level and make it to the penultimate lobby of this tournament is very, very cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw JD and I believe it was Camberley just like emoting at each other on the board for a little bit. Kind of the thing that I do when I see someone that I like, just send my dongo up there and start eating some fish.
Right.
Good stuff.
And a lot of these players do know each other. They met in Vegas, or they met at different lands or meetups and things like that. So it is very cool to see these players who have played against each other on ladder, have been playing against each other this whole tournament, and know each other outside of the game. Having a little bit of fun as they load into these games, and just being like, "Hey, what up, friend? Like, we're here. We made it."
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think we loaded into the game a little slower. So I know that we have no portal, but I actually don't remember what the encounter was.
It was Ash. So if I'm not mistaken, everyone has future sight for the entire game. Entire game.
Yeah, that is something that I think the challenger players can really, really take advantage of. Everyone that's in this lobby in a way that people on ladder don't.
Mm-hmm. I completely agree. I will get that information in my head, like, oh, I have future sight, I have Ash, and then by 2-5 or so, completely forget it for the whole rest of the game, and then be like, man, why am I getting out positioned? And then like stage 5-4, when I have like 10 HP left, I'll remember, oh yeah, I know exactly who I'm fighting this round, and have for every single round up to this point.
Yes, you have.
Well, shucks, golly.
Yeah, it also makes it interesting to see if anyone goes for any particular like support item augments and see if they can get the Zephyrs, just because it's so much better when you know exactly who you're fighting against and how they're positioning.
Yeah, and we see here that Wandering Trainers was picked here with that Ghostly Sage, giving a little bit of direction against, I believe it might be Wong over there on the opponent's side. They're doing the little bench hide. JD choosing to slam the Sunfire here. We're over the Stone Plate. We've seen Stone Plate be a much more popular slam. So just something interesting to me going for that and playing around this cloak is not something that I've typically seen in this tournament or in the games that I've played.
Yeah, I mean, he's leaving it very open as to what he's doing. I don't really know what the direction is. Obviously, the TG slam on the sleight of hand augment is just a generically good augment and a good item to slam on any unit. But yeah, I don't know exactly what he's doing right now in terms of future direction.
Sure. I don't think he got a ton of direction from his shops early on and the units that he's been dropped. So this does look like a strongest board sort of situation. And for those of you watching at home, right? Like if you don't know what you're supposed to do, play the strongest board that you can, slam some items, hope for the best, and let the game kind of lead you in a certain direction. So you have Sunfire. Sunfire is really good early. It kind of falls off late. Great. You have sleight of hand. Sleight of hand gives you a TG. TGs are very good. Great. Like take the generic stuff, play the strongest board you can. And now as we see here hitting this early volley bear, potentially giving them some direction. They do make 10 here. They have that duelist online and maybe are deciding to cook up something. I know that duelist hasn't been a top 1 comp very often this tournament. So it'll remain to be seen whether this is a line that JD wants to stick around with.
Yeah, and if he does want to stick around with this, then the saving the cloak is actually pretty good just because, it makes a BT later. So maybe he has something in mind. Maybe he's just playing what I call good TFT and just playing strongest board, like you were saying. Either way, he's winning all these fights. And not a whole lot to really talk about in terms of like just how he's doing. I noticed last match when we were against Pocky, I believe Pocky had the everything must go augment.
We have seen that go infinite. On ladder. I don't know about in tournament.
Yeah, I hope I'm right about it. He had a full bench. He still had gold. I think I recognize the augment icon. If I'm right, we might be in for a really fun, Pokkicon board later on. If I'm wrong, then, well, we'll see.
And, it happens. Now JD at last pick goes and picks up the chain. Maybe this is the stone plate slam. Maybe they're holding on for, like you said, that BT and Titans possibility. Does elect to level here with pretty icky shot. All things considered, you really want a little more damage coming out from your board, and there is not a lot there right now.
Okay, so not a lot there. He slams the gargoyle. He did put the jacks in the unit the team planner thing, which maybe also suggests to be possibly like angling for Kaisa later, just because Jax. I don't know. Like Jax is one of those one costs that you're not gonna like really notice later on in the game if you need him, but
one of the things that you can do is, if I'm not mistaken, use the. I think what he was doing was trying to check his ink shadow item, because when you hover over ink shadow, it will show you which items you're getting at which level. So if your tattoo is terrible, then maybe you elect out of playing Kaisa, or you elect out of playing Senna. But if it's a really good one, then that can give you some direction.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very good point. I just learned about that like yesterday, and I started doing that.
Nice. I think I learned about it like a few days ago. So like I'm sitting here like, well, actually, but really I didn't know about it for a long time either, even though it seems pretty straightforward. So I would imagine JD knows and has known for a lot longer than either of us have.
Yeah, most likely. And going up against this Fortune board with the Fortune Crest, obviously, just taking this win, going out on the 100 HP win streak into Krugs. JD, I'm sure, is very happy about this matchup. Doesn't even have to think about really like whether he's going to lose or not.
Yeah, or is able to hold on to this Caitlyn Alawi pair if he wants to continue down that sniper line. Does hit the Trist here, which is the pair to this volley bear. So 4 duelist online from this spot, and now some actual decisions that need to be made. So far, it's been sort of like play strongest board and see what happens. We can see that there is a Yone reroller. We already know there's this ghostly wandering trainer out there, so maybe trying to consider their options, what might be taken, what might not be.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking around and play something that's uncontested if you can. If you have to be contested, then you just play better than them. But if duelist is uncontested,
just play better than them, guys. That's a great strategy. I hadn't tried it, but I've heard about it. It's the secret Chinese tech, right? No leak. that
Yeah.
Disco posted today, which is just out contest your contesters.
Yeah, absolutely. Although, I mean, I think it was Ramkev that posted several sets ago. It was like a tweet that basically said, like, hey, like, if I'm in a game and you contest me, I'm not going to pivot. I'm just going to play better than you. And I'm going to place higher than you.
Just do better. When we were in Vegas, Ramen Blitz was playing Mastermind, and the game where you play 4 games all at the same time. And one of my pieces of very helpful coaching advice, I know it was helpful because he won, was put good units in your board and then slam good items on them. And a little bit of overlooked tech there, the play good units, you make good items tech. You heard it here first. And JD seems to be on that track.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what JD's been doing all tournament. That is why he's been getting all these firsts. And that's, he's well on track for, doing really well this game, especially with that nice silver augment pickup. Probably the perfect one for what he's already had, because he gets the additional bonus on the Thieves Gloves here. Yep. And yeah, all he needs now is Lucky Gloves.
Lucky Gloves, yeah. And, what a reforge, right? Like a hope and a prayer, especially since you probably have way fewer gloves in your bag. And yet reforges yet another Thieves Glove. So now has 4 on the board, which does make it, if I'm not mistaken, more likely to see that Lucky Gloves, the presence of a TG on your board. So entirely possible that they are going to have something close to best in slot for all of their units if they just keep slamming TGs.
Yeah. This is just going to be like super funny to watch. It already is.
Yeah.
just getting to this position, just having like this strong of a board with these particular item slams it's just amazing to watch.
Yeah, and not that JD doesn't have anything to play for, but there is a little wiggle room with that 9-point buffer over Rain to have a little bit of fun in a game like this and not be quite as sweaty maybe as you would be. I think the decisions that they're making are both fun and correct, which is great when you're watching TFT. But they are competing for that top spot and $1,500, right? Second place gets $750. So, we don't want to see JD fumble the bag right here in, the last or second to last game, because, there's quite a bit of money on the line for our competitors.
Yeah, absolutely. He is playing super well, so this is definitely not one of those like don't try this at home kind of things. He has really good augment synergy here. He has really good item slammed. He has a 4 duelist board right now with more duelists on the bench. He can go to Yone if he wants to. There's just infinite potential over here with this board, and he's super rich. He's still winning. He's going to win this round. He's just win streaking potentially all the way through stage 3.
Yeah, and looking at the planner up top, seeing that there's an encounter immediately after the carousel, so maybe planning for a little more of a mix-up there as well. So an interesting spot for them to be in. Like you said, they are quite rich. They have a lot of gold, and the question always becomes, if you're full streaking, right? At what point do you maybe decide to sack and push your levels and let yourself lose a little bit of HP? Or are you going to, roll a little early, try to find a few more upgrades before you push? I always seem to make the wrong decisions, so I'm very curious to see what JD is going to do from this spot.
Same here. I always just go to level 10 and then take like a 5th because I bled out too much.
Exactly.
So greedy. But I know JD is much better than that, and he's going to teach us how to play that.
Yeah, and that's that was a great shot for them there, hitting some pretty big upgrades on that Kiana. As we're looking at Cambulé, who is running this Reaper Heavenly Yone that we've seen be so popular, really for the last patch and a half. Even after it got nerfed, it still has been very strong and typically pretty contested by one or more players in the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. I think not super best in slot items on Yone, but definitely very serviceable, especially at this stage, especially, in this kind of fight where he's just going to take it really easily. Level 6, 42 gold, 96 HP. Super good spot even to, even if he ends up having a slightly weaker Yone in like stage 5 or 6 down the road.
Yeah, this definitely feels like tempo slams, right? You're 96 HP right now. You've got this Yone. You're going to put the items that you can that let him live a little bit longer, right? Keep him from getting a CC'd, build up his stuff, right? You typically want double Titans plus BT, but okay, you don't have that. You have this, take this, and see what happens later in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. This is like basically like second tier items, right? Like it's like A tier rather than like S tier Yone. So nothing bad about this. And obviously he's doing super well at this stage in the game. He's going to sit on JD's board for a little bit, just like checking out JD's like triple thieves gloves set up there. And before he goes back to rolling here.
And knowing he has to fight JD next, right? Like, does make that decision. Okay, I need to roll. Look at this board. I need to get at least one upgrade onto my board. Hits the Kha'Zix, which is okay. Slams an item here as well. Has the Morgana in shop, looking probably to pick that up. Maybe not wanting to grief their econ, but that does seem like it might be a good in for them coming up. But right now we're looking at this Yone dashing around. It's not going to be enough, and 4-unit loss here, which is kind of what you expected. Look at all that gold. How do you have all that gold? He can't keep getting away with it, says Cam.
All that gold, all those items, all those units. JD is just chilling this game. He's got, just like he has been every other.
He hit volley 2 here for natural for free. As we're looking at Pokegum's board, we're scouting around the lobby. We have that sort of faded reroll coming online a little bit as well. Lots of people angling into that sort of reroll direction based on, I think, the sort of tempo of the lobby, which makes sense. Naturaling here, this Yone 2 is huge for Cam.
Yeah, it is massive, and he's I mean, despite that loss to JD, I mean, JD's in a position all of his own. Like, other than JD, like, Cambule's in a pretty good spot. If you take the other 7 players, I think Cambule's in one of the better spots in the game.
Yeah, the tournaments in TFT are always very they're full of sort of contradictions, right? You have JD. They are far and away the lobby leader. They are far and away the tournament leader. They have 9 more points than second place. They're pretty much guaranteed a top 8 slot, if not a top 4 slot. And so you kind of want to knock them down, right? Like, you kind of want to take some of their points away from them. But you also have to play the game that's in front of you and can't worry about it too hard. And that's you have to be worrying, but not too hard about somebody like that in your lobby, especially when you are playing in a position where you're a little bit ahead of a lot of other people, right? Pocky is dropping down to under 40. Connor is dropping down to around 40, and we're only on 4-2. So a lot of interesting sort of like, what are you paying attention to, and what are you actually thinking about in these moments? What's going to spike your board the hardest? I'm looking at 3 as a crowd. What do you think, Pouring?
Yeah, it's all of these are mid. Like, I just want to say, like, he re-rolled all of them, and all of these are kind of mid. So he's probably just choosing whichever one's going to be the best. I don't think Yone is pretty much the only 3 cost on the board. You might put in Soraka later, but you really want Kanan for the 4 Reaper. So I think Gifts is probably correct. Again, none of those were particularly good choices, but it is what you have to choose between, so you just choose the best one.
Sure. And so yeah, taking Gifts here, I think pretty good. Zooming in on the, excuse me, is that a BT Udyr here in my stage 4? Always a pretty, like, unfortunate for the lobby, unfortunate for their matchmaking here that they have gone into pretty strong boards, kind of back to back, but that Yone is still out there, still working, and they are going to take this fight pretty handily. The Yone able to dash into the back line and do so much work.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the last fight against Philip, the Kaisa just took out the Yone pretty quickly, kind of showing the weakness in the Yone items, not having the BT shield and not having the double Titan stack up. This one, it went a lot better. But yeah, I think we saw Pocky's board real quick just when he was scouting. Level 8, rolling for those 4 costs, not really hitting a whole lot right now, but maybe he'll do something. At 27 HP, he has to.
And with this, there it is. With this,
Connor is
you called it with the augment. Everything must go. Connor able to just roll and buy all the 4 costs until they 3-starred one, slapping an Ash 3 onto their board at 4-2.
Yeah, absolutely. I might have gotten the wrong person, but either way, we have a hash 3, and it's just so nice to see. It's one of those augments that's just completely changed the way you play the game, which
totally.
It's super strong right now, so I can see it getting a little nerf. But it's the kind of augment that I'd love to see.
Or maybe even just bumped up to the next tier of augment and not being gold, if I'm not mistaken. Seems a little solved and strong for a gold augment at this level. But I would expect if Connor can hold on with, Ash 3 and whatever else, that we might see a few more upgrades to that board as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I do really want to see this game where like the bottom couple of people just like hit everything that they want, and then we have a super close game, and we don't know exactly what's going to happen, because sometimes those games happen and it's just like really nice to see. Other times you just have like one person at the top that just wins everything.
And with the bag sizes being what they are, right? Connor hitting a 3-star 4 cost thins the pool. So if you are playing, for instance, uncontested Kaisa, right? The chances are good that Connor is going to be rolling past Kaisas and thinning out the pool with less contested units, right? Maybe a Lee Sin or something like that, which potentially allows you to hit your Kaisa 3 easier. And so, is it a little stacked that Connor can do something like that on stage 4? Sure. Does it open interesting possibilities for other players in the lobby? Totally. So we'll have to see if anyone else is going to pick up on that and maybe search for a counter play in their own 3-star 4 cost.
Yeah, absolutely. Although if you're playing that augment, I think you just hold all the 4 costs just because there's no cost to it, so no one else can hit. So you have the only 3-star 4 cost in the game, and that's how you ensure that you win. But yeah, I mean, Doma here just taking a loss against Pocky with the Kane carry there. Just kind of interesting. I think multiple people are contesting the Kaisa this game, so everyone has like a Kaisa 1, and no one's like super strong that's playing it, but that happens sometimes, and Kaisa being one of the most popular comps, it's going to happen more often.
And this seems like one of those lobbies. I was playing a game last night that was very frustrating. I got dropped a Tom Kench and a Bard, and I was like, cool. Tom is fine. It's not as good as it was last patch. Like, I'll just play, I'll just try to play from my top 4 from here. It's a pretty good spot. 2 other people in the lobby are suddenly playing Tom Kench for playing Bard for no reason. And sometimes you have it where everyone has just kind of the right start, right? They say, oh, okay, I'm going to play Kaisa. And you're like, I'm going to play Kaisa. And this person over here is like, I'm going to play Kaisa. And instead of playing other lines that maybe were available.
Yeah, just everyone just ends up playing the same thing. The interesting thing that just happened there, Yone got on the Kaisa, couldn't kill it, and then Kaisa killed everything, and also Connor and me just took a loss, despite having the Ash 3. So, some shenanigans going on somewhere in this lobby.
Yeah, with the interviews that I was doing for this tournament, one of our players, the first player I spoke to, was talking about like Ash just kind of being weak and being like, I don't know if it's just me or if they're just not a good unit. And I think it did make the cut of the interview where I was like, no, it's not just you. Like Ash is just not a really good unit right now. And, at DPS, 3-star 4 cost on stage 4 should not lose, right? Like if you read Mort's Twitter or whatever, he's often like, posting little polls. How often do you think this should happen? Do you think that? And how often do I think a 3-star 4 cost should lose? Sometimes, but rarely. On stage 4, never.
Yeah, I think the problem might have been just the itemization. Maybe he got the Ash without, any AD or AS items. We did end up seeing like 2 items on the Ash, so hopefully the losses don't happen anymore. But we'll see. And
yeah, they were also, I believe, one off of Syndra 3 potentially. So,
one off of a lot
yeah.
of things.
One off a lot of things, yeah. Pretty close to everything in the game. So yeah, we did see that Ashe now has 3 items on her, a little bit of sustain as well. So we can see here that Shoma maybe pivoting into this Aurelia instead of the Kai'Sa, knowing how contested it is, but does have that tattoo of protection, which is one of the better items, for this comp, for your sort of Ink Shadow tattoo. So looking around saying, okay, well, there's Kai'Sa 2, there's this, there's that. Shoma kind of in a rough spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Shoma basically has a weaker version of a lot of people's boards. And Connor is me, by the way, just got the Annie 3, so he is stacking all of those 3-star 4 costs that no one wants to play. And yeah, I think with this particular fight against JD, you kind of see like Shoma's just falling off right now because he just hasn't hit everything that he was wanted to. Other people are also playing 6 Ghostly, Ink Shadow, and this is just like, he has a 1-star Kai'Sa, 1-star Morgana. He has a Kayn on the bench. Just not really anything going here.
Yeah, and a one off of Lilia 3, I think, over there, by the way. Rolled past, and this is the, are certain games just unwinnable, right? Where you're looking for your Kai'Sa, it's contested. You're looking for Morgana, you have a pair of those, can't find it. You're looking for Kayn, you have a pair of those, can't find it. You find the one Ashe left in the pool, the least likely that you could possibly find, you find in your pool, and now coming up against this. Everything must go. They click the augment there for a second in frustration, and really are hoping they don't take 22 here, but it's entirely possible with a board this stacked to take a ton of damage. It is 15, not quite enough damage at this stage of the game to knock them completely out, but just the last person you want to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the funny thing about Connor is he got the augment third. So he was playing just a generically good game of TFT up until then, right? And he figured he was healthy enough to take that augment and get all of these 4 costs. So I don't think we know exactly how he got there, but must have been a really good game.
Yeah, and as we're sort of scouting around the lobby, we see, this Yone reroll is getting kind of close. JD still sitting at the top of the leaderboard. I think maybe wisely pushed forward in levels to try and keep up with the insane pace of this lobby. Just knowing that, like, okay, I cannot sit here on stage 5 rerolling for Volibear when there's Ashe 3, Annie 3. So now sitting on Kai'Sa pair, Morgana pair, Kayn pair. Now the hard decisions, the gambles, right? I have to roll for something. I have to hit something. How do they have Kayn 2 or Morgana 2, Kai'Sa 2, and all I have are pairs? Just a really frustrating position for Shoma here. I don't think they've done anything wrong, but they're still being punished.
Yeah, I think this is one of those times where you kind of just say like you got more dogged or something just because you've played a decent game of TFT, but you ended up getting contested. You couldn't hit everyone else hit the units that you wanted. The other people that aren't contesting you are people like Connor, who now has 3-star 4 cost and just generically much stronger than you. And eventually, this just kind of happens. It's really bad. It's kind of just like a very frustrating game to play through, but it happens sometimes. And I don't know where he is on the standings, but if he does make it through, it's one of those times where you just kind of have to pick up and reset your mental.
Well, as Pokygom is hitting their upgraded Soraka 3, Connor Isme has put a 4th 3-star 4 cost onto their board, hitting Lilia, Nautilus, Annie, and Ashe now at this point. So looking pretty strong over there, I think. I think Connor in a pretty good position to win this lobby. What do you think, Pouring?
I don't know. Maybe someone will do something, but not really.
No.
But the funny thing is now with this Ashe Future Sight portal encounter that we're in, you know exactly when you're about to go out.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, well, it's my turn. So Shoma was sitting at 28 points in the middle of that second half of players outside of the top 8 in the first place. So this 8th pretty much guarantees that they are out of this tournament, not able to go into the next round. Turtle Ducking was sitting in last place, tied for last out of 16 with 27. So they are also on their way out the door. And Pocky probably pretty safe depending on what happens in the other lobby, sitting at 32 points in third place, but still a bit lower than they would have hoped for just to secure that final placement.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Pocky is probably not happy with the way that the game went, especially with having taken the exact same augment that Connor is me ended up taking, but ended up having to roll for 3 costs rather than all the 4 costs that it ends up getting someone to win with that.
Yeah. Yeah, as we see here, Cam has got those key upgrades, has the Yone 3 online, did hit the Kane 2 here as well. They are not rotating into Connor. Good for them. Instead, going to be taking on Philip's board with their own version of Kaisa online. This Yone is slashing and dashing their way through. Is it going to be able to get into that Kaisa in time and deal the damage that it needs to? It's getting taunted by the Galio. It takes down the Kale. It casts, but not enough shield, and Philip knocks Cambulé down to 6 HP.
Yeah, 6 HP. I think that was really good positioning just to protect that Kaisa from the Yone pretty much the entire fight. But, Wong ends up taking that loss going out in 5th. Cambulé is still alive, which is really important for Cambulé just because he is also at 27 points at the bottom of the top 16 standings. Well, okay, never mind. He knows who he's playing against.
Yeah, he's full back line.
Never mind.
Yeah, just move. Yeah, just shuffle him around. It doesn't matter. This is going to be a 4th here for Cambulé, pretty much guaranteed. I don't think there's enough uncontested 4 costs in the pool left for Cam. So maybe they're going to go for the 5 costs. Just go level 10 and see what happens. That is going to be the end of game 5 for Cam as we check back in on JD, our leader in this tournament, who continues to put up dubs, it looks like here, sitting pretty comfortably at 31 HP. Based on just matchmaking alone, almost certainly going to take down a 2nd from this spot. And Connor is me was sitting sort of towards the top of our bottom 8. So a win here is going to guarantee more or less that they're going to make it into that final lobby. Philip did not really need the help either. Going 3rd here seals them in more than likely as well. And Cambulé going out 4th is going to make it a little bit tight. They are sitting at 27 plus this 5 points is going to put them at 32. It's going to be a little close for them.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Cambulé. I think everyone else that's still here, JD is probably just like super happy. I mean, he doesn't really need the points, but just in case Rain gets like a 1st in the other lobby, JD getting a top 2 here, but kind of like seals the 1st place for him, right?
Most definitely.
And then, Connor is me does need those points from this 1st to put him in a better position to potentially take at least a top 4 spot.
And I think, if you want to look at the differences between, sort of JD's boards and other boards in the lobby, JD was actually able to kill a few units before dying, which is pretty incredible at this point in the game, with Annie 3, with Nautilus 3, with the Lilia 3, with the Ash 3, and yet still managed to kill something. So good on him for sweating that positioning enough to take 16 instead of 20.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, JD is playing like almost a standard legendary board. It has obviously variations on it, but it is just a very strong, kind of in-game board that will kill a few units, and that Dragon Lord's, something stunned and kind of kill off a couple of other units before you just take the L.
And another exciting game of TFT. We've gotten so lucky with the broadcast lobbies that we've looked at. I don't know the last time I saw this many 3-star 4 costs in a row, going from a pretty standard, Kaisa 3 and then another standard Kaisa 3 to 4 3-star 4 costs on one board with the Everything Must Go augment. What a crazy, what a wild game. And for some of our players, unfortunately, this means they will be out of the tournament. They're going to have to see what place they take, but we're also heading into our final game, our top 8, determining who gets that slot in Tactician's Cup and who is going to have to play their way through the trials.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good game so far. I was so lucky that we're able to cast these particular games, especially. I mean, every game has been super awesome so far, but these games have just been like a super pleasure to cast just because we see these 3-star 4 costs and we're able to talk through how they get there and how JD plays super amazing early game and mid game, to where he has enough HP to live through all of the losses later on and take a second from that spot.
Yeah, I mean, that second is a first, right? For JD from that spot. You have to imagine, if it weren't for that, chances are pretty good he had a very good opportunity to take that lobby down again. But with that second place, he is now up by 12 points in the tournament. Literally, I don't think it's possible for him to not take first from this spot because of how points are and how numbers do. But still a lot of prize money on the line. And again, those qualification points for the Tactician's Cup or Tactician's Trials for these players. So do not go away. This final lobby is going to be a banger. We have 8 players left out of 400. These are the best of the best, and you're going to see them right after our break. hold on to your seats. It is the top 8 of this 3-day Ascension of the Ages tournament. I'm Rain 101, joined by Purple Pouring, and we I don't know that we've ever seen such a dominant performance in a tournament as this. I'm just going to spoil it for you guys. JD wins this one. It is mathematically impossible for anyone to outplace him here. He will be taking down first place. He has 12 points over the second place contender. Utterly insane, completely dominant performance from JD. Got it. Let's talk about the other 7 players in this lobby. Rain, who was coming in second place, went 7th place in game 5 and 8th place in game 6, and now has dropped down to 34 points. They went from up near the top to barely making it into this lobby. So for them, going from what felt like a guaranteed Tactician's Cup placement to now fighting just to get back into that is going to be huge.
Yeah, absolutely. I think some of the other players have just had basically a very solid day. Nothing like JD, and no particular, fall off like Rain. Just have a bunch of top 4s and maybe like a bot 4 or something, and they ended up getting here anyway. So it's kind of interesting to see like some of the players' journeys to the final lobby, right? It's like, okay, JD is just like not taking anything less than a 3rd. Rain has actually done super well over the weekend, but ended up like maybe just getting tired over the last 2 games or something like that. Maybe low rolled a couple of games. Connor is me. We just saw with a bunch of 3-star forecasts. I'm sure he's like super pumped with that first heading into this last game. And the one player that I don't know that much about in this final lobby, who I'm super excited to see here precisely because I don't know much about him, is Pun. Do you know much?
I do not, but I with the miracle of modern technology, I have found myself in a position where I have access to all of our players' information at the drop of a hat, which is pretty cool. So I am sure I can find a little more information about them. Oh, there they are. Yeah, like, and this is the cool thing about this set is that like, or this tournament is we get to showcase players like this. We get to put them in a position where they get to have the limelight. Pun is a consistently like high GM, low challenger player. We're talking about like 700-800 LP, no slouch in any way, shape, or form, is sitting at GM on this set with fewer than 200 games played, which, is a lot for most people and not a lot for our players. Speaking of a lot, a lot of money on the line, a lot of money on the line for this tournament. We know JD is taking down that first place, but for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and on the way down, every single placement is a massive jump in the amount of prizing.
Yeah, absolutely. It basically goes from having a really, really nice dinner to like being able to pay rent. So, so it's a huge jump for to go from going 8th to 2nd, or even from like 5th to 4th. There's $150 there. So a lot of prize money to go to try and earn here. Obviously, I think a lot of these players are really trying to get that top 4 to qualify for that Tactician's Cup, because that's going to lead to more high-end tournaments, being able to play in those things, get more prize money, get more involved in official Riot tournaments if they haven't already been doing them. So I think there's a lot to play for, even if you're anywhere from 2nd to 8th right now. Just leaving JD aside because we know he's.
Yeah, and with those trials, that's a tournament that's going to happen a week before the Tactician's Cup. So players who qualify for the trials get to play in that tournament. The players who do well there then qualify to play in the Tactician's Cup. Tactician's Cups then seed you into those regional tournaments that lead on to Worlds. So the path to the championship, I can't remember exactly what Riot's calling it this set,
Tactician's Crown, I believe.
Yeah, the path to the big one is a lot more diverse than it's ever been. There are so many more options and angles that you can take it from, and it's not just that ladder play qualifying you for these cups. So being able to secure that spot gives a lot of breathing room for these players to really study and prepare ahead of time. And I think that's a huge, huge part of it as well. Really learn the intricacies of the set and the patch without having to worry about, I have to play 400 games and I have to be 1500 LP to do it, you know?
Exactly. And we're heading into this game with JD's... Watching JD first, there's Scuttle Puddle, there's Trainer Sentinels, which literally no one is standing on.
No one wants, yeah.
Yeah, I think JD's just in the middle letting everyone else pick whatever they want because he doesn't really care.
Sure. And as Lawrence is saying in the production chat, JD respectfully abstained from the choice here. It is going to be Support Anvil over Scuttle Puddle. Scuttle would have been bunkers for our final game, and some people wanted that and some people didn't. I would imagine those who are on the kind of lower end might have been pushing pretty hard for something that allows a much bigger cap. But we are going to have that Support Anvil. Everyone's going to be able to pop that and choose from an armory a support item that they are going to have.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with the support items, it's a little less difficult to get like RNG'd out here, just because most support items have some use somewhere. There's not that much difference between them. Whereas Scuttle Puddle, I think some people might have just, you know, if they're comfortable rolling Yone or something like that, you don't really want Scuttle Puddle because everyone's going to have all those 5 costs by the time you have a 3-star Yone on board.
Yeah, it's so interesting that, like, you know, Scuttle Puddle offers obviously all of this extra gold, these extra resources. And I remember, you know, when Scuttle Puddle was first introduced, there were a lot of people who played it very slow, right? I'm going to lost streak, I'm going to build up gold, I'm going to be 70 gold by Krugs or whatever. And over the course of the set and now into this set, it's the exact opposite. It's like, I have these resources and I'm going to jam them. I'm going to tempo this lobby as hard as I can. And so everyone starts tempoing the lobby as hard as they can. And the game moves so much faster as a result. And I think it's actually just a really interesting way that people have even evolved the meta of portals in a set and 1 quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. I think set 11 has been a bunch of evolution just in the last couple of weeks. The meta has changed so much. How people play the game itself has changed so much, and it's
nice. Let's go.
Yeah.
That's what you want to see, JD. You love to see it. JD going full on for fun mode here, picking Lucky Paws, which is not a bad augment. It's not for fun because it's a bad augment. It's for fun because it's so fun. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's not one of those augments that like I know really how to play, but if you know how to play it, I think it is another first place if he plays it correctly. But it is also just like super fun because, I mean, you get a 2-star Kobuko and you have to play him basically. You figure out how to play around that.
Yeah, and you have to re-roll him, and you have to figure out how to get an 8 bruiser if you can. Because the traditional way of playing this, if you can call it traditional, is put bruisers on your board, plus like a Morgana. It's like Soraka from, set 9? Where you played 8 bruiser Soraka. And yeah, Kobuko, everything he does is scaled off his HP. So 3-star 8 bruiser Kobuko does a lot of damage, and he gains HP for every gold interest that you make. So his ability now does 250% more damage. So the more HP, the more damage, the more win.
Yeah, basically. And with the fact that we're not using spectator mode because it's down, you get to see JD basically put together this comp for you on broadcast, just like mousing over like the units that you're going to be playing if you do play this comp.
Yeah, if you're at home watching and you're like, oh man, how do you even play this augment? I feel like we're about to see one of the best players, on the server, giving you a masterclass from beginning to end on how to play Lucky Paws. He has gone 3rd or higher the entire tournament, if he goes all for fun mode, it will be the first time in 23 games that he has gone fourth or lower. So that streak is what's at stake for JD here. The bragging rights of having an AVP that is pushing the 1. So we'll see how it turns out for him. I'm rooting for him to get 17 Kobukos in the next 2 shops and win this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? I think it would be super fun to see that happen. He's a little contested with that Bruiser's bat on the other side there.
Mm-hmm.
But you can play contested and still hit. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, there's only the only essential piece is those items and Kobuko 3. So this is not like a Yone situation where everyone is fighting to 3-star versions of these units, and so yeah, probably not sweating too hard that they're coming in with a little bit of contesting. It might be a little harder for them to hit some of those higher tier bruiser units. But that's about it. I don't know if I have to tell you this, Pouring, but Kabuko is not like the most contested unit in the game at the moment. No. Quite the opposite, in fact.
Yeah, he's super free. I mean, hopefully someone else is playing like Kog'Maw reroll or something and freeing up all the Kabukos in the pool to give to JD. But yeah, I mean, this is just fun to see this kind of play. Like,
totally,
it's starting.
With picking up this cloak off the carousel, getting another Kabuko in there is now going to be able to slam this Declaw. Declaw, very, very good. Redemption, very, very good. Pretty much anything that keeps this unit alive and healing up and dealing damage is going to be best in slot.
Yep, absolutely. And right now, there's not that much to do. I think he's going to try and lose streak through the rest of this stage just to build up that econ and start rolling for that 3-star Kobuko. But preserving some HP here. And as you're talking about uncontested, there's one
another
on the
board.
Other side.
And we have the fortune online here for Rain, who is going to go looking for that big cash out. Again, Rain has a lot to play for, having gone top 7 and top 8 the last 2 games and dropping quite low on the leaderboard compared to her competitors. Does really want to pull off a win, and as we've seen from her already, getting those big fortune cash outs absolutely can be enough. And ending this loss streak for JD also contributes more than a little bit, and we're going to get a treasure armory here with radiant items, which is bonkers sauce. Radiant Redemptions or Warmogs would be huge here. Archangels, maybe not bad either, as that unit does scale off of their HP but does magic damage. I don't think it's great there, so they are going to re-roll after checking the stats. Looking for something that's going to tank this unit up to the next level.
Oh no, he ran out of time.
He ran out of time and has Radiant Last Whisper, so surely Reforger is coming, or Pandora's items, or not the best. Not the best.
Not what he's looking for, but I mean, he has a Sivir. You can just slam it on her for now and figure something out. But I think probably took a little more time than he wanted to, deciding on that Archangels, deciding to roll that, and then skipping past a bunch of items that weren't really useful.
Sure. Yeah, you're hoping not to see Brunan's Protector's Vow, etc. Also, with Lucky Paws, every time Kuboku kills a unit, he has a 100% chance of generating a gold. So that's what we saw there. Kaboku was able to get the kill on the Aatrox, I believe, and generated a free gold. So rich get richer and the strong get stronger with this augment. And JD, honestly, if this were like game 3, I'd be like, man, they're in a really interesting spot. Because we're here, he's in a pretty good spot for this,
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a good spot for this, and I mean he has a bunch of gold right now. You can just roll for stuff. I mean it's all good. I think he's just in a very comfy position. That's what I would basically call it. I mean, you can just basically like sit back and enjoy the game and just play it.
Crack open an ice cold Coca-Cola, relax, have a nice time. Rolling down pretty deep here, looking for some of these bruiser upgrades, looking, of course, for this Kaboku 3. Does take it down to about 30 gold here. Has 6 of them, not bad. Has the Tom Kench, has the Aatrox, has the Riven pair. So building their board bit by bit.
Yep, absolutely. Just basically having pieces, and I think 30 is usually when you want to stop hyper rolling when you're rolling on level 4. So, probably wishes he had a little more than 6 Kabukos, but you're not sad to hit like C6.
Yeah. And we're being told, because we don't have a lot of POVs because spectator mode was disabled, keep an eye on, we can go to Pokkigom. Pocky here with about as good a Yone setup as you can get with the BT, with the Radiant Titans, with the Titans, and 4 Reaper in already on 3-2 in a very strong position, and hits the Yone 2 natural for free here, getting that Heavenly Duelist online with the Kiana, getting a TG for this Kha'Zix. This is a very, very, very good spot for Pocky.
Yeah, absolutely. I am pretty happy for Pokkigom right now, especially after the last game where he picked that everything must go augment, and someone else ended up with all the 3 sword 4 costs. This game, he has the Reaper spat start. He has a perfect Yone board, as you were just talking about. There's not that much more to say about this Yone board, because I think if you've been playing the last couple of patches, you know exactly what it looks like, you know exactly what it can do, and this is like so far the best stage 3-2 version of the Yone board you can have.
Yeah, filling out their team planner, not even paying attention to the fight, goes up against Rain's Fortune board. Just like, okay, yeah, I killed him. Anyway, so back to what units are Heavenly again? Just trying to slot in so they don't skip anything vital, but sitting pretty at 85 HP as well, whilst Rain is dropping down to 58, chasing that big cash out.
Yep, absolutely. It is basically 1st or 8th for Rain, which is probably what she needs to do right now. I mean, the point totals are actually not that far away. So I think it's like 34 to 37. So you do have a little bit of wiggle room. But if she ends up getting that first with the Fortune cash out, I think that puts her in a really good spot to potentially take that second, or at least a top 4.
Yeah, and that's what's on the line, right? Is these top 4 players do automatically qualify for the Tacticians Cup 1 that is coming up, the right event that feeds into the NA regional tournament. So a lot on the line, and it is only this lobby. So each of these players and their position is going to matter, right? Like obviously the best you can do is take down first, but if you're not there, like positioning and of placements and even tiebreakers may come into effect to determine who is going to hit that 4th slot and who's going to be making their way through the trials.
Yep, absolutely. Every single placement matters. Every single decision in this particular game matters, because you know sometimes like you do one thing right and you get like 3 placements because everyone else just like dies at stage like 6 all in one round. That's the kind of like micro decisions that everyone has to make every single stage of this game.
And, as we said earlier, this is game number 24 of this tournament for these players. So, those decisions or what have you, right? Like these players have shown that they are more than capable of making the right call. They understand the game, they understand the meta, they understand the game state. And so it is going to come down to certain elements within their control, but also certain elements outside of their control. And knowing how to adapt and adjust to turn a 5th place into a 3rd is going to be huge for any of these players who can pull it off.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to take this board as an example just because we see this board and it's really obvious what this board is, right? Like a lot of Yone boards can go first, But Pocky has to really play it correctly to get that first in this particular lobby, just because everyone else is challenger and everyone else knows how to play their boards. There's plenty of Yone boards that can fall off later and get like a third or something like that. So if Pocky wants that first, he's going to have to play even better than he is already.
Yeah, and they are in second place in the scoring right now, as we see JD did hit the Kabuko and has it online with the redemption as well. And that Randuin's not to be sort of like dismissed, offering even more tankiness to this unit. Sona going over there and serenading our newest addition to the Runeterra lore, and then coming back, slamming the level, getting this Malphite in for a little bit more resistances, and that heavenly buff percentage going up just a little bit further as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Pocky knows he's one of the few POVs that we have right now, so he's having a little bit of fun dancing the Sona and then going up to that Kobuko and dancing there, playing the Guqing. So, fun stuff.
And so we're being told that Rain should be cashing out with about 40 plus luck, which is no small amount. Fortune cashes out, max out at 250, but anything above 50 is going to be at this stage in the game pretty significant. And here it comes, and there. Okay, I was like, here it comes, and there it goes. We did get a Tactician's Crown here, and this Galio 2, which is at this stage in the game very strong with these tank items. We're going to be seeing this double stone plate, Protector's Vow on this Galio. A very, very, very good cash out for them at this spot.
Yeah, absolutely. When I first saw that cash out, I was like, oh, okay, like getting one Tactician's Crown, which is fine. But you're at 28 HP and you're just like getting that and a couple of four cost units. But then she hit the Galio too, right? And that, especially with those items, I think Rain is now super stable and she can roll for some units, improve her board, and then probably go up to 9 and just kind of cap it out.
Yeah, and hitting this Lysandra here, maybe being able to print off a few more items even, hits this Trist 2 to replace that Aphelios 1 with these items is a pretty big upgrade as well. And we've seen has the golden remover, so can mix and match items. So no part of this board has to be their final board, right? This can be an Aurelia pivot, especially with that Galio coming in, especially with how stable this board is, going to be able to push those levels and get to that legendary soup board that we've seen be so popular all throughout the set. Also, has the Aurelia sitting there in the corner already ready to go.
Yeah, I saw the Aurelia in her shop and I was like, are you going to buy this? Like,
are you going to pick that up or...
Yeah, I was just trolling us for a little bit, and then she picks it up for obvious reasons. Heading into 4-2, the last augment here, just some very generically powerful augments. It's gold, so nothing too crazy, but these are all good.
Yeah, I think Unified is a great pickup here, considering how many units Rain gets to have on her board. You're able to put units in a bunch of different rows and still get them that value, which, especially with this Aegis, you want to stack up and give that value to a lot of different units. And so being able to stack them up and get that extra tankiness like we're seeing is very, very valuable. Unfortunately, does have that Last Whisper, which Aurelia does not need. She does shred by default in her kit, but it's a little bit of stats for this Trist that is buffing up with that Duelist buff, and Rain sitting quite pretty despite the 28 HP.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those fortune cash outs, right? Like every econ trait, every set just has a mechanic where you end up at like super low HP, but then you cash out and you just go first from there. So this is pretty much what we're seeing here with Rain's cash out, I think.
Yeah, and we saw there the Bard reroll, which has not been very popular in this tournament or since the B patch, but being played because it's not bad. It's just not as dominant as it has been earlier in the set. So taking a pretty safe, unlikely to be contested line, especially with a Yone reroller, that the 3-cost herd is going to be thinned out a little bit. Coming back to JD, does have that Bramble on now, taking less damage, healing up damage. This thing is a beast. Pun intended. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and even better, JD got well fed as his third augment, so bruisers are healing a bunch of their health every second. This 3-star Kobuku is just eating, all sorts of dumplings or whatever he wants to eat.
Just doing whatever he likes. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when we see this Yone board here, like maybe he can take down this Kobuko with enough stuns, but living for quite a while.
Yeah, when is the last time you saw a unit eat 2 set casts in a row and still be at like a 25% HP? Obviously the big downfall of this unit and this augment is that Kabuko is a 1 cost. He does single target damage. It's not. When you do find yourself running into these duo carries or a lot of like chain CC like we saw there, it does get hard for him to polish off some of these tank units, and that's going to be the real weakness.
Yeah, absolutely. This weakness is probably why he's at 10 HP right now. He's just dropped so low just because of the weaknesses with this comp. And I think some of the other people just kind of high roll. I mean, when Pakigam high rolled with his full Yone board, Rain played really well into that cash out, so not really a high roll, but I mean, she just has a board that could probably kill this one as well. And then obviously that one weird Last Whisper, Eternal Whisper pickup.
Yeah. When's the last time you saw someone reforge a spat?
It's a gamble.
It's
players love to gamble.
It's true. Was looking for perhaps another redemption there to put on this Aatrox that has the spark, but worth the consideration is they did hit this Kaisa, they did hit the Zaya, and so a little bit of extra damage coming out on the board, but unfortunately it's not enough. It does look like JD is going to take an 8th here and earned their rest. It is their first bot 4 of the tournament, and it was the only game in the tournament that didn't matter in the slightest to them.
Yeah, we could just do one of those things where we like cut the worst performance and just like focus on everything else.
It's 46 drop lowest. Yeah. Yeah. If he was rolling a D&D character, yeah. You rolled your 18, buddy. You're fine.
Yeah, so super dominant performance throughout the entire tournament. So nothing to be ashamed of, even if he was like playing super serious, which I'm not sure he was.
Sure. So I don't think it's a violation of competitive integrity to enjoy yourself. So they played the game, they clicked the augments, they re-rolled, they pressed the buttons, they did the thing, they went 8th. And you know what? If I got to like chill and watch the rest of this, knowing that $1,500 was going to hit my bank account, I'd probably be enjoying myself too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think people just play better TFT when they're having fun anyway, which is probably what he has been doing the entire tournament, just vibing and chilling and just winning anyway. This one is just happens to be okay. Well, he picked a good augment. He picked one that could go first if everything went correctly, and things just didn't really go correctly. So, whatever. We're on Pakigan's board with this Yone board. I mean, it's just another player that I mean, Pocky knows how to cap boards, and he's very much kind of like Appies. If you know Appies but you don't really know Pocky, like their playstyles are kind of similar in that they just cook.
They're just always cooking something new. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can only do so much with the 4 Reaper board that you already have kind of the Yone as a base, but I mean, this isn't like 6 or 7 Heavenly, right? This is 3 Heavenly, a bunch of other stuff, and just like putting a good board together that Pocky knows how to do, and he just like with the knowledge that someone like him has of the game, you can just put stuff together and come up with a better board than most other people can.
Yeah, and here finding this Wukong is a pretty big hit here on 8, and appears to be slow rolling a little bit here on 8. Does not have the Yone 3, is not very close to the Yone 3, and looks like they were saying, you know what, this is stable enough. I'm at 85 HP. Like I could spend this whole stage looking for Yone 3, or I could push 9, or I can, slow roll for, Morgana 2 to slot this in, or any number of different things. So a different way of playing this line than, you're going to find on TFT Academy or Mobalytics or whatever it is, the comp guide that you're looking for that says slow roll on 7, stay above 50 gold. And Poggy's like, nah, man, I'm going to do my own thing. Don't worry about it.
I am just super excited to see what he can hit and where he goes from there because, for example, I've just never seen a Reaper set. The Reaper emblem on the set, because normally you never get to the point where you play a set in this comp. Like it just ends with you having a Yone 3. If you have a Reaper emblem, it goes on like someone, but usually not
or something, or a loon, depending on which line you're playing.
Yeah. So just seeing that set right there just makes me happy, and like it's fully itemized. It's got Reaper. I want to see what it does. I want to see if he can 2-star that and if it becomes like his main carry.
Sure. And, if this unit is able to get a second cast off, the first cast, a little bit of frontline CC, that second cast, though, when units are starting to take damage, are getting close to that execute threshold, I will be very curious to see if this set, especially if it becomes set 2, is able to just one-shot half the board based on the amount of squats that he's done.
Yeah, and we almost saw that. He started a cast, but he died in the middle of that cast. And by the way, unfortunately, Rain has gone out in 7th, despite the early Galio 2 that we saw from the Fortune cash out.
Yeah, and pretty unfortunate considering how well Rain has performed this entire tournament to now be looking at going from consistently second or third place the entire tournament to probably 7th, based on the back of 3 back-to-back pretty unfortunate low roll performances. Hurts your feelings just a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just I don't know what happened, but it's a very sad ending, like to what has been otherwise a really dominant performance by Rain.
Yeah, and I'm as a very disappointed Bard reroller, I'm happy to see Bard reroll hanging in there in this as we are getting artifacts on the carousel as well. Seeing Bard 3 able to hold its own. Granted, Yone 3 is not online, and some of these comps have not quite built out as strong as you might expect. Still warms my heart just a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you mentioned super early that Bard is one of those comps that isn't really contested anymore because it has fallen off slightly, and I think that's part of why it was so smart for them to go that route, because you can hit that 3-star Bard unless you get really unlucky, and especially with that early encounter with the rolling down for the Radiant Gunsus, I think that was just a really good choice for them to go Bard.
Absolutely. We have seen the 1 round full pivot as the set says, okay, goodbye. We are going to, I believe, Reaper this Morgana, or no, the Wukong, because we hit the Wukong too. Yeah, that's the most obvious choice. And so now we have 3-item Kane, 3-item Wukong, 3-item Yone, and we are still a little far away from that Yone 3, sitting on 6 of the 9 that we need. But this board really coming along in very short order, going from, hey, what are you cooking, to, oh, I see what you're cooking. And still going to take a loss here, but very, very close to an extremely, extremely strong board.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's become more of a standard board now, but getting a 2-star Wukong is not always standard in this kind of thing. So, missing that Yone 3, I think that's the biggest problem here. You have that Radiant Titans on the Yone. Yone is the one that's supposed to go and kill the backline, kill the Kai'Sas and all of that stuff, but missing that's a little sad, even if you do have the 2-star Wukong and the 2-star Kane online now.
Sure, but not impossible to hit at 8. It's not like all the Yones leave the shop. But we can see here Aurelia 2 Hui 2, Volley 3 coming online for Minhee. Minhee, a pretty well-known player in the competitive circuit, in the challenger scene of TFT. Not a name that we necessarily see, this late in tournaments very often, but putting on a good show and going into a position where they might pull down this top 4 slot and make their way into TC1.
Yeah, absolutely. Ginger Snap Dongo win streaking. I think it's always good to see that. Weijin's a Ginger Snap Dongo. Malala's a Ginger Snap Dongo. So, Ginger Snap Dongos just have a really good track record of success in tournaments.
Okay, I got to write that down and take notes because my last few TFT games have not been great. So, Ginger Snap Dongo.
Yep. Ginger Snap Dongo also, I think the developer name for that is Star Guardian Cat, which is equally cute. So, I like it.
Yeah, you heard it here first. That is the tech. It has nothing to do with what units you put on your board. Ignore everything we said earlier about slamming good items, playing good units. It's all about the tactician that you pick.
Yep. It's all about the little legend. JD used to be a Bubblegum Dongo, so he's moved on from Bubblegum for whatever reason. He's using a different one, but maybe that Bubblegum Dongo is still in the background cheering him on.
I'm sure it's still living on in his heart. Now rolling 40 gold or so, getting that 3-star Yone online. Doesn't quite have enough gold left to bring this Soraka into the mix. But, sooner than later, we'll be able to come in, have that 6 Heavenly online that is going to boost this thing into stratospheric levels. The Yone doing its best to get into that back line and kill those units, gets them just enough that the rest of the board can finish them off. And speaking of finishing them off, Keyboard Sona, play them out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of those things where the 3-star Yone just did that much more, because I'm almost certain that a 2-star Yone would not have been able to finish off that Kaisa.
Completely. Yeah. Speaking of finished off, that was Connor going out here in 6th place and Philip taking 5th. So we have a top 4. Pun, who we mentioned earlier, was towards the bottom tier of our points. So getting this top 4 here is really good for them. And Aaron Akuma was sitting in 2nd place, so they have basically sealed the deal on their trip to Tactician's Cup. Stellar as well, with potentially a top 1 or top 2 finish, could do it. So we are starting to see things take shape as to who is going to be moving on to TC1 and who is going to be fighting their way through the trials.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Connor going out in exactly 6th and Philip going out in exactly 5th and having this particular top 4 is making the standings a little bit difficult to figure out exactly, just because Pun and Pocky and Stellar are both under Connor and Philip in the standings currently. So we know 1st place is going to be JD. We know 2nd place is likely to be Aaron Kuma, but we don't know who 3rd and 4th are going to be.
Yeah, and we see here that we are swapping the Kiana out for the Soraka for that Mana Reeve. That is hopefully going to be impactful against this volley, against potentially this Hui and Aurelia in the back, slowing them down. Surely Yone board doesn't go lower than 2nd with these items, has been called by production. Why would you say such a thing in the chat where only I and Porin can see it, but then I am compelled to read it out loud? Lawrence, if it doesn't work out, it's your fault. You can tell Pocky I said so.
Yeah, and I think the big problem here is Pocky is going up against the Ginger Snap Dongos, so there's going to be a really tough matchup here. And yeah, I guess not that tough. The 3-star Bully Bear with those items, the Hui, the Aurelia in the back, I think it's just a little too much damage burst down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to give you that the Dongo might have played a role. But I think it was mostly the Volley 3, Hui 2, Aurelia 2 that did it. I think it was those things that were mostly it, and maybe a little bit.
Maybe
was the little legend choice.
The Dongo was moving around on the board. It was doing something. It was like it was just moving back and forth.
It had a quantum kind of effect on the outcome of the fight. As we're back here now, because I believe we have lost all of our POV.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have. we only had a couple of POVs here, so if everyone's out and if everyone leaves, then there's no way to get the game. But I think I don't know. We'll see what the results are eventually. But Stellar Vinci was on a massive win streak there with a super capped out duelist board, so it is, I would say, of high probability that he ends up taking it all anyway.
Absolutely. And while we know one thing, we know that JD won this tournament. And that's the most important thing in our hearts is that we love JD and we're super happy that he took it down. We do have JD here. We are going to talk to them about their tournament because screw it. We'll know the outcome of the game later. We'll catch you up on the scores and give you the results. And until then, we'll talk to the winner whenever we can get them loaded in, because they've been able to kind of sit comfortably. They took the first eighth of the tournament, their first bot 4 of the tournament when it mattered the least, and have been chilling since. So we're going to get them in here and say hello.
Yep.
Soon.
We're just waiting to load a van, I think.
Yeah. And it is absurd the amount of dominance that JD has shown in this tournament. I think without that eighth, their AVP is like 1.3 or some god awful thing like that would make you blush.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was Invective earlier that was saying that like a second place lowers his AVP, and then since that time he's gotten like 2 more firsts. So it's like, okay, like anything other than a first just like lowers the AVP by
exactly.
Yeah,
by like a discernible amount, like by a measurable amount. Yeah. And we were waiting for JD to get their hair just right. It looks sharp. It looks good. JD, you're looking good. You're playing good. Are you feeling good?
I'm really happy. Obviously, winning 3 days in a row is kind of crazy. But yeah, I'm super happy. It was a lot of fun playing a tournament. Yeah.
We were talking during the game, this last game, that people just play better, right, when they're having fun. And certainly that last game seemed like a for fun game. I feel like you had better choices than Lucky Paws. But what was going through your head when you were like, I'm clicking it?
What was going through my head was I've never even played this augment once before, ever. I've never even played it. I had none of the dudes, but I was like, maybe I'll just high roll and get like 8, just hit him right away. Obviously that didn't happen. I had better options. I know it's better options. Sure. I'll say it, but I don't know. I just want to play it, and I was like, should I do it? And then I looked at my Twitch chat, and Downpour, one of my friends, he goes, take it. You just start spamming it. So I sort of had to. There's nothing I can do about it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean it's not like an augment that has like a 6.0 AVP or anything like that. It's a solid augment if you figure out how to play it mid game, right?
Oh, if I took it before the B patch, that might be a little suspicious. But it's actually pretty good. If I hit, it was actually possible to top 4. So yeah.
So throughout this, you played 24 games, and that last game was the first time you bought forward, the first time you placed lower than third. Was there a point where that kind of set in of I'm playing out of my mind, and if so, did that create more pressure, or were you just loosey goosey having fun the whole time?
Oh, I was kind of having fun. I was just listening to music, just singing along, and I think the more I was singing, I actually started high rolling more. By the time game 4 and 5 today, I was just saying what I wanted to happen, and then it would happen. Game 4 on 3-5, I was like, man, do you know what the best augment I would have be on 4-2? What I got, I'd be like, I would love Ink Shadow Crest here, and then I got Ink Shadow Crest on 4-2. Then the next game, I just took birthday present for fun. I just upgraded my full board for free, and then I was a round before an encounter. I was like, I want Kha'Zix to show up here. I want him to make me evolve, and I got the bonus XP one.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it was so much fun. I don't know.
That's the secret tech.
As a singer myself, I'm going to start implementing this tech into my games. I usually like in between games, if I had like a really bad game, I'll like pull up my karaoke playlist and just like sing like Alice in Chains song or something like that to reset my mental. But it turns out enjoying yourself makes you better at the game than being angry at yourself. So I'll just jot that down in my little notebook here.
Yeah, so I have a question for you, JD. What happened to the bubblegum doggo? Because when I first met you, when I first talked to you a couple of times, you were still using bubblegum.
I got a crazy. Okay, so last set, like I was having a bad day in I don't remember what cup it was. One of the cups. Like I went like 7-8 or something at the start of the day. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna try out Craggle. So I switched to Craggle. And then I just went like top 2 like 4 games in a row. So I've just been playing Craggle ever since. And then so it's actually like I was like deciding what Little Legend, like which Craggle I should use for this tournament. And so what I did is I went to my LOL chest like wrapped, and I saw which Craggle was highest AVP last set, and it was the victorious one. And I was like, I'm gonna rock the victorious Craggle, and I guess it's pretty good. So I'm just gonna stick with that guy.
It's because that's a reward for hitting high elo. Like, so of course it's gonna have the victorious one is like a master's reward. So surely the master's player have higher AVP than non-master.
I mean, yeah, he's got.
But it worked out.
He's got victory in his name. Like, he's got to win. If he doesn't win, like, who's gonna win? No one.
Yeah. What's really cool is I think you're one of the few Craggle players out there. I think we see a lot of duckbills. I think we see a lot of Moldivers. We see a lot of, especially ginger snap dongos these days. But I think you're one of the only Craggles, and yeah, you've done super well. So yeah, it's awesome seeing another Little Legend up at the top.
I mean, Craggle's broken, man. Like, I don't know. These guys are sleeping.
It's the new Moldiver. So you're first place in this tournament, and it's not even close. You went into the last game already having won. You're going to take home $1,500, and you guaranteed a slot in TC1, the first qualifier for the regional tournament. 2 questions. 1, do you have something when you were coming in today, were you thinking about what you might use the prize money on? And 2, how are you going to prepare for this tournament knowing that you're already qualified, you're already in?
Like usually I don't prepare much. I sort of just I just like play, and then I'll prepare a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I don't really have anything I'm gonna use the money for. Like maybe I'll go to McDonald's and like get a McChicken or something. But like
get all of them though. I want like $1,500. Like that. I think you should leave sketch. I want 55 fries, 55 tater.
Like a McChicken sounds pretty good. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just happy. I want to say just shout out all my friends in my Discord that like I hang out with all the time. Like there's too many of them, but like to name them all. But thank you guys. Like and thanks for supporting me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we were in summer camp Discord. Like maybe we should all go over to JD JD Court.
Yeah, I like the shirt, by the way. Your shirt looks great.
Yeah. I was my next question, or I guess really my final question, eventually was going to be, like we love you, but do you love us?
Of course. Yes. I love everyone in TFT. They're all great, except for like maybe Kurt Angle, but like. No, I'm just kidding. No. Kurt's one of my best friends. But yeah. No, I'm just happy to play TFT. Everyone's great. Yay.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no. The Lawrence is telling me in the production channel that Craggle has like almost a 25% win rate in games.
I mean, how many?
12 out of 47. Yeah, it's probably all you.
I'm half those games, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
more than half.
Yeah, like this is we talk a lot about stats and how they can lie to you, right? It's not that Craggle is good; it's that the guy who ran Craggle and got like 15 wins out of 18, however many games, is good at the game and ran Craggle. So
yeah,
Craggle's also good.
Although it's funny because if we take your stats out of the Craggle stats, then the win rate becomes like single digits. Or something like
Yeah, you accounted for 10 out of the 12 Craggle wins, it turns out.
The other Craggle users, they gotta step it up, man. They probably weren't using the victorious one. They
probably don't have it.
Like they're probably using like Sandbringer or something. That one's not that good.
Well, JD, it's been I've been watching this whole weekend. It's just been wild watching this completely dominant run from you. Do you do have time if you want? You said there were too many people, but are there shout outs for specific people who have helped you or been like really influential for you? And two, shout out yourself. Where can people find you? Where can they get more information about you if they want to follow your Twitch or social media?
Yeah, I mean, I stream on Twitch like once in a blue moon. You might catch me you might catch me streaming. I don't really stream on weekdays because I'm too tired after work. But I stream on weekends sometimes. Not really. Like honestly, that's kind of a lie. But you could. I mean, it's my Twitch is just JD Zielinski 222. There's 3 2s. Because the old JD Zielinski 22 was like my old account, but I forgot my password. So
it's like it was taken. Like what?
Yeah, there's 3 2s. But yeah, I mean, I'd like just say thank you to all my friends who they make it a lot easier to just like play TFT and because like you just play in like Discord call and it makes it a lot more fun. Like I used to sit there and just play TFT alone all day, and now I have friends to play TFT with, so it's a lot of fun. But yeah,
very sweet.
I think that's everything I got to say.
Coring, do you have any more questions for our champion?
No, I don't have any more questions. It's just, congratulations again on that super dominant run. We like several sets ago, I think it might have been like set 6 or set 5 or something. Robin had that like 1-1-1 lag 1-1 thing. And then like last set, Malala obviously like won a bunch of tournaments. But I think overall, like this particular performance over the last 3 days is, setting aside the one drop of the 8th, very last game, it's probably the most dominant performance that I've personally ever seen like anyone have in any tournament.
Yeah, thank you for the congratulations.
Yeah, and thank you so much for spending time with us. And good luck in TC1. And I hope you get your McDonald's because it does sound really good right now.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds pretty good. Maybe an Oreo McFlurry.
I think he can afford the Oreo McFlurry if he wants it. Splurge on the McFlurry. We do have our final scores. We do know who is going to be moving on to that TC1 and who's going to be running through the trials. Obviously, JD coming in first place, but some surprising results for the rest of the board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Aaron Kuma getting that second. Stellarman Heat getting that third. Pun, Pokygom, and Philip, I think, are the very surprising ones. They were all at 40 points, so they had to run some tiebreakers. And ultimately, Pun is the one that makes it to TC1, which, again, we were talking about before the game, that Pun is one of those players that we haven't really seen in the high-end tournaments. They're usually somewhere in Challenger, somewhere in like GM/Challenger, but they're not at the very top of the ladder. They're not the top 15 ranked people that we see over and over. They're not the people that make it to like day 3 and day 4 of all the previous Riot events. So I'm super excited to see them go to TC1. Very sad for Pocky and Philip, who lost those tiebreakers. And then we have Connor is me in 7th and Rain in 8th.
And this lab group continuing to show that they are just a real force to be reckoned with in this community. Counting through, I think it was 7 players from lab who made it into this final day of 64 from a total of 400 at the beginning of this tournament. So seeing Aaron Kuma here, lab 39, making it into that TC, seeing Rain coming in, going having some unfortunate final games, but still making it into the top 8. A real, I think the best days of lab are yet to come.
Yeah, absolutely. Lab is one of those study groups that we've seen pop up in just the last couple of sets. And since we've seen them pop up, they've been popping up literally everywhere, like making it to final days of pretty much every single tournament. Obviously, it's a big group, so when you have that many like high-end challenger people, like you do kind of see like there's a probability thing there of like, okay, one or two of them will usually make it later in the tournaments, but having that many high-end players all in the same group, kind of lifting each other up, like helping each other, like they're only going to get better from that.
Yeah, and I think the prevalence of study groups in NA over the last year or so has really, I think we've seen, shaped the way that the game is played and elevated NA as a region to heights that were not possible before. And groups like Lab, groups like JD Cord are helping players get better, which elevates the entire state of the game. So I feel so good about the state of competitive TFT in North America. I'll say it now. I think we're going to have another world champion coming out of this set. I think we have a very diverse group of people playing at an extremely high level compared to the rest of the regions.
Yeah, absolutely. NA is pretty much at the top these days and will probably continue to be at the top with the way things are going. So super happy to see that happen. And that's pretty much it for this particular tournament, the Ascension of the Ages. It's been amazing. We started with 400 players. We ended up with the top 8. We ended up with a really awesome winner. It was like just, again, dominating performance throughout the entire tournament. I couldn't have asked for a better tournament. What about you?
I had such a blast. I always really enjoy commentating this game and commentating with you, and certainly seeing such like exemplary games, right? These like the everything must go and back-to-back Kaisas, and so many just incredible moments throughout this entire tournament. It has been a real joy to cast with you, Pouring, as usual, and let people know where they can find you so we can get on out of here.
Yeah, I'm pretty much at Purple Pouring everywhere. This is like the first time I've been referred to as just Pouring, except Appy's is the only other person that calls me Pouring, but I am Purple Pouring everywhere else, Twitter, Twitch, etc. So you can find me there. What about you, Rain?
My name is right there below as well, Rain101. You can find me here on Twitch, where I stream. I have YouTube channels, and I have Twitter, Rain101 TV. Just throw my name into Google. I will pop up, I promise. And that should do it for us. Thank you guys all so much for watching. Thank you so much to our players for playing. It has been a long weekend. There have been so many games. It has been spectacular. And thank you, Pouring, as well, for helping me close the book on the first ever of its kind Ascension of the Ages tournament.
Tell me, where do I go? Tell me, where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in.